Altaria seems to be everywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been a common Pokemon in many different times throughout the Pokemon Go PvP meta. Something that did fall a little bit out of favor with Walrein. Registeel always going to be a challenge for it as well, of course. However, I think that with the Dragon typing, it proves so effective versus the waters that we see everywhere, versus the grass Pokemon, versus the occasional fires that we see from time to time, the Talon Flames and things like that. But yeah, I think that early on for me, the thing that I think benefited most from the nerf to Icicle Spear for Walrein is the Altaria. But we're seeing trickle effects left and right.
And one key thing to point out against with Altaria is it is one of the best neutral Pokemon in the meta. And when I say that, it has some of the best neutral matchups. When you're doing neutral damage, which is not super effective, and you're taking not super effective damage, it is one of the best Pokemon out there. And you see that time after time with Pokemon like Sableye. It's just so good neutrally. So Altaria couldn't really find a spot in last season's meta because of Walrein being everywhere,
right.
Registeel being everywhere. But now, one of the best neutral performers is here.
And you know what I think we're going to see? I've mentioned this before, but I think we're seeing a little bit of an over pivot. Yeah, I think we're seeing a little bit of an over pivot here with some people that are a little bit too confident in their Altarias. I think that there are tons of great ice types, Walrein's still included, but I would love to see some Frostlass. Frostlass is one of the Pokemon that has incredible moves. Powder Snow, Avalanche, Shadow Ball. Doesn't have the best bulk of any Pokemon, but it can still tank a Hydro Cannon from a swamp or things like that. There are other good ice types that can fill that niche of Walrein, the Frostlasses, and even Abomasnow that I think we'll start to see in subsequent weeks here.
And one other one that has the exact same typing as Walrein, you could see the Dugong. I did see some trainers thinking about Dugong in this regional. It does have that Icy Wind, so you can debuff your opponent as well. And if these teams are just weak to ice, an ice type could definitely clean up. Even something a little old school, a Lapras could make an appearance as well. Shadow Lapras has really good matchups, has that Skull Bash too, that raises its defense, has Surf, which is just an awesome move with same type attack bonus.
Yeah. You know, I want to talk a little bit more about some of the other Pokemon that got access to some new moves while these trainers get their teams locked in. We already talked about the Runerigus, which I think was a great pick, but I wanted to make sure that I highlighted Lantern as well. Lantern is a very unique Pokemon that has one of the most unique typings with water and electric, right? So it's going to have struggles versus the ground, obviously, which is very common, but it's also able to hit back with now access to Surf. Previously, with access to Hydro Pump, took forever to get there, and very inaccessible type of move. With Surf now, much more consistent matchups versus those grounds.
And this is personal for me. Finally, an electric type that is going to see some play because of that Surf, like you mentioned. Now it has really good bulk. Lantern's another one of those neutral Pokemon that is kind of insane neutrally. You have really good matchups, even against Altaria. Sometimes you can flip that as well. So Lantern is really good, and if the meta is going to be littered with these ground types, which I think it will be, I think that is one of the typings that is going to be really strong in this season because, you know, Shadow Nidoqueen is the same as it was. It's really good. We have the Galarian Stunfisk, we have the Swampert, we have the Runerigus.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream. So, today, we got Baltimore Regionals going on, so I just thought, you know, try to watch some of this. I think there's going to be a game right now with, I think it's Alpha Feed versus Frosty ACY. You know, I should probably pull up the
flying in the sky, can take 2 or 3 charge moves from almost anything. The Shadow Dragonite is something that you got to
bracket here
with both protect shields.
Also, some other matchups we really want to look at are Chouyux. He's a big-time VGC player. I think he was ranked #1 in NA last season. But VGC is taking a 3-month break while the new game comes out. I'm going to be doing Ultra League in between. What are we going to play in Ultra League? I do have a team that I was trying out last night with, what was it? Oh, well, I can pull it up on the phone.
Right, and
Let's
that
see.
same exact typing as the Altaria is going to have a lot of play. It doesn't have the same bulk as that Altaria, so maybe not.
This is a Scrafty team with Cobalion.
But if it has positive matchups, you can just drag.
Yeah, Pidgeot, Scrafty, Cobalion. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the latest video that dropped, but it was House Stark using Parisian with Pidgeot and
Dragonite can create momentum.
It was pretty good. The only thing is I don't have a Parisian, so
matchup,
tried looking for trades, but also
really good at that. But Dragonite is one that you could probably just
not
shield
there.
through something or take some Hydro Cannons of
Well,
the Swampert
there's a possibility that I have COVID, so I also don't want to go out and trade with anyone
is exactly what we saw
in case I get them sick.
matchup.
I'm not showing any signs I don't have temperature, but everyone I was around the other day got it, so maybe it just takes a few days to show.
And then we saw the farm down from the Hisuian Quillfish. So to
Cobalion?
your point, it wasn't really able
C?
to build that momentum and just tons of energy.
That's how you
it was
say
able
it,
to
right?
Switch, but not build that momentum.
You guys know
which
I'm
could
not very
carry
good
it
at
through the rest of the game.
Pokemon names
Yeah,
here.
it's a double-edged sword, really. Those
Yeah, Cobalion.
really good neutral
Cobalion.
Pokemon, because
Cobalion.
you do win a lot of
Anyways,
those matchups.
Purple Kyogre, we saw him against, well, I listened to the games, I didn't watch them this morning, but we listened to him against Hot Pocket. He won that game, or yeah, that set, 2-1. Very good showing by Purple Kyogre there. Hot Pocket's obviously like one of the best. Purple Kyogre obviously one of the best too, but I think Hot Pocket's like insane. Another person to watch I think is Lewis P27. Is this the streamer? Lewis? He used to stream? I don't remember the digits at the end. I don't remember if it was like Lewis 20 or 27 seems right.
I think that these trainers are getting locked in here. I think we're moving
and this is what we're going to see.
Alpha Phoebe versus... see it. Alpha Phoebe versus Frosty AC.
Okay, we got
Alpha
the game.
Phoebe with the Toxicroak
Oh my god, Toxicroak is awful.
Yeah, and instantly swapping into the
Here's the Umbreon safe swap. So Umbreon is definitely one of the mon I was looking into. And Frosty just switches straight into Lickitung. This is not a good matchup for Lickitung. Umbreon resists the... oh, I should move my camera out.
Umbreon actually being one of the signature Pokemon from Alpha Phoebe. We can see Alpha Phoebe running not the more common Foul Play, but actually the Dark Pulse here on his Umbreon as well. It's going to have a nice matchup versus this Lickitung, Butters.
Yeah, the Dark
okay, yeah, so Frosty really loves using Lickitung. I think his usual Great League team is Shadow Nidoqueen, Scrafty, Lickitung, so bringing Lickitung as a safe swap makes a lot of sense. But he swapped in before he really saw the change. I think I would have done maybe a Sky Attack and then swapped to Lickitung. He just wants to throw Lickitung in there because he wants to get rid of the bad matchup it has against Toxicroak, which makes sense, but losing this matchup is going to be pretty tough.
It doesn't have anywhere to go, but alignment will be key because you don't really want to match up that Altaria into the Galarian Stunfisk here. As we see, this Lickitung is just going to wait to get to his next body slam, but this is going to be Umbreon's
I don't know if I was
so
muted or not.
Surprised by that instant pivot into the Lickitung.
Yeah, the instant pivot was pretty rough. You go for the Sky Attack there, and yeah, you can see like
it's going to be very close.
This doesn't KO.
I don't think that this Umbreon's going to be able to hang on. Alpha Phoebe, if he wants to keep this switch, going to need to invest the shield here, but decides to let it go. Does it hang on? Yes, it does.
Wow, it ends up with
Umbreon's thick. So I think Umbreon's actually an insanely good pick right now with Registeel getting that slight nerf. Because it makes the steal a choice, Galarian Stunfisk, and Galarian Stunfisk is an okay matchup for Umbreon, whereas Umbreon versus Registeel is obviously really horrific for Umbreon.
Unfortunately, the Toxicroak goes down. It's going to be
this is
Umbreon with energy plus
interesting though. Alpha Phoebe's throwing it back to Frosty by switching back into Toxicroak. And now this is a pretty even matchup. The question is he ever going to go for a Shadow Ball? So 2 of these Rock Slides with all the energy, with all the Mud Shots thrown in between, will be enough by the end. So he's going to have to shield every Rock Slide from here on out. Going for the Shadow Ball is kind of risky. It is the best move. But if it gets shielded, that's a lot of energy down. The only thing to think about too is that Altaria still has a lot of HP. So these 2 shields are going to happen here. One Rock Slide doesn't KO the Altaria. The Dragon Breath may be able to do a lot of damage. So that's why I think we should be going Seed Bomb here, since Seed Bomb is neutral as well. And we just need to get damage onto this so that the Altaria can win the game at the end. Umbreon, I believe, has 1 move. Good. He tried to catch, but it's actually CMP. Umbreon has one more move, so Rock Slide plus a foul play. Is that going to be enough? I don't know. But it's also tough for him to switch into Umbreon because it's so low.
This is wild because I really did not think Alpha Phoebe had a shot, but now he's got the alignment that he wanted
but
in
now
the
he's got the
first
foul
place.
play possibly against Trevenant.
Both of these trainers here.
So the attempted catch here is a little risky, but does this KO? I don't think this KOs. It's close.
This rock slide, and does it hang on? Yes!
It hangs on, okay, and Butters, we've still got that Umbreon with some energy, and the only thing that's going to be left here is going to be that
This is so close. I think both of these people had chances to win this.
Switch timer, you can't swap out. Yes,
there it is! Gets to the Dart Pulse. Alpha Phoebe, he was down, but he is not
GG.
able to get the Dart Pulse.
I don't know how good a game piece this was, but a lot of throws back and forth. But it's round 2, a lot of nerves, I guess. What's up, Cypher? And Akitia Knight, if I'm pronouncing his names wrong, I'm sorry.
Maybe thinking that was going to happen and got that Galarian Stunfisk matchup onto Altaria after just completely sacrificing the Toxicroak.
I got one word to describe that match.
Yeah, coming in the Lickitung, pretty bad. And then holding the move on Umbreon and then coming back into Toxicroak was pretty bad again. And then just I think a little bit of overthinking trying to swap in, and kind of outplay the opponent.
Ended up biting him there, and we see Alpha Phoebe taking game number 1.
Oh, he is. Frosty did bring his full GBL team. It's got the Shadow Nidoqueen, the Scrafty, and the Lickitung. I wonder if we'll see that actual line come through, or if bringing the line is enough to make people think that you're going to bring the line. Does that make sense? So then you play like the opposite to counter the counter. Meanwhile, Phoebe bringing Double Dark, I like that. Like I said, Umbreon I think is really nice right now. No Walrein on either of these teams. Walrein would be pretty decent against Phoebe. Walrein kind of okay against Frosty as well. So really you got to think of I know there's not a lot of Walrein right now and people are kind of off Walrein, but you see these teams are kind of all going to be kind of weak to Walrein as well. What is this ad? First day of Ultra League was rough, but today 2100 to the 2300s. Dang, you're up 200 points. Yo, Sir Zatch, how's it going? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Are we actually going to see the signature line come through, or does he just have it there as a bait? Obviously, those Mon are good in general. Scrafty's a little RPS, but so is Altaria. So bringing 2 RPS together really can throw your opponents off their game plan.
In maybe a decent matchup that Umbreon came in, you can Moonblast it. As we see the Sableye into the Scrafty here, this is a really good lead for Frosty AC.
Absolutely.
This lead's not as good as you would think, but the backline alignment does need to get there. So Sableye can win this with a double bait in the 2 shield.
But we see Frosty, this is one of the Pokemon he loves to run. He knows the Scrafty very, very well. These foul plays hit for neutral. However, these are resisted.
He went for the bait, and now it's like the saddest times. Now, this does about 45 to 50% depending on your IVs on Scrafty, so must shield. But now we're down so much energy that, well, one foul play from here would KO. Probably this will get a shield.
At this point, you're trying to think, okay, well, I already have an answer for this Scrafty.
Okay, so the first bait caused the second bait. Does that make sense? Also, Scrafty doesn't usually win CMP against Sableye, but this must be some sort of IV thing. Maybe he's got maybe Alpha Phoebe's got a really high IV Sableye. Are there any bans for this tournament? Yes, actually, there are. Oh, hey, what's up, Graham? Yeah, the bans for this tournament are, I believe, Buzzwole. Man, I have to look it up. I know Buzzwole, and I think the Galarian Gen 1 Birds.
the matchup
are all banned.
Stuff is not that bad, but he's going to be able to get some nice
only because of accessibility issues. Not everyone has the Galarian birds. I know I've only seen them 3 times. I've seen one of each, and I haven't caught it. You only get 1 ball attempt, and then Buzzwole under 1500. So in order for Buzzwole to be in this league, I think you can only have gotten that from GoFest. So also that one's not in this league. So he did save the Scrafty for this G-Fisk, but the thing is G-Fisk is just gonna have so much energy here. I think the Scrafty is in range of an Earthquake. I'm pretty sure I saw that it was under. Earthquake does about 60%.
Interesting here because I don't think the Rock Slide, even fully charged, would have knocked out the Altaria.
Yeah, and you have to be so precise with that undercharge, right? Because
don't shield. Okay, this is actually pretty good to come in here. Now he's gonna have Trevenant, gonna get some energy. Trevenant against Toxicroak is pretty okay. The only thing I have to be worried about is Sludge Bomb, which is neutral. But I think Frosty does have this because you're gonna be doing so much more damage with these Shadow Claws, whereas the counters are going to be double resisted from the Ghost typing on Trevenant.
This Toxicroak, it's 50% HP. Gotta shield something.
This is a negative
yeah, and he can just go straight Seed Bomb because he just needs damage. Okay, he's baiting the Mud Bomb here.
Instantly gets protect shielded by Frosty AC.
Switch is almost up. Got to be careful about a catch. This is resisted, but Toxicroak is very frail, so this probably KOs. I'm not too used to the Toxicroak matchup for sure. Oh yeah, it does KO. And then obviously this is 2 Rock Slide range, so that's going to be GG. Yeah, Frosty winning that matchup. Goes for the BM Altaria farm down.
Well, there you have it. 1-1.
I don't know why, but there you go.
Up the series versus AlphaFeed. 1 lead both matchups and able to capitalize here in game 2.
There was a theme. Toxicroak just was not very good against Frosty AC's team.
Not this time.
In that situation, Frosty AC brought
so Frosty's brought Altaria every game.
Game number 1, AlphaFeed just completely
he's also brought
Toxicroak, but in game number 2, he had
Trevenant every game. So Trevenant Altaria is going to be decently weak to, well, it's actually not Shadow Nidoqueen on AlphaFeed's team. I think I would bring some sort of Sableye. You know what? I think I would bring Nidoqueen Double Dark. Go for the safe swap on Sableye, force a Scrafty out, and then farm down with Nidoqueen. Frosty baits a lot. I guess that's how you do well in GBL, though, right? So maybe he's more of a GBL player. You gotta be able to get your energy advantages somewhere. But yeah, he baited twice. But the first bait is a straight 50-50. The second bait is you need to catch back up on energy because you failed the first bait. And they're more than likely going to shield because, well, Frosty may or may not have known this, but winning the lead was pretty necessary so that G-Fisk could be on Altaria.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that Toxicroak, the only place that's really going to shine more than that Medicham is.
You saw Walrein every game. Oh, in Ultra League though, in Ultra League, Walrein is still really good, right? And people, more than that, people believe it's good, whereas people don't believe it's good in Great League right now, but it still is actually pretty good. The nerf isn't that bad. Literally, it's 1 extra move after every 9 moves, so it does come up, and you will lose some matchups that you would have won before, but it is more balanced, and I still think it's pretty good. So a lot of people way overcorrecting, and you're going to see so much Altaria in this tournament for sure. And like you can see on both of these teams, a lot of weaknesses to Ice, hoping that no one really brings the Walrein. I think if I was to bring Walrein, I would bring Shadow. The Shadow's still able to do a ton of damage.
So again,
yeah.
I think that we're going to be.
All right, let's see what teams they bring in here. Altaria, Sableye. Did the Nidoqueen come in? Oh no, really? Dark in the front, dark in the back. AlphaFeed's line is like really ABA, but
once again, it's going to be a soft loss. So
oh, you need okay, Frosty needs alignment here, but if he gets alignment, he just auto wins. Okay, so in the back for AlphaFeed is going to be Medicham and Umbreon. Umbreon obviously hard freaking loses to Scrafty. You just farm that matchup down, being able to double resist the dark typing, and Medicham hard loses to. Well, we'll see if he has Ice Punch. Maybe he can gain a lot of energy.
Is it going to be returned energy, not the return, but got all the way to return energy.
All right.
He goes up to the return. He might shield this. The shields kind of don't matter. Unless... I don't think the shields matter that much.
Does he want to try and get to one more move? Yes, he does. Alpha Phoebe says, my Sable-Eye is not done yet.
So whoever wins Switch is going to win this game. This foul play doesn't KO. So he's going to get farmed down. Then he's going to... It depends how low it gets, where the Metacham maybe comes in and farms down, but I think probably Umbreon's going to come in here.
I think, unfortunately, this is going to be a matchup of who wins.
But if Umbreon comes in, he has to throw a move, otherwise he gets to this Moonblast actually against both of these Mon. Both of these Mon have to throw the move. I think Frosty's got this in the bag. It's just 2 RPS in the back and winning the lead.
He will get a pretty nice snarl down here, though, Butters.
Yes, but at what cost?
I think this Moonblast does about half. I think it's like 45 to 50. Frosty, they both hard needed alignment. They both hard needed alignment. Oh, it does like 60%. Holy shit. And shields are all down, so this last resort, it does like 30. It does like 20, 28, something like that, 28, 30.
But it's only going to tickle that Scrafty.
Yeah, and here comes the swap into the Metacham.
Yeah, and that's GG. So he can just go Shadow Ball here. Yeah, Umbreon gonna be able to get a lot of energy on the backswing, but Frosty's hard got this, I think. Also, Umbreon kind of low. I think it's still 3 Seed Bomb range. But that's GG. Good call on Frosty to go down 2 shields in the lead matchup. Even if Alpha had just given those 2 shields and had a 1 shield advantage, it just wouldn't have been enough because the backmon are just so RPS. It's possible Metacham could have won the Trevenant matchup with a shield, obviously, but he would have just gone double Seed Bomb, done a little bit of damage, and then the foul play from Scrafty still would have KO'd Metacham. But it is interesting to note that would have been really close because although Umbreon hard loses that matchup against Scrafty, if Scrafty's already at like half life from the counter damage, you probably only need two last resorts, and Umbreon is still super thick and can try to go through that.
I can't believe it.
Looked like Frosty AC maybe had a little bit of the team composition, team calls advantage in that series.
Yeah, I gotta say, I gotta give it up to Frosty. Great job keeping his Mons that are weak to those.
All right, I want to look at the bracket a little bit.
He did have the benefit of nice leads in all.
Okay, so let's see. Purple Kyogre, obviously a streamer. I think this is his first regional event.
If I have to look back at game number 3,
like I said, Joe UX, a VGC streamer, #1 player in NA, just playing some Pokemon Go while the season won't start for 3 more months on the VGC.
That is nearly impossible to come back.
Frosty's a streamer. I'm not too sure who these people are. Silent Beast beat Chemcoop. He's a Texas player. Oh, he's not actually there. So -1 means they didn't actually attend the event. They signed up, but they didn't attend. Valor Ash actually lost to Silent Beast. So Silent Beast is probably pretty good. Valor Ash, obviously, the OG, the insane... Bye-bye, Umbreon. See you later. Obviously, Valor Ash, the OG, also a Texas player. Chemcoop's a Texas player. Okay, Pocket. Yeah, Pocket. We listened to that game. He lost to Purple Kyogre. Pocket, not a streamer, but literally one of the best Sylph players.
Would have liked to have potentially seen something like the Galarian Stunfisk.
He's gonna face Lewis.
Unable to do so though.
It's crazy.
Oh no! They stole this one. Poke Daddy Yui. I don't know this person. Alpha Phoebe versus Jingles. That's probably gonna be on stream. Jingles, one of the best players down in Florida, and Florida has an insane team of people. I think, man, I know I'm gonna mess this up, but I think it's like Speediest Chiefs, Jingles, Cochino Mom. Man, I know I'm missing a ton of players. I know they have like 7 insane players down there. Okay, do I know these people? No. I think we saw Mismatched play on stage. He seemed pretty good. Shadow Brady's insane. Shadow Brady in the losers bracket though. Who did he lose to? He lost to Nick S123. So Shadow Brady's really good. We met him in Milwaukee.
But we have to look at its fast move as
yeah,
well.
he's really good
That
on
fast
Sylph
move
Scene, so
already is a very
I imagine
low
he's
damage
going to make a
fast
run through the
move. And
losers
then it
bracket.
being double resisted by the
Joe
flying,
UX versus Valor Ash, this is a
it's
hype
really not
matchup.
gonna
I'd
do
stream
any
that
damage
match.
whatsoever. So you have to hope that your Rock Slide,
All right,
the
let's
two
go
of
to
them are
Group
able
B.
to knock out a flyer. In many cases, that is true. Not versus the Altaria though. Able to
Okay,
take
Nino,
two of those,
we
no
met him
problem.
in
And
we met him in
typically gets a 2 or
Milwaukee
3 charge
also.
moves. You have to
He's like a
invest
GBL
3
player.
Rock
He's
Slides to take it
he's
out.
got
Yeah,
insane
the mud shots
mechanics.
are almost
So
akin
I
to
expect
the
him to make
Altaria
actually a
almost.
pretty big run
Yeah,
here.
I mean, that's why it's good.
Derp
It feels
Ficus,
just
I
so much
believe
safer
he's
to bring
a
it out there. Because if you just brought it out blindly into an wall range,
I believe he's a high Sylph player. Breezy 1 2 3 5. I know he's high in Sylph also, but I can't remember if I can't remember if this is the Texas player or not. Bird Power, she's insane. We met her in Milwaukee. She got 3rd place in Milwaukee. Arrow's out. Damn, Arrow had a tough matchup. I think. Wait, I think he faced. Oh, he's not out. That's this is winners bracket. So yeah, he faced Dunebug round 1. Dunebug obviously is one of the best. Dunebug literally just running through. He'll probably get to the finals here in Group B. Who do we think he'll play? Maybe Bird Power, maybe Nino. Those are the two that I know are really good. Actually, Derp Ficus is good. Wait, Breezy's good also. So he's gonna face someone really good, obviously.
And that's the thing.
Ramblin' Man works with Go Stadium. Funshine's not there.
Amazing because we saw its neutral
Damn,
prowess.
I thought she was there.
Talking about it, but that was a
I wish her luck
example
this
where it
morning.
met up with the Sableye
Ghost
in
Burns
the
Red.
game.
I've
Both
seen
Pokemon use
him
double protect shields,
in
and I think
GBL before,
Sableye
but
is not, if not the best, is one of the best.
I guess
neutral
they
Pokemon
I
in
guess
Pokemon
they
Go.
combined
I mean, if we look
the
at the usage charts from last season,
Wadaj
Sableye
is
going
really
to
good.
be the
I
number
think
one.
they combined the
Walrein
seniors
obviously up there
division
as
because
well. But
Wadaj
Sableye is that
and
Pokemon that
Bird Power
regardless of the meta,
are
it
both
always
I think too
survives.
young to
In
be in
many
this
cases,
division.
thrives with its very unique type
And
of
Hot
Ghost
Pocket as
and
well,
Dark.
I
The
think
only
as
thing it
well.
really has to watch out for
So they
is
must have
going to
combined
be
the senior
berry.
division
We
back with
even
the master
saw,
division.
in
Same
that
thing they did
most
with
recent
Milwaukee,
matchup
which is why we
versus
saw Bird
Scrafty,
Power
which is
against
going to be
Dunebug
resisting the Shadow Claw,
and
resisting
against
the
Rise
Foul
as well
Blaze.
in the
Still had to
winners
respect
in the
that
winners semis
neutral
and the
return.
losers finals.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's just so
Wadaj
good.
is like
It
insanely
only
good,
has
but
to
again,
worry about
he's
the fairy type, 'cause
in
it
the senior
literally
division,
only
so
takes
I don't know if they can
0%
actually
damage
win
from
this,
fairy
like
types,
if they
and
get
now
the
we do
prizes
have
or
some other
what.
Pokemon with the fairy type available to them, so
Ramblin'
we'll
Man,
see
yeah,
how
we
that
said
shifts
works
out,
with
but
Go
I think
Stadium.
Sableye isn't going anywhere.
License
So
to
that
Draw
means
is very
if
good.
Altaria
Fraggin'
can
Wagon's a
win these
streamer.
neutral
He's really
matchups
good.
with
Actually, we're
Sableye,
going to do it with
that
him on
is
the
a huge
11th of
factor
October, I
for its
think.
success going forward. I'm kind of fascinated how
Desi the best. I
trainers
don't know
will
this
adapt to
person.
this.
Arrow
Maybe
started to
today
make a
will be
run
a
through the
first
losers bracket. I expect him to go pretty far. I don't know his team. I didn't get to watch. I don't know if that was on stream or not actually, but I imagine Arrow versus Dunebug would be on stream, but maybe the stream hasn't started yet. So, oh, there's a Group C. Oh, Cindy's here. Okay, well she won the Toronto Regionals. She's insane. I think in Worlds she ended up bringing some RPS teams, so I don't know about that. She brought Shadow Victory Bell, Wigglytuff. I don't remember the rest. But...
that we didn't even chat about yet that was,
oh, House Stark's here. We just put out a
not
video with
eligible
House Stark
for last
using
season was Buzzwole.
Cavalion Virizion
It is
in
bug,
in
right?
Ultra League. He went on a
Similar to Heracross,
17-0
but I
run,
think
a
it just has
19-6
better
day.
charge moves because it has the
To
Bite
hit
type being superpower, like you were mentioning
to
with
hit
Dragonite.
Legend.
It then
Oh,
has
not Legend,
Lunge.
Veteran.
Lunge is just an amazing
If he was
bug
Legend,
type
he'd be the
move.
first
Maybe
Legend.
the best bug type move
Yeah.
at this point because
Who else
it
is
does
in
a
here?
decent amount of
Swampert,
damage
really
and
big in
debuffs
GBL.
your opponent.
Inhoff,
So
she's a
Buzzwole,
streamer.
the
She's
problem is,
gonna make a
you know
huge
what
run for
hardball
sure.
Buzzwole-
I think she really likes
Altaria.
Tapu Fini.
Yeah,
Keeps bringing Tapu
absolutely.
Fini to all.
So it's good. Might have to
all
be
the
a
games.
little
I don't know
bit
if
till
that's
the
the way
meta
to-
shifts, till we're gonna see that Buzzwole
to go.
come in. But what I like about
Magic
it
Mason,
is
he's a
what I like
streamer. I don't know
about
if he's
a
streamed
lot
in a
of the
while. I
other
haven't seen
Pokemon
any.
types.
Mama
I think if you're
Climbs,
going
she's
to
a
be
streamer
bringing a
also.
fighter,
Met her
it
in
needs to
Milwaukee.
resist fighting. We see the
She
bug
seems
curves,
really
we
cool.
see
I didn't know
the
she was a
jams
streamer
due
when
to the
I
bug
met her in
typing
Milwaukee, but
resist
we were at
fighting
Rise's
as Buzzwole. So I think that's one of
Rise's
the
house, I
most
guess, just
key
like playing
elements
games
to
and
a
stuff,
counter
getting
user
on the
that you
boat,
bring is,
and
hey, it's gotta,
yeah.
it either has to resist
Rise has
fighting
a
or
sick
has to
house,
occupy a
but
different
after he
niche, something
won,
like
Rise
that.
had like an after
The
like a
first thing I
party at
think
his
about
house.
when it comes to
Pretty
counter
chill, loved it.
dynamic is, like, how many
I
targets does
Semi,
it have in terms of
he's a
steel
well,
types
he
or
used to be a
normal types that are
streamer.
really weak
I
to
haven't seen him
counter
stream in
ice
quite a
types.
while, but then again,
There
how
were
often
so
do I
many
stream
targets
before this
last
season?
So, like,
Shiny
if
Hunter
you
Ben,
just
he's
want
really
to have
good
the best
in
fighter, you would want
Sylph.
the king of fighters, you would want Medicham
We met
just
him. I
because
actually
it's
met
able to
him
resist the
in
fighting
Pittsburgh
and just beat
at the very
other fight
first
types
Mega
most
for
of the
Sylph.
time. So,
I did awful
right,
at that
in this
Mega.
new meta,
So actually, it was 2 tournaments back to back. It was Open Great League second, and the first one was whatever the Sylph Cup was at the time. I think it was. I think it was. It was the one where it was like a look back at all the tournaments previous, and I think it was Tempest. I don't remember. I have to go back and look. But yeah, I met him there. He's a cool guy.
That sounds like a lot of the meta. Yeah. But let's look at the normal.
He's in.
What else are we gonna see realistically? Not
Ghost Rider, don't know. The infamous Dave. Onion Frank, no freaking way. I feel like he just signed up, but he's not actually here. Onion Frank is like the GBL god. Plays the most RPS lines ever. Oh yeah, and the Pidgeot. That's what Hellstark was using. Pidgeot, Virizion, and Cobalion.
But I think we're going to be seeing more of it. And I think
yeah, Onion Frank uses the most ABA lines you've ever seen. All fast attacks. He's charming. He does Bastion, not in that way, but he throws charms. He's running Bastiodon. It's always like Bastiodon, A9, Medicham, Shadow Vic, like any of these combinations. Maybe even a second Charmer, maybe a second Razor Leafer. Sometimes Altaria. He's all about fast attack damage. We'll see if he's actually here. I don't know when this league's gonna start or whatever. Loves J. I don't think I know this person. El Cavissimo. I think. Oh man, I don't want to get it wrong, but I know he's big in the Pogo scene in general. But I forget if he's. I think he's a big time raider. Kind of cute though. That's an interesting name. That Truck is sick. Okay, these two have the greatest names ever.
All right. Well, I think
this one person has a buy. Sick. Wait, I don't think anyone else had a buy. This one guy has the only buy in the whole tournament. Wait, where are we? We're Scrafty. This guy, Donald Unova. Chirp Nation OG. I think this person's big on Twitter. I don't know though. Ferrixter is really good. He's a streamer. He's got a YouTube channel. Jimcorn, I have a feeling if Funshine's not there, Jimcorn might not be there. Or maybe Funshine signed up, then decided not to play. Or didn't make it. I'm not sure. Actually, I have a feeling they both said they were going to play. So now I'm kind of lost. Jimcorn's very good. Used to be a streamer. Very unconventional. Picks usually, he likes spice, but he is very good still. Okay, let's get back to this real quick. The game's going to start. We'll go back. We'll finish that bracket off after.
The Dragon Breaths, the Sky attacks really don't chunk too much, and then Moonblast, it's not really going to do that much either, but you're able to hit for super effective.
Yo, what's up, Imposter Flareon?
With your Ice Beam.
How's it going
You're
today?
Absolutely correct. It's not only that it beats the alternative
I don't know who's on stream yet. I
I
missed the intro of who these people are.
But save a move for a different Pokemon later. Same with the Alolan Ninetales. And I do have the other team. It is going to be PIPS, and it's going to have Azumarill, Medicham, Trevenant, Altaria, Galarian Stunfisk, and Lickitung. So actually kind of similar.
This is a super meta team. Super meta.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think that
Ivy Pips is running super meta. So wait, if we know it's Ivy Pips, I think I saw he was playing someone.
Alolan Ninetales is something that I would say its primary use.
Oh man, Joe UX out to Valor-Ash. This is a tough matchup though. So I know Joe UX was scrimming with Kuchinamon. He's only level 32 or 33. I saw my friends list, so definitely tough for him to make a team. But he did win one round, so that was sick. Unfortunate to be played against two really good people in like early rounds, Valor-Ash and Purple Kyogre.
Yeah,
okay, I want to make sure I get here before this game starts, but I want to know who's in this game. So it's PvP IV, no IV Pips.
Because in previous iterations of the meta, there was only really one answer. Kind of Registeel was the only answer to the Alolan Ninetales. But then there was a transition.
Oh, it's Derpficus. So, like I said, I think Derpficus is a really good Sylph player, from what I remember. I'm trying to get my memory to you. I don't think I've ever seen him at any other events, so I guess this is, well, I don't know who's who actually, so we'll see. Oh, another thing to note, it doesn't really matter, but usually when they're playing these when they have these play Pokemon shirts on, like you see this player has one of them on, is because their shirt has a logo on it. So this player also has one. So if your shirt has some sort of logo that they don't want to show on stream, or if you have a jersey, like we have a jersey on right now showing the team that we're on, they don't want to promote anything because they don't necessarily know what those companies stand for, I guess. They're probably just not in the business of promoting other franchises. So they'll put this shirt over your shirt, and you actually get to keep it. So that's pretty sick. The meta for if you're going to be on stage is make sure you bring a shirt that definitely has some other franchise on it, because you get a free shirt out of it. You get a free Pokemon shirt out of it, and it looks pretty cool. Save you $12, $15, however much it costs.
Have to worry about Walrein because there are going to be no Walreins, but I think the opposing team also has the Alolan. No, it does not have the Alolan Ninetales.
Are they going to show those teams on stream? I want to see the teams at the bottom. They usually put it like right at the bottom.
Makes the Altaria a little bit less safe because you know your opponent is bringing Galarian Stunfisk every single time because it's the only answer to your Alolan Ninetales.
You know what? I'm looking at Pip's team right here.
I really like this London Pikachu here, the top in the middle of the
Alolan Ninetales.
The play zone, I guess, and it looks like they both brought their own Pokemon. Oh, this is the is it Yipper? It's the Corgi Pokemon. I think it's a Corgi.
But I only see one really hard answer. So despite us talking about some of the flexibility that's been added to the fairy types with Fairy Wind and how they're able to pivot a little bit more to gameplay.
Show us the teams. Show us the teams at Riot.
I think that assuming that this is a Charm Alolan Ninetales, I think it might have a lot of play here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the fairies have a lot of play.
What's happening? How do I see the chat? Okay, there we go.
As these trainers are about ready to be getting into
Obstruct is such a bad move.
Not quite yet.
We did see someone with Obstruct, and they did get that energy. Everyone running the Sword of Justice, but I have like 10 candy for both. I mean, I definitely threw in a ton of rare candy to make sure my Cobalion got a second move. But I did that actually last season. I was running Cobalion in Ultra. So luckily I did have it already, but I was running it with whatever move it had before, which I believe was awful, but I can't remember what it was.
But something I'm actually looking forward to, we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but there's a new move that's going to be releasing here this weekend, Meteor Beam Butters. We have the September Community Day for Rogan.
Oh yeah, when is Community Day? Is that today or tomorrow?
It's going to learn the exclusive move Meteor Beam.
Yeah, and I think Rock type in the meta is something that desperately needs a little bit of change here. As we are going to be
Turtwig is on the left. It's a pretty neutral matchup. The only real questions are whether or not they go Earthquake or not.
Is that he has that Alolan Ninetales hanging out in the back, and it's not having to see this Galarian Stunfisk. We talked about its main counters, and this is going to be
it does look like he's going straight for the Earthquake. The one thing to note in the back is that this Galarian Stunfisk is really the only answer. Actually, if I look across all of Ivy Pip's teams, or all of his team, the only answer for Galarian Stunfisk is, the only hard answer is Galarian Stunfisk. Did I say that twice? The only hard answer for Alolan Ninetales is Galarian Stunfisk.
With tons of energy now, hard swapping in this Azumarill. A little bit of a challenging thing here on
ton of IP here, or energy to throw the return, and he is gonna come in with the Alolan Ninetales, probably because he knows that he's already seen the G-Fist, so just want to bring it into a matchup that you know is going to be good. And you win this matchup, and actually Turtwig is going to gain alignment here, but his Mon are kind of low, so well no, but he's down shields. You can get the full farm down here, and you can get the Weather Ball off. So the Sableye against Trevenant is going to be the key matchup here. But I think Turtwig has this because he's got a ton of energy on this Alolan Ninetales to throw in the Weather Ball.
I think this Trevenant is going to try to go for a full Shadow Claw down. You're going to have to give up both Protect Shields to do it, though.
Wow, if he actually gets the full charm, the full farm down here, it's going to be taking so much damage.
The nice thing here is that this,
if he lets this go, I mean, that's game also. But the thing is, he might have a lot of energy against the Sableye. Oh, he doesn't know it yet, but he does have to switch. Okay, this is a good switch. And this is some damage. But Dirtficus knows this is a Rock Slide. The question is whether or not he wants to take this damage. And what I would do is I would go up to 2 foul plays here, or all the way as much as you can. Okay, he went all the way up to the CMP. And he has the shield, so he will get to a move against the Trevenant, and that should be GG.
I don't even know that we're going to see the Medicham come in.
Because he's got the shield. Yeah, we definitely don't see the Medicham at all. But this was really well played by Dirtficus. Like I said, if he's the person I think he is, he's actually a really good Sylph player. So I imagine all the Sylph players have a really big advantage going into this because they've already done so many tournaments in their lifetime, and they know how the Show 6 the Pick 3 Show 6 format really works. Item bag full, that's a vibe. CDs tomorrow, better stock up on the Pokeballs. I'll catch instant spawns in Comday. Yeah. The thing is, okay, so I haven't tested positive for COVID, but if I do have COVID, I probably won't go out. But what are the other bonuses for for the community day? Is it, oh, I think it's half egg distance. That's a terrible one. So I don't care too much about this move. I am trying to catch as many Beldums as possible. Actually, I should open my app and make sure there are no Beldums around. Actually, I'm going to catch these Drillburs as well. I want to make a Metagross for Open Master League, because I might actually become our Master League specialist in factions. Where are all the Mon? I don't have any Mon around here right now.
So if I'm Pips, I'm bringing that Azumarill all 3 games.
Yeah, that's an important point. Remember last
Let's see. I have 100% Meteor Mash Beldum that I made actually during Worlds, because I actually never caught 100% during Community Day. So I got one, I guess. Well, let's see. When did I catch this? 7/9/2022. And then I got the move Evolve from Worlds. Okay, both Mon in the back. Well, this is the exact same team from Dirtficus, so he likes the strategy, I guess.
Yeah, Pips has a good opportunity to try to go for alignment here, which
so
will be crucial in the back line. Just going straight for the Sky Attack.
The thing is,
not even getting to Moonblast energy, knowing that Sky
obviously G-Fisk against A9 is pretty bad, but Azumarill not that bad against A9 either, especially when Dirtficus has used a shield already. Oh, he goes for the no shield. Oh my god, he can farm this down. Well, if he wants, he can shield farm down, and he goes for the CMP. That's fine.
You actually charge move priority here, so you're gonna lose alignment unless you double shield here. Here comes
Do you let this go as Dirtficus? You kind of have to win this, right? But you can't go shields down. But if you think there's a G-Fisk in the back, you have to shield this. So he does think there's a G-Fisk. You get big farm though, and you can use this against anything. Even if Azu comes down, it has to farm a lot. Azu's actually really good in this. But Dirtficus does have a shield. No, he doesn't have a shield. So if Azu goes for the farm down here and shields the return. Oh, he kept it. You have to come in G-Fisk. Okay, he gets up to a move and then comes in G-Fisk. Okay, I actually like that. So it does take 2 Rock Slides to KO.
And now this Galarian Stunfisk is exactly where it wants
you probably do one and then farm up to another move.
And it's gonna be able to start
you do have to remember the return is on the Sableye, so that does about 40% to Azumarill, 40-45. So we have to be a little afraid of that. But I don't think you throw the Rock Slide right away. I think you take. Okay. I would take another move there, but this is fine. Also, they have to do a lot of damage. It's probably gonna be Medi, right? And you're gonna get to this Earthquake unless they Ice Punch. Actually, Ice Punch wouldn't matter. I think Medi loses CMP. So it's gonna be Psychic. It is almost in play rough range.
I don't know that Sableye is going to get to the return. It's going to be close, but no, yes, we see the quick swap in the middle of the fast move and opts to go instead.
Oh, he's baiting. He's baiting. Oh, he calls the bait.
for the return, but does not throw it. And the foul
he looks up and is like, what the heck? It wouldn't matter though. Obviously, Psychic doesn't KO from here.
Good for Pips, and it takes this game number 2.
All right, well that's gonna
really interesting call on the bait. Really interesting team to go for the bait. It wouldn't have mattered though. That shield advantage from the lead held through the entire game. And like we said, Azumarill had a big chance against everything in the back. And then as soon as he swapped into the A9, the thing is, it's kind of weird to have swapped into the A9 because we definitely figured there was going to be a G-Fisk in the back. Otherwise, we wouldn't have double shielded the lead. But he was in a precarious situation where he didn't want to get fully farmed down by the Azu and wanted to keep that energy for a possible return later.
I loved that return to start out.
The shiny's super cool looking. Too bad there's no XP boost for the final level 50 push. Or you almost level 50? I'm actually almost level 50 as well. Oh, I was gonna tell you how close I am to this Beldon. Or the Metagross, rather.
It's so key.
Okay,
you have to land the return if you're gonna win the switch there. You're not gonna get to a return after even after baiting, you're just going to get Dragon Breath down eventually. So being able to
let's see, mine's 46.5. I need 131 more XL candies. I have 12, but I have probably 30 Beldums to trade as well.
Yeah, and you show
so I assume if I catch another like 50, I should be good. Oh well, 50 I'm obviously good. Maybe yeah, maybe 45, 50, 40 to 50. Yeah, how close am I? I think I'm like 5 million. 4.6 million from level 50. So yeah, I'm getting close. Maybe if the next community day is XP, I'll really get there.
Yeah, you know what they say, Butters? You can't beat him, join him, bring your own Azumarill. Great counter to Azumarill.
No, absolutely. It's going to be a team effort no matter what. And look at this. This is going to be Galarian Stunfisk versus
all right. Well, this matchup really sucks. Azumarill's huge in this matchup, and actually Altaria is kind of huge in this matchup as well. So this is going to be a question of baits in this matchup. But also IV Pips can kind of just give this up if he wants. You probably just go for the 2-shield, and then you can farm this down with Azu, and then Azu is really good against both things in the back. And Altaria is kind of good against both things in the back as well. Now we'll see if there's a bait going to come up here. And we'll see who wins CMP. Winning CMP here is actually sick because you get the first dibs at whether or not you want to, whether or not your opponent shields or not, and you know that you win CMP. So, considering you both led this, the energy is going to be exactly the same on both, and it'll be all about swaps. So one thing we did see is that Medicham does have.
And I think you did have to swap at some point because you lose charge move priority.
Does have Ice Punch, so I believe. Well, the Ice Punch is obviously double super effective against Altaria. So although the Altaria matchup's kind of shaky, he's gonna go up to full energy. I would have gone one more bubble here. Well, he actually did end up going one more bubble. It did look like he clicked it. Oddly enough, didn't actually click, it seems. This KOs. The thing is, even no matter what comes in, it's gonna get hit by another move on Azu.
The Galarian Stunfisk is actually going to try to go for a mud shot down because it's not really threatened by Ice Beam. I love this play because
it's not really threatened by Ice Beam. It is neutral. It's going to do like 35. Oh, it actually does a lot less than I thought.
Into a bunch of rock slides for the Altaria as you do just go for this tough fast move down, finally getting it.
I think you come in G-Fisk, you take that Earthquake, and then you're all in Altaria. I wouldn't go for a catch. Oh, he did!
Oh my gosh, what a catch.
Oh my god, he got the freaking Earthquake catch.
Swaps in the Altaria, catches the Earthquake.
Double resisted. Now
it's gonna get one Rock Slide off. Is this gonna get in range of Ice Punch? I don't know. This has been a really good matchup. This is round 2.
Ice Punch, and here it comes. The Medicham just needs to get to an Ice Punch. But
this is in range of Ice Punch, but it is going to get Sky attacked.
Okay, so this yeah, this Sky Attack is not going to knock out. This Medichamp's going to have to find a way.
If this gets to Rock Slide range,
Altaria, but like you said, knock out the Galarian Stunfisk as well.
This is not in Rock Slide range. Well, it's getting closer and closer.
It's going to have to find a way to do it with the counters and with the Ice Punch.
Okay.
This is going to be a close matchup.
You live the counters and the Ice Punch.
Still does have the
you live the counters and 2 Ice Punches even. Oh, no you don't. This is actually in Rock Slide range. I would just throw Rock Slide.
This is going to be an Ice Punch first.
It's actually close, but I think it is in Rock Slide range. You have to throw the Rock Slide. He's too close to another.
There's no timer available, so I think this is going to seal it.
All right. Well, we have, I think,
and I don't think that IV Pips is in Rock Slide range.
Galarian Stunfisk has any energy on the side of Derp.
This is a crazy matchup.
Get to this next Rock Slide, but maybe going for the Earthquake. No, Rock
yeah,
Slide is
GG's. Wow, this matchup was insane.
This Rock Slide for sure knocks out at this range.
Yes, the safer play.
The Azu had a ton of play here, obviously against all 3 Mon. And then,
and there it is. Pips wins game number 3 to take it 2-1.
We got to see the flashy plays there, Butters. I love it. We've seen a lot of traditional, just very.
But then the overtap almost cost him, I guess. But I don't think it did. Like I said, I would have gone 1 over anyways.
Yeah, amazing. That was probably the win condition. Right?
All right, let's look at the rest of the bracket, and then we'll play some games while we wait. All right, where were we? We're in
double resisted, not efficient, and that is why Pips was able to hold on with his.
Oh, they started playing?
Because he made the.
Oh, this person's not here.
Have efficient energy with just a fantastic catch.
Yeah. And
okay, let's go through it. Mostly cool. I don't know this person. Like I said, this person I know from Twitter. I don't know if they're good or not. Ready to Lose, I think, also Twitter. Verixter, he's a streamer and a YouTuber. Very good. Really mechanically insane. Jim Corn, like I said, used to stream a lot. Doesn't stream too much now, but still pretty insane. Loves unconventional Mon. But yeah, that catch was freaking insane. I agree, Michael Sanchez. That catch was amazing. Koiza Beast, I know them from Twitter also. Oh, DJ Enterprise, we met him finally at NAIC. Used to be a streamer. I think still streams actually. Does 2 different types of streaming actually. Does stream for Pogo and streams him just like DJing.
Yeah, in that scenario, it actually provided the perfect range for the Galarian Stunfisk.
Sounds expensive. Wait, what's expensive? I missed it.
10 mud shots off that little sliver of HP. If your Azumarill is still in
LOQM
yellow,
met him at Milwaukee. Very good player, obviously. Lyndon Ryu. Oh, Lyndon Ryu is also part of the Florida crowd. Really good battler as well. A ton of Sylph stuff. I think he's doing factions. Kaiser Tenor. Met him at Milwaukee as well. Great guy, just big energy, and yeah, he's a streamer. He also made it to Worlds. Was running he was running something weird, wasn't he? I don't remember now.
I mean, that's just the standout Pokemon. It's
Sceptile, I've seen him in wait, we got Sceptile versus Blaziken. Blaziken should win that. Super effective. But Sceptile does have Aerial Ace, so flying move. Boom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think I know this name, Sceptile Ace from GBL.
It just is like usually good against 5 out of the 6 Pokemon because there's always a Steel type pretty much. A Galarian Stunfisk.
Let me share my phone. We'll do some battles.
So but both teams ran the Azumarill. We still saw the Altaria, so Altaria didn't even mind those fairy types.
Absolutely.
I'll turn this down. Okay. This is the team I was trying out yesterday. It's almost the same as House Stark's team, which is the video I have up on YouTube. But we don't have a Rizian, so I'm just throwing Scrafty in that slot.
I cannot wait to see the rest of these games. I hope you all are.
I also can't wait to see the rest of the games. I wish that we faced someone that's actually in that tournament right now, but isn't bracket D or something. Okay, this is a tough lead. I decided to stay in. I'll probably shield the first move, Feather Dance, and just go for the farm down. Last time I played this matchup, they were running Dragon Tail, and they actually gave me priority on the first move. But oh, what? Okay, probably coming in Cobalion here, I guess. I'm actually gonna go for one more of these. Switch to Cobalion. Okay, so we resist the bullet punches. I know I think they have Iron Head and Night Slash. We resist both of those. I think maybe X-Scissor as well, which I think is also resisted. So we're going for the full farm down here. Now the question is, do we throw the Stone Edge into the Dragonite? We have a big energy advantage on... I think it's really weird to have gone Superpower there, but either way, we have a big energy advantage on Pidgeot. And we resist a lot of things that the Dragonite does. I think I'm just going to go Sacred Sword. I expect them to maybe shield because they want to Superpower us. Oh. Okay. Well, we almost have 3. Although I think they'll get to a move before we get to the next Sacred Sword. This looks like it probably does KO though. What was this? This looked like maybe Escavalier? Really just want to get the debuff on this thing. Nice. I don't care if they shield or not. Once we get this debuffed, we come in Scrafty, we farm down. They probably KO Scrafty with the Dragonite. I don't think they get to farm us down either. Yeah, no, they don't. I could shield this, but really no reason. Maybe we'll come in Cobalion then. No, no, we actually KO'd it. Well, now we definitely come in Cobalion. If they go for this, we won't shield anything. If they go for the Superpower, then they're going to be debuff for Scrafty. If they go for the Dragon Claw, we resist it and we get to a move. What nickname trick can be used once to evolve an Eevee into Umbreon and Go? Holy shit, I don't remember. Is it Tamao? Does anyone know in chat? I really don't remember. That was a long time ago. It was Tamao. I got it right. I totally forgot the evolution stuff for the Eevees. I definitely used that like the first day I figured that out, which was literally years ago. American Tutti. Swampert, yeah, having it here is good. We really wish we had Virizion though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. I'm gonna shield the first one. I think we CMP on the second one. Yeah, this is CMP. We lose CMP. That's okay though. I'm not gonna go 2 shields down here. Swampert's pretty tough for us. What do they have in the back? Maybe Cresselia? Cresselia might be kind of tough for us too though. I say might, it will be insanely difficult for us. I'm gonna let this go. I assume that we live this, and I'm gonna try to go for farm down. They get there in 2 gusts, so hopefully 2 gust KOs. It does not. Why did I throw? Okay, we'll just let this go. Because I already kind of threw the move, and I don't want to save a shield just to throw my energy here. We'll come in Cobalion. Okay. I should have thrown one more. This is really bad move timing. Probably this gets a shield though. I'm gonna actually shield this. No, it was obstruct. Oh, we lose. Oh, unless they don't shield this. And then maybe we have a chance. But I doubt it actually. We have to switch because of the defense drop. Probably they don't. Probably they shield everything at this point. That's gonna be GG. Because they're either gonna throw the psychic move, which is neutral, or 2 shields. 2 shield charmer, rip. And they didn't even need to use their shields. If we had saved our shield, what what would we have done? We would have been able to save this for... No, we would have lost this no matter what. What we had to do is switch out and take the... probably take the move on the Scrafty from the Swampert, because we knew that the 2 Gust wasn't going to KO.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2023 Pokemon Regionals Championships here in Baltimore. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm joined here by Stephanie Christine, aka DeFi250.
Oh, it's a sick lead.
It is a lovely day to be playing some Pokemon Go here. We have had so many
should go into Cresselia there. That's this is a huge mistake. Cresselia resists everything that this does, except Aqua Tail.
And as the day goes later on, we'll eventually get into Groups C and Group D. So if you're just tuning in now, don't worry. There's still...
It's okay, though. We might see the next Mon. We have to shield the next Sludge Bomb. They might go for a Crunch, though.
So you can take a look at twitch.tv/PokemonGo. You can also look at...
Okay, they're at 6.
At Play Pokemon on Twitter.
They did go for the Crunch.
Play Pokemon on Instagram.
Yeah, and you can
1,
use that hashtag
2,
PlayPokemon to join
3,
in on the conversation
4.
at home. And,
So they're 1 away from... Oh, we got the defense drop too. 1 away from the next Crunch.
Game changes about what we're expecting to see post-Worlds, what we're expecting to see post the game changes from the latest season of Pokemon Go, and I think the biggest narrative so far today has been...
I'm going to shield, but I think this is Crunch. Oh, it's actually Sludge Bomb. Okay, good shield, good shield. We might be able to get this back. What is this? This is like probably Skuntank. But that's not great, though, because this actually has Flamethrower. We have a ton of damage to throw into this. Flamethrower, probably not going to one-shot Cresselia, although it is a Shadow Skuntank, but it has no...
trained on the upper right of the screen and then making a very quick swap to make the catch.
I know. I looked away for 2 seconds to talk to somebody about something, and I looked back and I was like, wait, what? What happened? That's an earthquake going into an alternative.
Okay, probably we Feather Dance this, or we don't do anything. Shadow Ball's double resisted. I'm actually gonna Feather Dance this, go for a no bubbles just to reduce the damage, and then go for the farm down. Hopefully throw a Feather Dance into the Backmon.
You know, I see so many friends hanging out in the hall, people who haven't been playing yet, or maybe are waiting.
And then they have to throw something on Skuntank, or they'll take. Why throw another Shadow Ball? That's weird.
Speaking of fans, I am a big fan of some of the battlers that are on stream today.
Okay, we lost CMP, but they're really low on energy on the Trevenant.
So first we have Breezy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Breezy has a team of Trevenant.
Dang, if they get to the Flamethrower here, we're screwed. Oh, they let it go? That's weird. Trevenant doesn't do it. Oh, Trev down, actually. Okay. Oh, that was our 100th win. Oh, we're going to get to the next page, actually. Okay, wait. We're going to watch this, but...
Trevenant, a Best Buddy Medicham, Azumarill, Galarian, Stunfisk, and Lickitung. Lickitung is also Best Buddy, but not utilizing that Best Buddy boost for this round.
I was going to say, it's nice to know that Breezy can count to 5. I was expecting to see that Shadow Nidoqueen there, because this is a lot of people like to say. You go for 5 fast moves, and then you can get to the poison thing. But it looks like Bird Power is the only trainer.
Okay, the next time research is exactly the same as the first 2, 100 wins. So I guess all the time researches are going to be the same.
It is the ability to count the number of attacks that you're using. It's the ability to...
100th win. 200th, I guess, technically. Although it's probably more because I messed up.
Makes or breaks your matchup here, and as we go into this matchup in particular, given that these trainers
you can see I'm 4 wins ahead here.
Their teams, I think that those counts are going to be even more important.
Okay,
yes,
let's.
And it is such a challenge to be able to keep all of those counts in your head
bird power
all at
is
once. It's very
insanely
easy to lose
good.
track,
She's so mechanically good, it's crazy.
time,
She won the Milwaukee Seniors Division, got third in the Masters Division, but technically it doesn't count. But she did win the Seniors Division. She made it to Worlds.
Yeah, every single turn,
I did not. I don't think they showed the Seniors Division at Worlds, so I don't know.
Really, you just have to be absolutely.
I don't know where she
on your
placed
game and
in
just be
that.
paying so much close attention to either how the Pokemon is moving, you know, for their attack animation, or I actually will watch the health bars to see.
But her mechanics are insane. Who is this person? Was this licensed to draw?
You have to juggle mentally because you know it's not
licensed
like
to draw is a. I've seen him in GBL and on Twitter. Obviously, he's a known person. If this is them,
so it has those 5 turns of
I should look at the.
You have to keep that all in your head. You have to sort of manage how your Pokemon are aligned, manage.
Oh, it's Breezy. It's Breezy. Breezy also really good at GBL.
You know, this is my
usually actually in the high leaderboard.
And going into this matchup in particular, you know, I think that these trainers have to be very careful because they both
catching all of these mon. I need so much dust, y'all. I mean, I literally have no resources.
Very centralizing Pokemon in terms of alignment on teams. You know, you want to lock in your fighting type Pokemon in particular against the Lickitung or the.
I wish that during this screen they would show the teams in the bottom. I don't know why they don't.
Things, you know, I think that alignment's really going to be important in this matchup.
I definitely agree.
Because we could be analyzing the teams. We could at least know what we're looking at. You know what they're looking at rather.
We are getting ready to go here. I believe the battles are just kicking off now.
They are, and
Alright, I guess we'll analyze the teams afterwards. Nidoqueen into Noctowl is pretty neutral. I imagine in the ones Nidoqueen would win, but that's actually tough to say. The thing about Breezy though is he might want to be baiting out the or baiting this Nidoqueen out just because the backmon of G-Fisk really wants to see the Nidoqueen, right? Definitely this is going to be a shield here. Yeah, you always shield the first one. We'll see if they're actually able to win the ones. They definitely win the ones. They actually might win the twos as well. I believe Noctowl does not win CMP, but we'll see. Actually, it's 13 to the third wing attack, to the second wing attack.
So we see the defense drop and another Sky attack coming.
Wow, goes for the 2-shield. 2-shield farm down though means that when this G-Fizz comes in, they're going to be pressured. But this G-Fizz on Breezy's team is actually really good against the rest of the team. But I think you throw this Earth Power. Oh my god, goes for the bait. But you're going to dip into Lickitung here. Yeah, you dip into Lickitung, force them to swap. Actually, they tie to the Earthquake, right? Oh, good catch. But you come in, well, the question is, do you come in your own Lickitung? Or I think you come in G-Fisk at the very least to get a lot of energy advantage, because you need to catch back up. They're at the Earthquake on their G-Fisk. This is probably an Earthquake range. Maybe not, actually. It's going to get low. Maybe we'll see an undercharge and a farm down. Or if she thinks it's going to KO, she'll go for the full move. Okay, she undercharges a little bit. This is going to be a full farm down. Switch is going to be close to coming up for Breezy as well. That was such a good catch on the Lickitung.
And that Lickitung is nowhere near the enough energy to get a second.
Right, so we're gonna go for.
He's gonna get to he's gonna get to another one, yeah.
It gets to the power whip to be able to throw a second power whip.
A little bit too low of an undercharge.
Is this going to be enough for a KO? It is.
Doesn't KO though. Okay, it's CMP. It's straight CMP here. Oh, she wins CMP. So this doesn't actually KO. But it brings it down to like 1% or like 2%. Oh, it actually didn't do quite as much as I thought. And it was a CMP. Oh, it was a CMP on an Earthquake. So Breezy still has a lot of energy, but obviously it's just going to get licked down from this range. It's going to take more than 2 Earthquakes. And the Body Slam, even though it's resisted by the Steel typing, is going to be able to take this out.
So even though it will get to an Earthquake here, and probably bring that Lickitung down into the yellow, as soon as Lickitung gets to Body Slam, that should be more than enough to KO.
Right, so we are going to see the Galarian Stunfisk.
This was really good plays on both sides.
The first win of this set is going to go to Bird Power 13.
Yeah, Bird Power just showing
So
her
really good
experience
call
with Bird
on the
Power,
Poison
able
Fang
to really
actually,
mitigate the threat of the
because
Noctowl early
she
on in
knew
that
she'd
map,
be able
which
to
I
get
think was really
to
key. You know, we saw both these trainers lead
the
their,
earthquake,
more interesting picks, let's
the
say,
earth
because,
power
you know,
before
had
they
the
got
same
to the
backline,
earthquake, just the
into
amount
that
of energy
matchup,
advantage
and
there.
that Shadow Nidoqueen
So
was just
insane
able to
counting. I don't think I
capitalize
would have been
on
able to
that
do
a
that
lot
if I'm being
better than
honest.
the
Like I
Noctowl.
don't think I would have
Going into
known
game
that.
2, I think that Breezy still has to bring the Lickitung
But she
into
could have also
Galarian
caught the
Stunfisk,
earthquake
just given how well they match up against most of Bird Power
on her own
Pokemon,
Lickitung, but then she would have been in the same
think you might have
situation
to
that
consider making
Breezy
some
was in. But
adjustment
then we
with
know
that
now
lead. You know, maybe
that
consider
her
bringing
G-Fisk
Scrafty
wins
to try
CMP.
and, have
So if we ever
more,
get into
I
a
guess,
G-Fisk
attack power
G-Fisk lead,
against
which we might get
some
into in
of the
this
Pokemon
game,
on her side of the field, but
Bird
there
Power
really
has
is
the
nothing that
advantage,
can answer that
but Breezy
Shadow
knows
Nidoqueen
that,
well, and I
and
think that
it could
struggle is
easily
what we
be
saw play
like
out in
Bait
that game
City.
1.
Exactly.
Knowing that he
So
can't win
we are going to
CMP,
have to
he's
see
got to be able
how
to
these
gain the
battlers
energy back
make
in
those
some way.
adjustments.
So
Bird Power took
baiting
that
with a
first
less energy
victory.
move is a way
So
to
the
do that,
question
or
is, do I
trying to
play
catch on another
exactly the
Mon,
same, or do I
or
make some changes? It's all about
just
that
switching
game
right away and
chess
trying to
that's
get an
going
energy
on
advantage
the
in a secondary
background,
matchup
trying to decide
after a
what do I
switch.
think my opponent's going to do, what adjustment is my opponent going to do, and how do I adjust my own game to match that.
Oh wow,
You know, one thing
Breezy
that
with the
Bird
double
Power could
steal is
consider
interesting.
doing is
Lick double
switch
normal
in
typing as
that
well with
Medicham
Lickitung
for
and
possibly
Noctowl.
the Nidoqueen or the Galarian Stunfisk.
They're gonna
You know,
be
I think she has a
Breezy's like
comfortable of enough lead
pretty much
after that
showing that
game
he's
1
very
to
good
make a few
against
adjustments of her own and just
Sableye
try and catch Breezy off
and
guard.
well
But if
any
Breezy's
ghost
able
types
to
to be
call that
honest.
and just leads the
With the
Noctowl
Lickitung,
into
Noctowl,
Medicham again,
and
that is
Registeel.
going to be
But
a huge disadvantage in terms of alignment right off the
Bird
start.
Power
She'll
actually
be the
not
first
bringing
one forced to
Sableye,
switch,
which
and
his
as a
team is
result,
really good
Breezy
against.
will be able to find the alignment
But the
that she
Trevenant
couldn't
is
get earlier on
around
in the
there, so we have
matchup,
to be
and
worried about that
unfortunately
one.
for both of these
So
trainers,
Medicham
it's
into
exactly what we're seeing
Noctowl,
play
this
out in the
you can win this in the
Sceptile.
twos, I
All right, so we
believe.
have the Noctowl
The question
into
is
the
whether or
Medicham,
not
and we're
she
seeing an
wants
automatic
to
switch into the
attempt to be in that
Lickitung.
matchup.
Noctowl
So
actually has a very good
Lickitung into
matchup
Noctowl is
against
an
Lickitung
interesting one as well.
as Noctowl is a normal type, but here we see
It's a good
very
catch,
on the part of Bird Power,
but
catching,
interesting
a
to
body slam
show
on
the
Galarian
Stunfisk here,
And
because
this is the inverse of what we saw close out game 1, where
you
the
know that
Galarian
Medicham's in the
Stunfisk is able to
back,
just sit out on
so
the field
I guess he
against
just
this
wants his
Lickitung,
own
get up all the
Stunfisk to get
energy it
low,
needs, and really
not
take
give a
these
lot of
power
farm to
whips
Medicham,
well
or
enough. So I
switch out
wouldn't
of
be
the
surprised to see
matchup
Breezy go for a
into
couple of
the
earthquakes here.
instant
Now, Bird
Sky
Power
Attack.
does have the shields available to stop those earthquakes, but if she invests
Yo,
too much in
Lickitung,
shields
what's
early
up?
on, I don't think she'll have the bulk needed for the Medicham.
Yeah,
and the
I think he
Shadow
just wants his
Nidoqueen to find
Stunfisk to get
the
low,
support
I
they need.
agree.
So this is a very tough call for her to make already in this match.
Right, so we're seeing the Galarian Stunfisk health slowly whittle down, and here we are getting into
And you don't need
moves,
switch
and
here
we
on
see
Bird Power, so she's gonna go for the
choosing
farm
to
down with
let
Medi
the
here.
Lickitung go,
They're not gonna get to
allowing
another
this
earthquake. They
to
might get to a rock
connect,
slide, which really
and
doesn't
then
matter
we're
at
gonna
all.
wait
And then it's
after
all in
that
on Nidoqueen
patience,
at the
waiting
end.
for the switch timer to
Probably won't
run
even
out
shield
before
when the
likely
Noctowl comes in.
bringing
I would just
the
literally
Medicham.
all in on
That's a really tough
Nidoqueen. If
switch
you look at
to
the rest of their
make, though,
team,
as given how
besides the
quickly both
G-Fisk, the
trainers
Nidoqueen
switched
is
early on in the matchup, Breezy's switch timer is up
really
now
good
as
against everything
well.
here.
So
So I think you
while
just
Bird
take the
Power will
first
have
one.
the opportunity to
Interesting.
adjust here, Breezy can
Medicham's
easily
also
switch
obviously
his
good
own
because
Pokemon as a
they
result
do have a
of her
Lickitung in the
switch.
back.
Will
But I
shield
think
this
2-shield
first
Nidoqueen
Sky
would have been
Attack,
really
which
good
I think is
here. I
very
guess you're
important,
forcing
and
shields as
does
well,
get
or
you
you're
enough
getting it
energy
low.
for an Ice Punch, which Breezy lets go. So Noctowl should be
And
able to
then
take this, but
Nidoqueen does
already a ton
beat
of chip damage down on this
Lickitung.
Pokemon that's really problematic for her.
All right, and
I
we
think
see
you
the
have to let this
Medicham
next one go on
continuing to
Medicham
counter
now,
down,
right?
putting in a lot of neutral damage against
Okay,
the
yeah.
Noctowl,
She's going to
and
save her
here
last
comes
shield for
another
Nidoqueen.
Sky
I mean, I'm
Attack.
looking at the rest of the
Medicham
team by
should be
Breezy's
able
side,
to
and shields up.
survive this
Nidoqueen's
one,
kind of
going
insane.
down into the red,
Especially
putting
with
off the
G-Fisk
KO
gone.
for now,
And they'd
and
probably
able
get the
to
shield
swing
here.
another Ice Punch. So
Might be
Breezy
worth...
is going to choose to shield this one as
Well,
an
I
Ice
think
Punch
she
would likely
outpaces to
be
the next one,
just
right?
enough.
Oh, okay.
Both these trainers down to a single shield, and now it's time for that Shadow Nidoqueen to shine, as it will get to a Poison Fang relatively quickly. Breezy
Okay.
sending in the Lickitung
Breezy
to take the
has a
first
Sky Attack on
but,
Noctowl.
you
That's
know,
good to
Shadow
note.
Nidoqueen doesn't mind having a couple shields or a bulkier
The thing
Pokemon
about
at this
Lickitung
point in
here
time,
is
as
the
it's
bulkiness is going to be pretty good. The only thing you also have to be worried about is that you're also super low on Nidoqueen, so you probably have to shield, yeah. And then whether or not the Noctowl with the Sky Attack is going to be able to take out Medicham and Nidoqueen. This doesn't KO, but then you get farmed down. But she also gets to the next one, which does KO. Oh, this is a mistiming here. She could have taken this out.
Yeah, that Lickitung was just a couple of
does he still have a shield though?
Earth power on the Shadow Nidoqueen. And while the defensive drops are going to be nice here for the Medicham in terms of increasing its damage, it's just
I think she could have thrown one CMP.
And as a result, Breezy ties up this set 1-1. You know, I think Medicham
Probably
was an
no.
interesting adjustment
I think it doesn't matter because I think he throws the Sky Attack onto the Nidoqueen and then still is able to farm down before Medicham gets to an Ice Punch, which I believe he was 5 away from. So yeah, that was really well played.
Maybe if Bird Power had led it in the back and maybe left the Shadow Nidoqueen behind, it would have been a little bit more favorable. But overall, I think Noctowl is enough to scare away Medicham for this.
I wonder if we see Azu here. Azu's obviously pretty bad against, like extremely bad against Registeel, depending on the moveset, but I believe most Azus are going to be running Play Rough for the other Azus, and then Ice Beam for any number of grass types or flyers, especially this being an Altaria meta, definitely going to have Ice Punch. Trevenant is also like going to be on a lot of teams, and you also need the so you need the Play Rough for the Azu mirrors, the lanterns, and possibly the wall rains that don't exist. Ice Punch also good against Nidoqueen, that's true.
And that was an alignment that Breezy was able to deny Bird Power in Game 2, and as a result, it was a much more favorable outcome. So going into Game 3, even if we do see both these trainers run the same 3 Pokemon as we saw in Game 1, most likely Breezy will learn from how that played out and try and make an adjustment sooner. You know, maybe he'll
so G-Fisk is coming every game. It's his only real answer to Nidoqueen. So the question is, do you go...
perspective, I really think you have to leave the Medicham behind. You know, I think it was a good attempt at getting a victory and just making a hard call, a hard read, if you will.
You could go, well, you could go anything. Literally, it's literally Nidoqueen and 5 things that are good against Stunfisk. So then we have to look at the other side, and Lickiting's pretty good. Actually, I feel like Trevenant's really good, although we have seen Lickitung on Breezy's side every game as well. So maybe it's just going back to that first game team, maybe a Lickitung lead or a Nidoqueen lead with Nidoqueen and Lickitung in the back and a Stunfisk. So I think she'll go back to the same team of 3 for the first one. Maybe the placement will be different.
And it's an interesting lead as it's going to be facing off against that Noctowl.
She goes Azu. Azu's sick here.
Again with the Lickitung and the Sableye backline. We'll switch in that Lickitung immediately, but Shadow Nidoqueen is the adjustment from Bird Power.
I mean, this wins this matchup. This matchup's actually insane for Nidoqueen. So you can throw this first one, shield their first move, wait till the very last second to throw your next move. If you think they're throwing Power Whip. If you think they're throwing Body Slam, I guess you just take the Body Slam. Oh, no, that's not great, because now he's going to go for Power Whip for sure. But this basically KOs, I think, in one more. I think one more Poison Jab, actually. So, oh no, 2. So they go for another Body Slam. Oh, you can see she's kind of distressed here. Body Slam, I don't think KOs. I think this is okay. I mean, do you think G-Fisk is going to come in here, though? Yeah, you have to go for this. So I think you actually... Oh, yeah. Wait, she's got G-Fisk. Yeah, you come in Azu here, and you just get far. Especially with the weekend...
and against the Azumarill, I feel like maybe you just stay in.
I guess you just take the Earthquake.
Really want the Noctowl to align against that either, but Noctowl does come out.
Okay, now is a question of if you can gain back shields. You have to remember that G-Fisk does have Earthquake in the back. This is actually going to be a lot closer than you would think. I think it's going to take 3 Rock Slides to KO this Noctowl. Noctowl's just very bulky, even though it's a Flying type, taking super effective. The Mud Shots are literally just doing 0 of those, so you're going to take 2. You're going to end up taking 2 Shadow Balls. Maybe you do go for the Farm Down though, because it's the only way you can really make sure that you live this. But she has... Oh, does she have the 2 shields? If she has the 2 shields, it's obviously over. Oh, yeah. It's super over. This doesn't KO. and I don't think you get the farm down. So maybe if Azu's back up, you swap.
So I think
maybe you just throw. You have to make sure not to get caught on either.
And just hope that you can get to the earthquakes
Okay.
faster than your opponent. But that's not
You switch straight to the Azu, and you maybe have a swap to catch. G-Fist does have Earthquake up.
Yes, Breezy does have double shields here, but
He did take a lot of damage. Breezy did take a lot of damage from the Poison Fang bubbles.
And sending in the Azumarill to just start dealing that chip damage.
Good call on the Earthquake. That's actually already insane. So it's going to take 2 Ice Beams to KO from here. So 4 Ice Beams. No, only 1 shield. So 3 Ice Beams versus 2 Earthquakes and a shield. So 3 Earthquakes. Yeah, and I think Azu had no shield. Oh, she used the shields. Oh, he had the 2 shields. Okay, so it's going to take 3 total Earthquakes versus 4 Ice Beams. Gotta watch out for a catch. G-Fist coming back up for Bird Power here soon. But an Ice Beam doesn't KO from here. She could go for a CMP, like a dirty swap here, if she knows.
Especially when you're playing at home online in the ladder. But for now, Ice Beam is dealing plenty of enough damage here. The rocks or the Earthquake will connect with the Azumarill.
Does this KO? It's pretty close. I think it does KO. I think this is GG.
On her own Galarian Stunfisk. So this might be a little bit closer than she intended. Oh no!
Oh man.
That Galarian Stunfisk actually only had 1 HP of health, so because she wasn't able to catch that, unfortunately she did lose the match. But what an incredible play by both these trainers, and congratulations to Breezy, who really looked like
oh man, she's really hard on herself, it seems like. But I mean, this was a pretty well played game.
In Bird Power's favor, but even with that adjustment that Bird Power made, that line of 3 that Breezy brought every single time, the Noctowl.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what really could have been done. I don't think there was a lot of, I don't think there was many bad plays here.
That was just amazingly well played by both of these trainers. You know,
yeah, I think Breezy just played this pretty insane.
Managed that really well. I completely just
with the G-Fist plays here. The G-Fist plays was pretty insane.
1 or 2 HP left.
All right, let's do some more GBL.
And, you know, she
oh, I
tried
think
so
my
hard
phone
to go for
disconnected.
that catch, but just was a little bit off on the timing. And that's why this counting is so important. Because if you're like a half second late on those switches, you know, your opponent's charge move will connect. You'll get the knockout on the thing that you don't want to get knocked out. And that's just how the game is played, unfortunately.
Right, and so many of these matches are so close. It can come down to that half-second turn, which makes these so exciting to watch.
All right, it's going to take them a while to get the next matchup up, so we'll go into some battles here. Rock and Roll, probably not worth me getting the pass since I don't know if he'll be out there or not. All right, we're 2-1. I think, if I remember right, we messed up the one we lost. We got to remember, if they switch into Drapion, we have to go in Cobalion. That matchup's freaking insane.
You can still do your best, and it's, you know, it's not like the tournament's over just yet.
Right.
I really thought Breezy had it. I mean, he did have it. he did win. He did win. So, good call. Good call. Yeah, he was going to bring G-Fisk every game, but I guess we didn't have that hard of a G-Fisk counter. But everything like did okay against G-Fisk, right?
I'm surprised we haven't seen more Azumarill.
Probably worth staying in here.
I know that Azumarill has a neutral matchup
2,
Shadow
3,
Nidoqueen, but it is a neutral matchup.
5,
you know, I think that
6,
Shadow
7.
Nidoqueen is really the only poison type Pokemon that
Oh
we're
man,
seeing
if they have
right
freaking
now.
Stone
Yes,
Edge.
there are the Ariadoses of the world out there, but I don't think that's going to be something we see today. So I'm surprised we haven't seen more Azumarill. I'm not surprised.
Okay, they're at the next move. I'm probably just going to swap Cobalion here.
You have to keep in mind about competitive Pokemon is that some Pokemon are just good.
Because they're going to want to stay in this matchup. Nidoqueen's actually insanely good in this matchup. They throw their energy. They're at 1. But we're going to get it out of here. Scrafty.
And, you know, being able to see those Pokemon
They're at 5.
do well.
This matchup's obviously really good for Scrafty. So maybe Lickitung in the back, or Snorlax, or Umbreon. So something Scrafty's going to be good against. We do get to one more Sacred Sword here, which probably will pressure the second shield.
but I'm sure there are people out there planning on it. You know, I think
the only thing we really have to be worried about is a shield here and then a KO onto Pidgeot.
Expect less wall rain, knowing that it could be safer to bring in a Azumarill or possibly a Altaria on their team.
So
I'm hoping we see more surprises like
but
that.
I also don't want them to just.
Today, so I don't know. Was that more than you were expecting? Was that
I don't want
less
them to
than you
pup
were
either.
expecting?
That's more than I was expecting,
Right,
but I am excited about it.
Probably
Noctowl
have to
is
shield
such a
this.
fun Pokemon. It really shines in limited
If they
metas,
pup, they get to another pup.
because of its bulk.
Absurd.
And it has access again to that Shadow Ball Sky attack. And Shadow Ball
Okay,
is
they
a
didn't
pretty
get to it.
recent move
What's the
that
last
they got in
mon?
one of
So
the
I think we need to leave this for the
recent
Brave
season
Bird if
updates
they
that
swap into anything
really
but
helped it out.
Nidoqueen.
Before that, its other move was just
If they swap into Nidoqueen, we just have to.
and that's okay, but Shadow Ball just hits so much harder.
Yeah,
Good
you know,
catch.
I've been on the lookout for a
Oh my
Hoot
God,
that I
it's
can evolve into a
Cresselia.
Noctowl since the adjustments came through. Because I was like, that's one of those Pokemon that I need to hunt down. So maybe I'll go on an adventure after this and use that
3,
incense to see if I can
4,
get lucky. But we're
5,
lucky enough to
6,
have our next matchup
7.
all ready to go on stage. So why don't we go take a look at our next
Is it worth
two
shielding here
competitors
because they
here
get
at
to
the Baltimore
2?
Regional Championships?
Well, maybe they don't get to
Competitors
2.
that we have on stage. We have Dunebug
2,
97
3,
versus
4,
Jacklyman,
5, 6. No, they do get to 2.
These two
Damn.
battlers,
Good
I'm
catch
very
by
excited to
them.
see
I really
what
wish I
their
had Feather
teams
Danced.
are.
If I Feather
Dunebug
Dance there, I
was
actually probably
featured,
live.
in the Worlds tournament, I believe. Dunebug went to
Wait,
Worlds,
it's not
also
over.
played in
Wait a
the
minute. If
Pokemon
this
Go
dies to
Championships
2,
in Milwaukee. So what Dunebug is bringing
Gusts?
today, Dunebug has Azumarill, Trevenant,
Okay, wait a minute.
Galarian
I think we
Stunfisk,
undercharge this and we
Shadow
try to get
Nidoqueen,
to.
and Altaria versus Jacklyman.
Oh, the switch was up?
Has Swampert,
Damn.
Purified Sableye, Mandibuzz.
Damn, it's because we threw a
Shadow
move, so they were at the
Venusaur,
next one.
Galarian
Yeah.
Stunfisk,
GG.
and Alolan
Damn.
Ninetales. So a little bit of different picks
Well,
here.
Scrafty
I'm
does super
particularly
effective
interested in the
against
Mandibuzz
Cobalion.
and
You do
Shadow
super effective
Venusaur.
back,
Shadow
but they
Venusaur being
used a
heavily
shield, right?
featured at Worlds
But
in
Power Up
London
Punch
with
obviously
Ukasagi.
makes their
Yeah,
counters
and
do
both of those
insane
Pokemon
amount of
are
damage.
Pokemon that really appreciate that wall rain's no longer around. I mean, we've spent so much time talking
All
about
right, we got
Altaria, but it's not
Dunebug.
the only,
We actually played
Pokemon
Dunebug
that
in
flies
Milwaukee
that
on
has
stage.
a
Oh my
better
gosh, we had
matchup
so
right
many
now
problems with
in
our
meta.
phone, or with my.
Mandibuzz,
I should say,
very
I had so many
bulky
problems
dark
with
type
the
Pokemon,
phone
you know,
that I
really
was
can
using.
help with your,
But we
meta
eventually got
champs
on
of the
stage. I
world.
think we on the
And,
third
it
attempt.
does
So
benefit a lot
I
from
was
the fact
technically
that
on
wall
stage
rain is
6
no longer
times,
around to
3
counter.
times on
So
broadcast.
looking at this matchup in particular, you know, you do have to worry about a play rough or an ice
All right,
from the
let's.
Azumarill. But otherwise, you have a fantastic matchup against Trevenant. You have a decent matchup against Obstagoon, as you will be taking neutral damage from the counters. And I think really could open up some interesting alignment opportunities for Jacklyman overall in this game. I would love to see the Shadow Venusaur. I don't think this is quite the matchup for it. Unfortunately, you know, yes, it would face off great with the Azumarill and has a neutral matchup against the Trevenant. But overall, I feel like Galarian Stunfisk with the Altaria, with even the Obstagoon, those are Pokemon that it kind of struggles to deal damage against unless it already has that energy charged up. So I think we're going to see yes from Mandibuzz. I'm not sure if we're going to see Venusaur. That is my assessment of the situation.
What I am very interested to see from the
All right,
Mandibuzz
I'm
is
back.
what
I'm back.
fast forward is going to be
Yeah,
running,
Dunebug is obviously
because
insane.
Mandibuzz has
Dunebug,
two
yeah, he
fantastic
got
fast
second in
moves
Milwaukee,
available
made
to
it to
It
Worlds.
has Air Slash and it has
I think he
Snarl.
went
So
2
we
and
have
2
the
at
dark
Worlds,
and
or
we have
I don't
the
remember
flying type,
exactly,
which
but
can be very beneficial depending on
obviously
what your
Worlds is very
opponent
tough.
is running. So it is going to be very
It's got
interesting to
the
see
another
what
Play
Jacklyman
Pokemon shirt.
committed
Oh
to
wait,
at
I didn't see the
start of this
opponent. Who's the
tournament,
opponent?
because
Do we
you
know?
cannot TM Pokemon. You cannot
I
teach their
don't
fast
recognize
moves
this
in
person.
between
Fantastic beard though.
Yeah, and I think that astute trainers may have remembered that Snarl was actually one of the trivia answers.
Jacklyman? Oh, this is winner semifinals. Oh, this is gonna be a good one right here. Nino versus Breezy. That's an insane matchup, and then this matchup's gonna be really insane too. What is this, Group B? Group A. Oh, Valor Ash got knocked out.
And you can get the little extra energy boost that it gives. But we'll see
Valor Ash
what
out in
Jacklyman
losers,
was
so
expecting
he's
this
just
tournament.
completely
I
out.
think Mandibuzz is just one of those calls you make going into team preview, you know, you look at the meta. You look
Frosty still alive. They'll probably wait for these matches to show on stream since they're the semifinals of the winners bracket in A, and we're obviously in the winners bracket of B right now. Oh, okay, we got it. A9 versus G-Fisk. Uh-oh. If they bring in their own G-Fisk, you got Azu. If they bring in this, you probably have to go... Well, he's going to stay in. He's going to go for an Earthquake, or is he going to go for the Rock Slide bait? He's going straight for the Earthquake. This is actually really tough for Dunebug at this point, right? So... Really? Oh, this is bad. This is so bad now. Because now you have G-Fisk and A9, which can both destroy Altaria. And, well, it's actually kind of close, because G-Fisk versus G-Fisk is obviously going to be very, like, bait dependent or energy dependent. And I think Dunebug is out of energy. But he's on the second. No, he's got a little bit of energy, so he's going to get to that Earthquake first on the first one. And then it's going to be a CMP on the second one, I believe. Oh, gets baited. So a return doesn't KO from here, but now he gets to make it to this return, which is nice. Oh, this is weird. So actually really like this play from Jakely, man. It looks really strange on paper, but now he's baiting back out the G-Fisk. And he's going to get this G-Fisk lower, and he's going to have his own G-Fisk to possibly do something against this. But the Azu does have a move now, so that's interesting to note for the G-Fisk, even though it's only going to be an Ice Beam.
So I think setting himself up to have a late game play rough against that Sableye. For now, though, Rock Slide against this Alolan Ninetales, that's more than...
You probably come in Sableye here.
Right, so Galarian Stunfisk,
and this is going to be in range of Foul Play, so you can farm 5 and then throw Foul Play.
Is it going to be the Sableye or the fully healthy third Pokemon, which has...
No, you have to throw, Okay. This actually really saves Jakely, man, that his switch wasn't up. If he actually switched in there, it would have been really bad.
To faint to the foul play. So
in fact, you probably let your Sableye go down here.
That, as you mentioned, Gabby, has energy available to it.
Okay, you go up to the return and then you switch, right?
Really tough spot for this Altaria to be in, as the Galarian Stunfisk is
so, do you shoot the Moonblast here, or the Sky Attack, just to do a little bit of chip damage and try to get this down to Ice Beam range? But you're never going to get this to Ice Beam range, or... Yeah, so Sableye still has a return or a foul play, whichever one he wants, probably return. And it's going to take, I think it takes 3 Rock Slides to actually KO this Altaria. Beard recognition. Beard recognized beard. I mean, does this KO? I mean, the Ice Beam's going to KO at this point, so you do have to make sure that this gets down, because your Sableye is super low. It's not that low, I guess. Okay, this isn't that bad. Is this Azu going to be in foul play range if you go for... Oh, we overtapped. The bubble took it out first. You have to, I think you have to foul play here. Going for the foul play, but the Altaria is Altaria in foul play range? I don't believe it is. But can you make it to the return?
Against this Altaria, that's not going to be enough damage, and gets the
oh my gosh, the overtaps. Oh my gosh, his G-Fisk must be really high ranked for defense or something, because it barely lived. Seeing if there's any disputes, because he was at the move each time, but there was nothing to dispute there. Jakely just overtapped.
We are going to have to see what adjustments these trainers are going to make going into this next battle.
Wow, Shadow Venusaur, eh? So is this the team Dunebug won Milwaukee with? It does have the Obstagoon still. I'm trying to remember, because I did play against him. I believe he had Swampert, so he definitely had Swampert.
as well as
I
the
don't
Azumarill.
think there was an
You might be a
Altaria
little nervous
either.
to bring
So
Mandibuzz
a
in.
little different. I think he had
the
he had
Altaria
Reggie
as
and
well, you know,
Swampert.
looking at the 3
So
Pokemon
I
that Doonberg
don't think
brought
he
to that
had
matchup, he
G-Fisk.
essentially brought
I don't
2
think he had
Fairy-type
Azu, and I
Pokemon,
don't think he
a
had
secondary
Altaria, but I
type,
can't
mind
remember the
you,
last
but
one.
still counts, sort of. And then also the Galarian Stunfisk. So between the Moonblast, between the Play Roughs, and between the Galarian Stunfisk as a Pokemon, there just was so much coverage against that.
That was so
Mandibuzz.
close.
I
Yeah,
don't think he
Jake
took
Lee
that
could have won
risk,
that one.
which is unfortunate because that does
Because if he
open
gets
up
the Earthquake off, then
opportunity for
the
Doonberg to use
Azu
that
gets
as a
pretty
potential
low.
one
He
to
gets
get
to
two.
farm down
Given
with
that he had
or
such
it
a
KOs actually.
anti-Mandibuzz lead,
It
if he
KOs the
wanted to
Azu,
maybe
and then
bring
he
some
has
of
the
Pokemon
return
on his
ready
team that
for
would
the
do well against Mandibuzz in this game
for the
too.
Altaria,
And
which is what he
Jacqueline
was trying to
Man
get
is
to
just
as well.
focusing on the fact that he had
That's
3
really tough.
counters essentially to Mandibuzz in game 1. That opens the door for that opportunity. You know, it's definitely a tough prediction to make, but given Doonbug's experience, you know, having been at the World Championships, I think that, you know, that's probably the most confidence you would have going into a
Yeah,
matchup like
Doonbug
this.
is,
You know, like, I have this experience. I know that my opponent is most likely going
That was
to
cutting it
lose.
close, and he's
Maybe
probably
I can bring something else on my team
pretty
that I
lucky
otherwise
here,
couldn't,
but
knowing
also
that
well
the
played.
Mandibuzz is just gonna be
He
left
didn't do
far, far
anything
away
out
from
of
the battlefield.
out of
And
pocket
that's
or
why
anything.
sometimes you have to make that aggressive call and think, Dune is gonna think I'd be crazy to bring my Mandibuzz in now. So
That is true. He has a Mandibuzz. This team's kind of weird. Swampert and Venu do go pretty well together. I think I would rather have Shadow Swampert, but that's fine, I guess. That's neither here nor there.
Again, we have some Pokemon we haven't seen yet, so I'm very interested to see what these battlers are going to bring in. And we are off to the races. Here comes Trevenant into Sableye.
Okay, Trevenant to Sableye. This is obviously good for the Sableye. Damn, the G-Fisk in the back is awkward for
I mean, what
okay, this actually, you might not know it. Jake Lee might not know it, but this is actually really good for him. He doesn't want to bring in Venusaur though. Yeah, now it's going to be really tough in the back. You go for CMP right here. Really good playing here by Jacqueline. This KOs. Okay, you have to shield on Venu. Oh, well now he goes for Rock Slide. I guess now you can let it go.
So here we have the rock
well,
slide.
there's going to be 2 Rock Slides either way if he goes for 2 Rock Slides. So we'd have to shield 1. And now he knows this is a Rock Slide for sure. You can let this go. And you can get probably 4 more ticks of farm.
Yeah, the nice thing here is that just looking at how long the Galarian Stunfisk
really good counting by Jacqueline Man. I don't know who this person is, but they are doing everything right as far as timing. Only thing is this team comp he's chosen is actually so weak to Obstagoon. Seed Bomb doesn't KO from here. This might KO. So he's going to go for a full farm down. Probably have to come in... you can't really come in anything. I think you just get farmed here. So shields are down. If he gets this shield, it's pretty over. Good call. But there's going to be a second seed bomb. So the question is, do you shield this and try to go and think that you're going for a farm down, but they come in Obstagoon and you don't reach the return?
That was a great
good catch, but also not great. So really good, actually insane counting on Doonbug's part. He knew he could throw right there, and then he's not going to make it to the yeah, he was never going to make it to that return, which he really needed to get to. CMP, actually, Doonbug just lets us go. Guess he's just trying to get enough energy to go for a double close combat. If Obstagoon had close combat, it'd be freaking insane. Double cross chop. Throws the Night Slash. I mean, this is over. Doonbug has played this game really, really well. And then the team comp also lent itself to him as well. Did he get the boost? No boost. Okay. Oh, Sableye wins CMP. This is actually really close. I think he gets...
Here comes the Trevenant, who's going to get there
so
first.
close.
Oh my
man.
god.
So after the charged move priority event between the Obstagoon
Oh
and
my
that
god.
Sableye, the Trevenant came in and was able
He
to
actually
shadow
got to the
claw
move
down
right as he got
Sableye
KO'd.
before
So,
it got to
like,
the next foul play, and it
crazy.
almost looked like the
Dunebug's
Trevenant
counting
got
here
to
was
the
so
seed
good.
bomb as well. So
I don't know if it was
he
so
ended
good
up
or
winning that
luck,
matchup
but
2-0,
it's
but
pretty
what an
insane.
incredibly close
Right
game
on the
too that
razor's
was. It
edge the
really
entire
could have
time.
gone to either trainer's favor
No
had
disputes,
there
he
been
won.
just a couple of extra turns with one of the Pokemon out.
Right. And it really, again,
I just wanted to see the chat. Oh, it's Kevin Saludaris as the judge. I didn't know he was judging this event. I thought he was coming to play. But he's one of the judges. That's pretty awesome.
Nail biters. In that matchup, we saw Dunebug making 2 key adjustments, leaving the Azumarill and the Altaria on the bench.
I wonder
bringing out
if I
the
could be a
Trevenant,
judge.
Bringing out the Obstagoon, perhaps
I'd have
knowing
to
that
read
there
all the
was no way
rules.
that
I don't know
Mandibuzz
all the
was going to be
rules
coming out on the field. We only saw
for sure.
one
Dunebug's
switch
just
for
so
Jack
good.
Lehman,
It's
bringing in the
true.
Shadow
He's so
Venusaur
freaking
instead.
good.
Yeah, and
I mean, is he the
unfortunately, I don't
favorite
think
to win
the
this
Shadow
tournament?
Venusaur was quite the adjustment
I don't
needed to
know,
handle the
but
Trevenant,
he's definitely
even
gonna
though
have a tough
if you're
matchup
able
here.
to
I think this game will be tomorrow. Nino or Breezy, either one of these are very good. This person, Jake Lee Man, who we didn't know, is actually also kind of insane, so he might have a good run through the losers bracket. Bird Power versus Wood Dodge. This is the senior bracket, like a grudge match. Both of them are under 17 years old, I think. So they're in seniors bracket, which I guess got merged into the masters bracket. Judge Vergi. If I were to judge an event, I would judge the Texas one, I guess. Just because it's right there, I guess. So Jake Lee Man will probably play. Actually, all 4 of these people are really good. Oh, Arrow's out. Rip. Damn. Arrow had a big run through the losers bracket, though. 4 games. Unfortunately, lost to Dunebug, who's now in the winners finals. Probably thinking to himself, man, if I beat Dunebug, that would be where I'm at right now. And maybe true, maybe not. I don't know what team comp he used. But Jake Lee Man going to face someone really tough. I guess I would assume everyone left is pretty tough, but that may or may not be true. Derp Ficus probably going to make it through. I don't know who this person is. Well, I don't know who this person is, but I do know Derp Ficus. I imagine he'll go up against Ghost Burns Red. I think Ghost Burns Red is a... I think he's a stream. I think he used to be a streamer, but I'm not 100% sure on that one.
Where you're playing for your tournament life, you still have a chance to be able to rise.
So they don't want to start any of these games.
Oh,
Mama Climbs with the bye. Nice. Let's see who all didn't show up. So Brown Eyes didn't show up. So Crispy Chris in round 2. Mama Climbs round 2. Bird's Eye View Ball round 2.
Some of those Pokemon that went away with Walrein making an appearance, but
Ferrixter not even here. Doesn't Ferrixter live in New York? I don't know where Baltimore is compared to New York, but I feel like it's right there. Lynn Ryu getting a bye. Doesn't need it. Is actually insane. Mostly cool is... What? Oh, these are the people who all didn't show up, I guess. Okay.
You do, but you have so much more time relative to the Registeel. I feel like
wonder what you get if you're a judge. Okay, this is going to be... Oh, I should show my phone, right?
And that also kind of touches on a very interesting part of this game that I don't think we spent too much time talking about as our next trainers are getting ready on stage to fight, is the use of your shields and like...
Ooh, the next trainers are getting on. We got to get this battle in. This is to go positive. We could have won that last one. They had a really good swap. I wish we had thrown the Feather Dance. It would have actually given us pretty good chances, because I think we would have been able to well, this is fucking awkward.
A lot of the game is just deciding like which matchups you're okay with losing, almost, if that makes
sense.
So
this is kind of good against our whole team, eh?
Popular strategy is you save your shields until the very end of the game.
Has Thunderbolt or Rock Slide, so we have to shield.
I don't think my opponent's going to have a hard counter for this Pokemon.
They're at 9.
So saving a Pokemon with
10,
shield, so
11,
for example,
12.
Shield Sableye, thinking there's no way my opponent has a fairy type move. So there's no way that's going to happen. My Sableye is safe.
I wonder if we
a lot of battlers when they're first
went Cobalion. We did it.
We
did it, chat. We went to the right one. Oh, I think it has Aqua Tail though. No freaking way. The other one had Sledge Bomb. This one was Aqua Tail. Oh no, Crunch. Okay, great. Resisted.
Too smart about when I use my shields, and now I'm getting into situations where I
okay, so I'm not familiar enough with this matchup to know. We didn't get the defense drop though, so it looks like we can take like 4 of these. So maybe I try to go for Farm Down. Double Kick, not a big damage move. But I think as long as it doesn't have Aqua Tail, we kind of just can go for this, and hopefully we don't get the debuff.
You know, the same type attack bonus for moves doesn't necessarily benefit.
Okay, they were going to get to another move, and since we don't have the debuff yet, I want to throw this so that DD doesn't just farm us all the way down, and we can actually threaten some stuff onto him.
It's not until it mega evolves, but in this case, because it gets Moonblast, that really isn't enough for that coverage. And as we are ready to take to the stage, we'll have
oh no, we're going to the stage. This match is going to last a year.
Fairy types or pseudo fighting type Pokemon are going to make an appearance. So let's go ahead and see who's going to be playing and what Pokemon will be featuring.
It looks like we are playing.
Do I switch to Pidgeot though?
Sitting
oh
on
no! A game's about to happen.
Who we casted for earlier on the right with player 2. Adakazam is running today. Galarian, Stunfisk, Azumarill, Shadow Nidoqueen.
I'm thinking about coming in Scrafty and just eating this charge move.
So some Pokemon that we've definitely
eating these 2 charge moves maybe. Okay, Adakazam, I've heard of this player, but I don't know them specifically.
The Obstagoon, like we were talking about earlier, Kofagrigus, Venusaur, Altaria, and then the Galarian, Stunfisk, and Alola.
I guess I just let this go. Things are getting really weird here. This is another Thunderbolt.
Pokemon coming in this battle from Shunned. I would like to see a little bit more Kofagrigus play. If you can match up a Kofagrigus against something like a Medicham, maybe even against a Trevenant,
this is weird.
A really interesting matchup there.
Yeah, I was just looking at Adakazam's Pokemon and trying to think to myself, like, what would be the optimal positioning for the Kofagrigus, as you know, it's a very bulky.
Oh, this is CMP, I think.
Coverage and otherwise.
Do I let this go? If they shield.
At this matchup, I feel like as long as you're confident avoiding the Lickitung and avoiding the Trevenant, you could certainly make a play for it. But then you also could have the Obstagoon sort of supporting with those matchups as well. So maybe you run Obstagoon, Kofagrigus, and then you have one more Pokemon on your side of the field for coverage.
Okay,
and hope that,
do they shield this? I think we have to swap after this no matter what.
And that draws out your opponent's Dark-type Pokemon counter. You're able to then send in the Obstagoon and have that.
How close are they? How close? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think they're 3 away, which means we should be able to get to this.
See a play like that is like a game 2 or game 3 play.
Brave Bird.
These trainers have already faced off.
I really almost threw the Feather Dance. Okay, we got the Brave Bird.
Take that risk going into the first game, as there are still some very powerful.
Okay, GG. Okay, let's get back to the games. Oh, actually, let's see what rating we're at. So they haven't started yet.
Go all in on Kofagrigus and
I think we're at 2350.
It's not going to be as great.
No, and our trainers are just making
Axu, always good. I didn't really grind in the Axu during Community Day or whatever it was.
Versus Shunned. I am so interested to see what these battlers are going to bring to start. And here we go. We have that Obstagoon, and it is being met with the Trevenant. This is a fantastic.
Oh, there's a Beldum. I gotta catch the Beldum. Okay, Obstagoon's insane here. Both of them on the back beat Obstagoon though, so this is a really good play. Earth Power good against Kofagrigus.
That is the exact alignment that Shunned was
probably
making the Obstagoon Kofagrigus play.
Oh, win CMP, really good play here.
Now an important call here is this.
Now the question is, after you do this, what do? I think you just let it go. And oh, interesting. So Shunned going for the bait here. I think we saw Shunned earlier going for the bait as well on Venusaur. Really loves the bait. This is going to be a 2-shield Nido, I think. Does this KO? I don't think it does. Ghost type resists this. It's close though. It is Shadow. Okay, he gets a shield. Probably worth shielding this again now. Nidoqueen and going for the farm down. Yeah. This is good to get swapped because you know that Azu is just an insane dunk on Obstagoon. And he's actually going to bring the Obstagoon back out. I guess, yeah, Earth Power is the way to go.
And is that going to
probably don't shield. Yeah, maybe you have to shield because, you know, you have A9 in the back, which is going to be rough. I don't think he makes it to this Poison Fang, which is a little rough as well. Only thing is, Azu doesn't care at all about that. Azu literally just does not care about this. You switch. Oh, this was a late swap.
You know, a counter, for example, to that Azumarill. That Alolan
Does this Weather Ball KO?
So much time on the field available to it. There are no more shields remaining.
You want to go for the Shadow Ball if you can, but if you're going to give it too low, you have to just go Seed Bomb. Yeah, he has to go Seed Bomb. Although, I think he would have made it, actually. He would have made it. He would have gone 1 HP in a Dream and made it.
Right, so close to the Shadow Ball, but could not quite get there. So here we have the Alolan 9.
I think you just throw the Play Rough right away. Yeah, this makes sense. You want to be as high as possible against the Obstagoon because the Obstagoon does nothing. Now the Obstagoon's going to have to come in and go Night Slash just to get the buffs. I guess everything's just resisted anyways, so you have to just try to go for the buff. Ton of energy here, but I don't think this is going to be enough unless he does get the double boost.
So we see the Obstagoon going for the Night Slashes, hoping to maybe get the boost.
He's going to have 3 shots at it, right? I think he's going to need it here, though. He can't get it later. It's just not going to do enough. Yeah, I think that's just GG. Even if he gets it now it just, that's what I was saying. Now it does, like, nothing.
Yeah, some trainers at home might be asking themselves, you know, that Alolan Ninetales was at so much low health. Why didn't the Azumarill just bubble down to get the extra energy?
Shield once farm down.
It's because the Obstagoon just really
but he
would have
he would have needed to shield it twice, I think, because of the bait. So I like going for it again on the Nido, I assume you mean. So I like going for it again to get a shield back.
That would have only done, you know, maybe.
Do you think Kabili, especially if you're going to go into a 2 shield deficit, you might as well just go into a 1 shield deficit, right? Do you think Kabalion and Venusaur are Central or Ultra League teams these days? I think at least for this week, or this, I guess we're in Ultra League for 2 weeks. Kabalion and Venusaur are going to be everywhere for these 2 weeks. The next time Ultra comes around, people might be ready for it more. I know I've seen a couple Talonflame, and I used Talonflame myself, and it was really good, obviously, against both of those. But you don't see many things countering it right now, so yeah, might be worth countering or using them because they're going to be everywhere right now. Okay, Alakazam has Galarian Stunfisk, Azu, Shadow, Nidoqueen, Lickitung, Trevenant, and Medicham, and it's against... we saw Shunned earlier against... who was he against? Was it Vegas? No. It was someone we knew because he was throwing the... He was baiting the... he was baiting on Venusaur versus Trevenant. Do you remember that? And it was like the same team every time.
You know, Frenzy Plant's going to be doing decent damage against the Galarian.
Anyways, Shun's team is Obstagoon. Oh yeah, it was against Jingles. Yeah. That's right. It was someone we knew. Damn, I still haven't said the team. Nidoqueen into A9. Sick lead. Problem is this Kofa is really safe, actually. So he probably goes for an Earth Power. Really? I guess he wants to do this to make sure that the Azu is doing super effective.
And what's coming in next is the Trevenant.
Okay, it's not as bad as you think. You can farm up. I believe you win CMP. Kofa is pretty bulky. And Seed Bomb is going to be enough here. Could have gone 1 more, or could have gone 2 more actually, but that's fine. Gonna still be able to do some damage against
doesn't even have to get to another Shadow Ball in order to pick up
the Venu in the back is a monster though against Azu. But you're going to be able to do some damage here against the A9, which I guess is what he wanted to do.
The Trevenant is locked onto the field, so you can support it a bit better than you could in game 1, and honestly
really weird timing here to throw this.
Trevenant, provided you're okay shielding here. I think it's more the Shadow Nidoqueen that you have to be worried about coming in next, or possibly even that Azumarill.
Yeah, that was really bad
again,
timing, and also should have just gone straight.
Struggle to deal damage against these two.
This is, I mean, it's Shadow Venusaur though. So this is going to be shielded, and then Shadow Venu is going to be a Havoc. I think it one-shots Azu.
Again, Shadow Nidoqueen knocks it all the way into the red. Here comes
Two shield Venusaur. This is over.
It has to face a Venusaur.
Wait, is it not Shadow? Oh, the other guy had Shadow. Okay, yeah.
Exactly. Venusaur is going to be able to get to 2 Frenzy Plants prior to Azumarill getting to the 3 Ice Beams. So Shunned, now is the time to use those shields, and even just taking the opportunity to get to those Frenzy Plants ahead of time, you know, instead of waiting, throwing one and then waiting, just going straight for those attacks.
This does KO from 50% though.
And again, waiting until the Azumarill swap.
I think it does something like 60, so Azu looks about 55 here.
Both in terms of the fact
So this is going to KO.
Matchup, but also just how Shunned has his endgame aligned at this point. You can just go for the fast moves to knock out this Shadow Nidoqueen.
That was a tough one. The Kofa is looking actually really tough if you look at this team. Kofa's actually good against like everything.
Going to be moving on to winners finals.
That is amazing. And with Shunned, I love that adjustment.
Yeah, the Kofa here is just insane.
Better counter the Azumarill.
Kofa was good in the Walrein meta too, because Kofa beats Walrein, regular Walrein.
Right before this matchup, but Azumarill definitely a dominant.
Study up on Kofa. It's one of those enigmas I can't read, since I don't know why you use it instead of Sableye or Trev. Well, you'd use it over Sableye because it doesn't have a weakness to Charm.
But Shunned was able to make that successful adjustment. So now we have to see, is Adikazam
Trev, you don't have that flying weakness. So Kofa ends up being really neutral against a lot of things.
I think that Shunned
but then it also doesn't have the greatest moves, like coverage moves. You can go, I think most people go Dark Pulse and Shadow Ball. You could go Psychic if you wanted a little bit more coverage, but even that still is not really a lot of coverage. So it is very limited in its coverage, but its bulk is pretty good, and it's got pretty neutral matchups against the things that don't like hard counter it. So Kofa's good here. Like we saw in the first game, kind of
directly into the Shadow Nidoqueen. We see the Trevenant come in, and now the Venusaur is brought out as well. He's not saving the Venusaur for a possible Azumarill.
This Venusaur switch is weird. Oh, I think he's looking to see the hand movements. I don't know what it was. But he looked hard at him. He was like, I'm gonna look into your eyes and I'm gonna see what you're using. This doesn't KO technically, but probably worth a shield. It was a weird switch into Trev, because Trev loses to Kofa, I think. Actually, I don't know, it's kind of close.
Yeah, and it looks like
so if you shield this one, and it is a Shadow Ball, you do win CMP, or you do beat it to the next move. But it's risky to go down 2 shields, because Adikazam probably lets it go, and then just does... Oh, good call on CMP here. Adikazam playing this one really well. It's not Shadow Ball. Shunned may or may not know that. Yeah, and the Nidoqueen in the back versus an unshielded A9 is pretty rough. But, no, yeah, so this is over. So you have Stunfisk is also great against both, right?
Adikazam having 2 very healthy Pokemon in the back as well as a protection.
Yeah, Shunned, you can see him, like, he lowered his shoulder, he knows it's like game over.
And interestingly, here's the Ninetales being swapped in, being met with that Shadow Nidoqueen. These Shadow Nidoqueen doing, again, look at all of that damage. Already knocks the Ninetales down to half health.
This doesn't KO, so the CMP is kind of weird, but Adikazam probably doesn't shield, and then goes for the farm down, and then throws, yeah.
Just the fact that it's a poison type attack is enough.
You could shield too, it doesn't really matter, but the safest play is to not shield.
But it's going to have enough time to go for the last fast move to knock out that Ninetales. And even though the Kofa Green
and this is an Earthquake range. Yeah, Kofa does seem pretty good. Okay, so like one of the other bad things about Kofa is Umbreon is a super hard counter, and while you could say Umbreon's a hard counter to Trevenant, at least Trevenant can throw neutral things into Kofa, not into Umbreon. And so can Sableye, and Sableye is actually not the hardest to counter because it is a dark type, so it does neutral. It does take neutral instead of super effective from the dark types, but Kofa is just not going to touch Umbreon at all unless they give Kofa an actual move that is outside of that dark psychic ghost like triangle. Then it's not going to be able to do anything to the dark types, right? Although it's decent against Scrafty, I should say, because Shadow Ball is neutral. Or maybe it's not, but it does a lot.
Every single game, and Shundit really did the same. Brought the Kofa Grigus plenty, brought the Alolan Ninetales.
Okay, let's do the next set. Oh, actually, let me catch this stuff. I need to do anything for Dust.
Trainers really knowing, really relying on their Pokemon that they have known and trained for so long.
Yeah, Shadow Nidoqueen and Trevenant, again, 2 Pokemon that also weren't affected by the recent game changes. And, you know, you can see that they're still just as powerful as they were in the 2022 season that we featured last year. And I can't wait to see just how people are going to counter that core moving forwards, because I think that we saw an attempt to counter that with the Obstagoon, with the Kofa Grigus, and again, on paper, seemed great. But Adakazam was just able to find the alignment that he needed. He was able to draw the shields early enough in the matchup that they weren't available to those Pokemon, and as a result was able to flip the matchups.
Right. Shadow Nidoqueen and Trevenant, you know what takes them both out? Ice, and Walreign's no longer available to fill that role. So what kind of Pokemon are going to be able to do that? There's still Pokemon like Dugong, kind of an old favorite in the ice type arena. There's Pokemon like Abomasnow as well, but Abomasnow has to worry about those poison moves.
Let this go for a second. I'm messaging someone.
It's tough. Walreign really had a great role there, and
I thought she was going to say Walreign had a great run,
and
it's
I'm starting to wonder
over.
if, similar to how we have pseudo-fighting types and pseudo-fairy types, if we're going to start having pseudo-ice types with trainers electing to run an ice-type charge move on a non-ice-type Pokemon to try and help fill this coverage gap a little bit. But that's also assuming that we continue to see just trainers rely heavily on these weak to Walrein Pokemon in these matchups. You know, I think that I can't wait to see the results of who made cut in Bilbao and in Brazil this weekend, because I think that's really going to start to paint a picture of what this post-Walrein metagame looks like for everybody.
Post-Walrein.
If I had to guess, I don't
Everyone's
think
saying Walrein's dead.
Teams that are aggressively
Walrein's not bad. Still not. It's not that bad.
Start capitalizing on it, and you know, that's just how the metagame evolves.
Right, and speaking of ice-type charge moves, we started to talk about Azumarill, but then we got right into those fantastic battles.
Yeah, we did.
Let's bring Azumarill back up. Azumarill is a wonderful Pokemon featured heavily.
Azumarill is really making a comeback though, and it's because Reggie's been a little pushed out from the nerfs. Yo, AC Phoenix, what's up? But I mean Reggie's still very good, but it's kind of a little random.
But Ice Beam works so much better on Azumarill because Azumarill, what is it weak to? It's weak to grass types. Ice is super effective against grass. So that's what we talk about when we
so people are thinking, you know, G-Fisk is a little
which is part of what makes Azumarill so important, so meta.
A little more consistent.
Exactly, and we are going to take a short break here as we start to queue up our next set of
Oh, great. It's going to be a break. We can get in. Maybe let's try to get in a full set. 37%, we can do it. I got that spinning ball in the top left corner. That's what we love to see. You know, I should have switched teams to something else. This is a pretty good matchup unless they have Ice Beam. Damn. You know what's messed up? If they actually... so I'm going to have to shield once. But if they actually have a Drapion in the back, they got me good with just the typing here. Or do you think we live a Flamethrower? I'm going to let it hit us, actually. Oh, it's a crunch. Nice. So I'm just going to throw this then. I don't want to see if they make it to a Flamethrower. If they shield, I'll shield farm down. Otherwise, we'll just let Jellicent do what Jellicent wants to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is CMP actually. CMP on Shadow Ball. Fantastic. So they're going to show the Shadow Ball, but we still don't know if they have Ice Beam, Ice Punch, Ice Beam. 2, 3, 4, 5. So they get the farm down, but we do get the Stone Edge off. How many Pokemon types are there? Probably 18. Are there? Wait, no, there's probably not that many. Damn. It was Drapion. We so messed up. But we can take... Oh man, we probably should have shielded. This is going to be a Sludge Bomb. The thing is, Scrafty's good against both. So I probably shield Scrafty, but they also know that. Wait. It's Crunch. I don't know why they didn't even go up to the Sludge Bomb and at least fake it. I would have shielded 100%. So I throw a Foul Play. Nah, that's GG. I throw a Foul Play. So as I threw the Shadow Ball into Pidgeot. Which of the following Pokemon is the mascot? Wait, I didn't even see the answer for the other one. Yeah, Articuno, obviously. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, I don't know anything about this game. Which item can be used to transform Palkia into its origin form? Probably Celestica Flute, based on literally nothing. It's Pikachu. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, that's a good username. Scrafty, it's a good lead. It's okay, actually. It's not the best. This is tough, but I think we have to come in Cobalion. And I think this probably does look like a Brave Bird and Dip.
Everyone, so nice to still have you here.
Oh yeah, Wholesome's in the maybe let this go.
The second season of the Pokemon Go Championship Series. What a day it's already been, Butters.
Oh, it's been amazing. So glad to be back. The meta
going Sacred Sword here since it resists everything anyways. Only reason I came in Cobalion was because we do resist. Although now I'm thinking about it, probably a mistake because Cobalion's actually good against Scrafty.
It was a slight energy cost gain on Icicle's
probably worth us shielding the next one.
To bring the wall rain at this tournament, which was in the new
and then shield that, and then farm down.
But, I mean, just 5 more energy for an Icicle Spear could definitely take out an Altaria.
And we're seeing some of the cascading effects as well. When we look at some of the stronger counters to
I'm getting scared. If this is a Poison Fang, I'm so scared. Okay, it's not.
I don't think you and I have seen a single Registeel yet. Yeah. With Zap Cannon having a little bit of a nerf,
if he throws right here, it's a Poison Fang.
Chance to debuff an opponent's attack to now 66%.
Although this is kind of good against Scrafty as well, so they probably don't bring in Scrafty. Although Scrafty's good against it, so they do bring in Scrafty. I feel like that was a Princess Bride moment. I clearly can't choose the wine in front of me.
And now there's just a ton of ground types out there. There's the Galarian Stunfisk, which just beats the Registeel. There's a lot of Swampert. You know, Swampert, I thought in Season 1 was the best closer in Open Great League. So far today, just hasn't had that much play. Maybe it's because the Altaria threat, the Altaria in the back.
Okay.
You can't just say, okay, Swampert up shield is going to sweep, Because if there's an Altaria in the back, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I think that we are seeing some swamp.
I don't know why they let us get a move up here. If they crunch, I'd probably just let it go. Cavalion has energy.
Trevenant, Galarian, Stunfisk, some fighters here and then Altaria.
We just let this go. Might not KO though, which is a little risky because they might try to be going for a farm down.
Right? Yeah.
Ooh, perfect farm by them, to be honest.
Did pretty well. I mean, it was neutral kind of with Galarian Stunfisk. It took super effective rock slides, could do the super effective.
So we have our own Scrafty in the back. I'll let this go down to anything they throw.
It was just really good against that core, and I think that is a big factor. What else can handle?
Yeah, we let this go. Crunch might not even KO with the double debuff, and I switched to Scrafty if it's up. I don't think our switch is actually up yet.
Winning the matchup, or Galarian Stunfisk is able to mud shot down. I think we've seen the strength of Galarian Stunfisk where it can kind of get some momentum with a fast move down, and a bulky Pokemon like that getting momentum.
This is still double debuffed,
yeah, absolutely. And
so I'm just gonna let this go even if it is a Sludge Wave, Sludge Bomb.
When we look at things like Lick, when we look at Water Gun, Tackle now even, right?
Pidgeot is so freaking busted. Never play the bait game against a Cecilian. I actually love Princess Bride. It's probably the movie I've seen the second most in my life because as a kid, it will show my age here. As a kid, my dad had the VHS, so whichever, like kind of whatever movie you like, whatever tape or VHS or movie you had when you were a kid was your favorite movie, and I feel like this was a kind of, I feel like this is kind of a thing from back in the day too, or for older people as well. I feel like nowadays, watching a movie, people don't care as much, and I think they, like people will be on their phones, or it's a second monitor movie, or something like this, they'll be on their computer. Oh, this is Nino, NNNIO and Breezy. Yeah, these people are really good, both of them. So, I guess since I've technically met Nino, I'm gonna go for him to win. That's him right here. And I feel like back in the day, it was just like a privilege or something just to do to watch a movie. So, you know, going to the movies was a big event, or even just watching a movie on the TV.
Really get a lot of pressure on a Pokemon quickly, despite its bulk. Once you get 2, 3, 4 stab body slams, there's few things that can really withstand.
So I almost think that there was no bad movies when I was a kid, because a movie was such an event and a good thing in general.
Instead of that lick damage, which is really good against the Ghost, we have that fighting type damage, so it can hang with the Galarian Stunfisk. It can hang against things that are fighting. And I think
you know the answer.
Because Lickitung is amazing, but it's already so good against Ghosts, right?
The movie I've seen the most is The Last Dragon, which is also a VHS my dad owned. Actually, he recorded it on TV.
You can run Body Slam and Payback to hit those Ghost types. Or you can run the Wild Charge, but that Payback is going to do so much damage to those Ghost types.
All right, well, let's take a look at Nino's team. You see him there on the left. We mentioned the Dubwool. Also going to be having the Swampert, Trevenant, Galarian, Stunfisk, Alolan Ninetales, and Mandibuzz. I think we saw a little bit earlier.
I think someone on YouTube is asking, are there any mons I can use instead of Pidgeot in the Pidgeot Double Swords team with Virizion and Cavalion? And I think Hal Stark said in that video, in the same video I posted, there is no substitute for Pidgeot. You could maybe go for some other flyer that has a flying fast move, so maybe like Mandibuzz with Air Slash, but it's pretty different. And just the Feather Dance is like the Feather Dance versus Brave Bird and Shields Down versus Shields Up is just so insane.
Noctowl is something that obviously has one great niche, and that it is the Trevenant Stopper. It double resists due to its normal typing, the Shadow Claws from the Trevenant. It resists from the flying typing, the Seed Bombs from the Trevenant. It is the ultimate answer. But due to its bulk, similar to that of Altaria, it's something that even it can hit back versus Galarian Stunfisk.
I love this change in flying types from, say, like an Altaria to a Noctowl because of its flexibility. I talk about that a lot, but I think it's so important.
I don't know if they won't show the matchups on the screen still, but it looks like the matchups aren't good for Nino. He seems to be kind of like
have the Noctowl, which
Grimacing.
can do things against the Alolan Ninetales. It can fight back against an Azumarill, so it's more flexible. And here it is in the lead, and it's flying type versus flying type.
All right, we're gonna have the battle of the birds here. The Mandibuzz.
We'll see what Mandibuzz moves he has. Oh, he's double.
We do see the double sitting in the back there on Nino's side as well.
And it's double steal, so
this was a really late swap. But it is regular Swampert, so regular Swampert's not as susceptible against Focus Blast. So maybe that's just what he's trying to do there.
But Swampert should be able to get to this Earthquake no problem, and even come out with a little bit of residual energy as well.
And if you were the non-shadow version of Swampert, you can't really mess around with baits because
recording movies from TV is a throwback. My dad also had like all the Doctor Who's from the old one. I wonder if he's going to try to win this with the... Well, he can't win this. I mean, Nino wins if he wants to win it, and he obviously wants to win it. Well, Double is probably pretty good against Noctowl as well if it is Wild Charge. We don't know the moveset on Double. I really wish we did have a Double. That's something we definitely don't have. Really good timing by Nino. Actually, I think he might have gone over 100, but really good timing in a general sense. They're going to try to catch on Noctowl.
But at this point, you're already at a Hydro Cannon, so you throw the Focus Blast, maybe get that second Protect Shield. But Wholesome, I'm not
you have to
sure
shield.
The Hydro Cannon is gonna be
maybe you don't.
And, oh, no, just lets it go.
Well, that's going to do it. That's definitely going to
so he's coming in Double.
So this is interesting because now the Mandibuzz
but Double doesn't like farm down. Maybe he's got Payback.
It's going to be a little scary. There's another
What? Okay, well, he's probably getting to a Focus Blast about now. Oh no, we're scuffed. We're scuffed here. Okay, gets the payback. Does a KO? Yeah. He has to bring in the Noctowl.
Yeah, we have some pretty good insider information knowing that there's a Galarian Stunfisk in the back.
This is rough. Double wins this because he has a shield and energy advantage. But I don't know. Did we see the fast attack from the Did we see the fast attack from the Mandibuzz?
You're gonna be able to throw the Sky Attack, instant no Protect Shield. This is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Open Great League. Takes that no problem and just goes for this next foul play.
It's kind of interesting here because this Mandibuzz, when we take a look
so he switched into Mandibuzz and Breezy's staying in for some reason. Okay, now he's switching out. I guess he wanted to get to a move and then he switched out. Now we see it does have Air Slash, which is very bad against Stunfisk. So Stunfisk is going to try to leave this matchup with energy to throw into the double, and then also Noctowl has energy. Noctowl might be in payback range. It's actually pretty close. Noctowl very bulky.
No problem, and Mandibuzz is one of it.
Yeah, I can take two.
Yeah, so you can't.
I love Pidgeot in Great League, but does it sadden me there's so many Swampert leads, which gets to 2 Hydro Cannons where you get to your first move. Yeah, you win CMP as Swampert, so you get to that second Hydro Cannon right when you get to your first move on Pidgeot, which we've seen a few times today here in Ultra League, so that's kind of rough. So it's worth shielding the Earthquake if you think Earthquake's coming. Earthquake's probably the strongest move. That's a great call. So you want to get as much energy as possible. You're gonna go for payback on both. Oh, weird. So he's going for the body slam, farm down, and then payback on G-Fisk. Oh my God, it's perfect. It's perfect. Double. This is the first double we've seen. I wonder what chat's saying right now.
I mean, frankly, that thing's still in the green. That was a very convincing win from Nino.
That was so much fun. I was not expecting up a shield double to do so amazing in the back there. Able to
double getting the dub.
It just gets the move so quickly because that energy generation of that double kick has the body slam, has the payback, and knocked out both the steel types.
So again, Nino is very mechanically sound, like extremely good on mechanics. Knows all the counts, can catch, throws at the right times, you know, everything. So it's more about getting possible team comps, or yeah, in your pick 3. I'm not sure if he's done Sylph much or anything like that, but double is goated for sure. For sure.
It's really good against the Trevenant, and it's fine against the Noctowl, as we just saw. So as long as you avoid that Medicham, you're in a really good spot.
It's really interesting because Nino had that Mandibuzz, which had pretty much no play versus Breezy's team, maybe versus the Noctowl, but looks like
so Double is actually good against 1, 2, 3.
Definitely. I mean, the thing is, like,
this matchup seems close, but 4, maybe even 5 of the matchups, Double seems really good.
That's what you want the steel types.
Obviously, his batting against Medi seems okay against Noctowl. Actually, seems good against Noctowl.
Trevenant being one of them because, hey, what are you going to potentially line up against? It's the Noctowl once again. We actually see the same team from Breezy. It's the Noctowl double steal. This time we're going to bring the Swampert in right away.
You know, you can't get out of this. So say swap Swampert.
He can't do, what can he do against Swampert? So this team's actually pretty bad against Swampert in general. But if he doesn't switch out, he knows he's going to get Trevenanted in the back. Both his mon are like average at best and bad at worst against the Trevenant, and then both the mon in the back also lose to Double. So Double is just like insane against this team right now. This is, I think this is just a win for Nino. You don't even shield anything here. You take this damage. You don't care. Shadow Ball doing a little bit more than Sky Attack, I believe. So this probably gets close to KOing, but it is not Shadow Swampert. Keep forgetting that. This would have CMP'd on Sky Attack. But I agree. I agree with what Butters is about to say. Alignment doesn't matter at all.
With the farm down, it makes a little bit more sense. But if you're trying to preserve a shield, would have wanted to go for 2 Sky Attacks. But this is not a terrible scenario.
But you know, he's gonna come in G-Fisk. He's gonna come in G-Fisk. So these 2 Sky Attacks.
Scratch that, the pivot into Registeel here, and we're going to see how much a payback actually does against a really healthy.
So he's trying to get this low so that the Shadow Claws can KO after he gets possibly Zap Cannon debuffed. Yeah, it's going to be in range of Shadow Ball no matter if we get debuffed or not. And he's going to get a ton, he's going to get an absolute metric ton of farm here. Plus he needed that Noctowl a little bit still against the Trevenant because of how much farm Trevenant can get here. But Noctowl is actually going to die to a Seed Bomb.
So at this point, the nice thing that you have, though, is
fantastic energy management. Did I not say Nino is insanely good at mechanics?
You have to make sure that you don't get farmed down. We see a shield on the Shadow Ball, Butters.
Interesting shield. Because you, whoa! I thought he was gonna let this go, but you're allowing him to get an insane. He's gonna go up to 100 energy now. Noctowl's close though to the switch. So I think you just throw. Is Noctowl out of move? I don't remember, but everyone's out of shields. So you just throw a Seed Bomb, you win CMP, this KOs for sure. Yeah, that's GG. Nino's on fire right here, for sure. Nino.
And is it going to be double up a shield? I believe it is. And is it going to be able to outpace before the Earthquake? I think this low kick generates energy so quickly.
So you probably go Rock Slide bait here. No, it doesn't really matter, but I think you bait the Rock Slide here because they for sure shield. Although now maybe not. Although it's pretty low. No, Trevenant's still got a ton of health, so you just don't shield this. Because this is going to be really close to 5 Shadow Claws and Seed Bomb range.
This won't be enough to knock out the double. It's too healthy. It's hard to mud shot down. Now you're just threatening body slams at this point, so you have to throw the rocks.
Oh, and he loses CMP. You can see Breezy's just kind of over this match. He got super outplayed. And Double also seems really good against his team. Double is goated, by the way, Josh. Nino's going to the finals against Dunebug, and I believe Dunebug has
but you might just be able to win this game with Shadow Claw because you have a Protect Shield remaining.
That's right. No shields left for the Scalarian Stunfisk. Seed Bomb will be enough here. Nino well on his way to a 2-0 sweep of Breezy. Very clean play on the back of the double.
Very clean play.
2-0 from Nino.
I mean,
incredible play.
The mechanics are super clean. We stated that.
But Double was the MVP of both games. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. What an exciting start here in Baltimore. We have
this goat is too hard.
In the winners semi. So Double is going to the winners finals.
Yeah, he's going to winners finals against Dunebug. And if I remember, Dunebug does have Obstagoon on his team. What was it? Obstagoon, Trevenant, Obstagoon, Trevenant, Azu, G-Fisk.
Wow, I mean, yes, and it's not that you just love to see it, you love to see new things succeed. It's not just
Nidoqueen, Shadow Nidoqueen? I don't remember the last one.
It's making a run to the
Maybe it's Meta.
trying to get into the
No, he didn't have
top
2
8 for day
fighters.
number 2 here in Baltimore, and who knows, maybe Mandabuzz was on the team.
I don't remember. It could have been no, it wasn't Swampert. Yeah, I don't remember.
The Mandabuzz makes a lot of sense because when you look at Double, it was doing
Sheep
so
got
well
the
versus
sweep.
those steals, and you need something to protect it versus the Metacham, versus the fighters in general, and that's exactly what that Air/Mandabuzz is going to do. So despite not necessarily having the perfect alignment, it safeguards that Double and ensures that it is going to get nice play at least versus 1 or 2 of those steals.
And we mentioned earlier, we weren't sure how much fighting types we would see in this meta because of the shift. Less Wall Rain, less Registeel, less of a need for fighting types. And if there's less fighting types, I think Double is amazing, right? Because we saw against the opposing team of Breezy that you were at 5 out of the 6 Pokemon, you're just fine against. You're super safe as long as you don't have to
I really wish I had a Double. Alright, let's get some games in.
Energy so quickly, it looks so fun. I can't wait to play that myself. Yeah, I want to play a Double right now.
I did actually have a lot of fun.
Butters is so right. I want to play one too. I just don't. Let's see. What do I have? So I don't have shit for doubles. I have 2 Wooloos, and both of these are trades, 100%. Yo, Octavian, what's up? This one's good for Ultra, but I have 53 XLs. I deleted all my sheeps, so these are both trades.
Well, I gotta say, normal typing is one of the most interesting typings because of some of the resistances, how it counters.
Guess that one's okay.
Only really the one.
God, they need to bring it back. I can't believe it was only in the game for like 2 weeks, and then now no one can get it. It's messed up.
Very well represented. Maybe some new Noctowls now, but now seeing the opportunity with things like Miltank, with Noctowl, or sorry, with Double. And
is there anything to get for this stream?
Like Dunsparce, for instance, we're starting to see a little bit of an evolution towards some more flexibility with normal types. One interesting thing as well, normal types have had some play, but fast attacks for normal have basically been non-existent. But we've seen some updates, Butters.
Right, yeah, exactly. Now that Double has the...
All right, let's get some more games in.
And now that the rollout is available for the Miltank, and I believe rollout as well for Dunsparce. So now they have a lot more options. But I'm really glad you brought up the point of flexibility, because that's why you want to use that type. You want to be very flexible.
Yeah, no, they're very true. Normal typing is so crazy good. If you just find some with like good moves, so like Lickitung, you just stick with them forever. This is a good matchup, but it's kind of weird too. A lot of people are running Ancient Power now.
Butters, I'm glad you mentioned soft.
Sick lag.
Very interesting concept. When you lose the lead, right, and you have to say, I can't stay in this matchup, I need to swap out. In many cases, your swap is going to get countered by your opponent. But if you can get it in a position where
let's see if they have Ancient Power or not.
Where your opponent doesn't hard win, come out with energy, have a shield.
Just gonna throw this Brave Bird, I think.
Cases, it can allow your first Mon that you
all of our Mon are kind of good against this, so I'm gonna come in Cobalion.
More advantageous position after the swap than it was right at the beginning of the game. Sometimes with those energy
so one thing to worry about is Swampert.
It can turn the tide of the game. So I think normal types are great for that.
Why did I throw this? This is resisted.
Either win, switch,
I should have thrown the neutral
slightly to then put your lead Mon in a
oh,
more advantageous
although, do we think they're throwing superpower?
It's a team of 3, and just because you lost this matchup doesn't mean you're gonna lose the game. So I know
I'm gonna let it go actually. Oh my God, they went for the lunge. So greedy. I guess we got greedy too, but we didn't get greedy as much as like I'm an idiot. This is neutral though. Oh, is he gonna go for the farm down actually? Okay. Superpower probably does a lot. Buzzwole in Ultra League. I can make one of these, but well, actually I don't know if I have the dust anymore. Okay, we'll shield. What's superpower?
Just scared away every dragon type, but now they're back and they're ready to try to make it. And I think speaking of back, I think we have our next matchup available.
I think I go up to a move and then switch Scrafty and just have a move banked for the end game.
versus Silent Beast. We saw a little bit of a Frosty earlier, known for his Sableye, Lickitung, Nidoqueen.
I think it's worth a shield here.
Didn't see any Nidoqueen in the matchup versus Alpha Phoebe. That was quite an interesting one. We saw that game 1 with Alpha Phoebe banking that energy on the Umbreon.
It's fine. These people don't run Sledge, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a way that you can.
I should have done one more.
So that's what the best
it is Acid Spray. So Acid Spray, Dark Pulse. So we do double resist Dark Pulse. Although they probably just go Acid Spray again. I would, yeah, they just go Acid Spray all the way down.
Save it for a better opportunity later, and that's how you have those highlight plays to win a battle.
I think to your point, when you know that, hey,
I really hope they don't shield this.
Low health Swampert with a lot
well, they're going to shield something though. Oh, really bad timing by them.
It's so tempting to just, okay, well, great, I won the matchup, but let me just throw my resistant moves. But no, that energy can go so much further.
Do we get farmed down though?
Having the presence of mind to say, okay, I know that this can be more impactful later in the game, somewhere else.
I'm going for a 1 HP kill here.
Finagle the matchup a little bit more. That's where we see a lot of the top.
Does Pidgeot win CMP?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when they're able to be as most efficient as possible with their energy is when they succeed the most. So that's when you see the best plays.
I wish I didn't throw a move.
Against, you know,
a gust, I mean. I'm fine throwing this Feather Dance. I wish I didn't throw that gust.
But if you bank that and land a play rough on a Sableye or Medicham, which is all over the meta later, that can win you a game. So I love that.
Wait, double reduced.
Not really worrying about alignment is
level 50?
Pivoting it out with energy and hoping to use that in a better place later.
Mutters, I'm going to take a little bit of departure here. We talked about a couple
kind of need to know, do you usually stream on YouTube or Twitch? I stream on both.
What is the other steal that comes to mind that you see regularly in Go Battle League?
I didn't realize how fast charging rollout was. It's close to shot levels. Yeah, it is super high energy.
It is a physical wall for many, many Pokemon. It is something that is win hard, lose hard, but even some of those matchups that seem terrible due to its incredible bulk, incredible stat product, it is something that can persist time and time again through some of the toughest matchups.
Yeah, and we mentioned that
I've been streaming on YouTube a lot more lately. How about that? Can I give you that one? Otherwise, I stream on both. It's a tough matchup. Like they said before in our chat, it does make it to the second move before we get to our second move. Looks like Frosty's on stream.
We have the Surfetch.
Yeah, those are two interesting Pokemon.
Oh, a Surfetch. Hello.
Quick butters, guys. We are here in winners semifinals, Group A. We've got Frosty AC on the left. You can see him right there. He's got the Galarian, Stunfisk, Scrafty,
CMP. Just let this one go.
Trevenant, Shadow, Nidoqueen team.
Please no Nidoqueen Frosty.
We got Silent Beast. We have the Purified Sableye, Altaria. There it is, that Bastiodon. Galarian Stunfisk, so double steal.
So far, none of the Swampers have shielded this.
Butters, tell me what you think of the Surfetch. It's one of the less represented fighters that we see, but it's got some great moves. What do you think of the Surfetch?
So I love this archetype of Pokemon. It's a Pokemon that changes the tempo of a game because it does so much damage.
Man, I think we saw this earlier. 2 have to KO here, and I don't think 2 KOs. So what we'll do is throw 1, 2, swap Scrafty. Should have switched Cobalion actually. Cobalion probably has better matchups in the back.
That is a momentum Pokemon.
2, 3, 4, 5. Holy shit, we're screwed. Swampert, double charm? Is that a thing?
Charge moves perform very well. Pokemon like we were mentioning earlier with the Lantern that previously had Hydro Pump. Despite Hydro Pump being a very
maybe I could have gone for, I think they're going to shield either way, but I think I could have gone for a Brave Bird here. It's weird that they shielded Swampert, because, or, not Swampert, Scrafty, because Scrafty does nothing to this. We resist all the charge moves and it's debuffed, so I'm going to just let this go. We're going to go, I guess, for a big farm. Oh, that's neutral, that's true.
There's 3 things weak to it. You have the Galarian Stunfisk, you have the Lickitung, and you have the Scrafty. So it already has some targets. And if you're matched up against a Trevenant, if you had some,
I think we can't use our shields on this thing. I'll go 1 more, I think.
mean, you probably don't want to see the Altaria or
since that's 100 energy.
So how do you protect against that? Your Bastiodon can't really
I thought about undercharging this, but they're actually going to swap if this doesn't KO.
That's the thing I'm a bit worried about here for Silent Beast team is that Bastiodon, while it is a very bulky Pokemon, it has to watch out for those double
it's a dark type
moves. Shadow Nidoqueen with access to Earth Power. That's going to take a huge chunk out of that Bastiodon. You have the Scrafty, which access to counter and power up.
How much does this do?
Quickly chunking away at that
Nothing.
Galarian
That's GG. Alright, let's get out of here. Next game's starting anyways.
Can do some work there. Trevenant, same deal. The only real hard target that it has is that Altaria. So we'll have to see if that's something that Silent Beast ends up leaving on the bench or chooses to bring here.
Yeah, probably a little too risky to bring, in my opinion, because if you only have one good matchup, you're just playing the odds too much. You need to be a little bit more flexible. And I mean, looking at the opposing team,
all right. I guess we're rooting for Frosty since we know him, and he runs double dark sometimes. So that's that's always a plus in my book. I wonder if we have time to look at these brackets. Oh my God, would Dodge beat Bird Power? Okay, would Dodge beat beat Jake Lee? Oh my gosh, would Dodge all the way through the losers bracket? So I think they'll stop here today. So we'll see Breezy take on the winner from Ghost Burns and Niz blocks.
Because you're trying to get alignment, so you have switch priority so that you'll have better matchups. But
and then hopefully they start Group C.
Really is, you know, if it's a Poison Fang incoming or a Power Punch incoming and you know it's incoming, you know it's a bad move, it feels really bad to
What was the name of this player? Who is Frosty playing right now?
When you can shield a high energy, super effective move, you always feel really good. I think that in general,
okay, Hot Pocket beat Jingles. That's crazy. Obviously both of them are good. Oh, Purple Kyogre's out. Didn't even realize that one either. So Hot Pocket versus, well, we'll play the loser of this matchup actually. Oh, it's Silent Beast. So Frosty ACY versus Silent Beast. I need to go look at Bracket A, I think. I haven't seen Bracket A in so long. So Atticazam is the one who made it out of Bracket A. How did Shun do in the losers bracket? He was doing really well in the winners bracket. Lost to this person who I don't know. PJMN. Who lost to Silent Beast. Beat a lot of people I didn't know, so I'm not sure how good they were. That means I'm not saying they're bad. They could have been good. They could have been really good for all I know.
Type of decisions, you know that it's so impactful. Just 1 second can completely turn the tide of a game.
Yeah, and no, it's kind of like a little poker game within the Pokemon Go PvP game.
One thing I will say about the broadcast is they don't really broadcast too many day twos, or I mean, not day twos. They don't really broadcast too many groups C and D, so it feels kind of bad sometimes being in those groups. It's because it's like, oh well, I didn't get any camera time. If that's what you want, if that's not what you want, then obviously it's good. But we never get to see it as the viewers, so like we'll probably see some of the games, so we'll definitely probably see Cindy in game 1 since she's a regional winner.
Silent Beast looks to be finally locking in a team here. I think the
big question you want the bracket? I can get you the bracket.
Or are we leaving it on the bench?
I got that for you. Good call.
Have to. And this, I should mention, this is the winner semifinals of Group A. So these trainers have battled all the way to.
Yeah. So this is the. I put it in the chat. This is the link to that page I'm viewing for the bracket.
The first ever regional winner of this season.
Yeah, it's so great. You know, there's a lot.
That's true. The winner will be the first winner of the season.
Early, you get to relax a little bit.
Oh no, definitely. You're feeling amazing if you already punch your ticket to Worlds, and that's what these trainers.
If you punch your ticket to Worlds, day 1.
Does lead up into the Scrafty, so this is not the greatest lead for this Galarian Stunfisk.
No, it's interesting. Every
Scrafty into Stunfisk. That's a good one. Okay, this matchup's pretty neutral, but you need to win. So Altaria can force a win here if it wants to. Just because Dragon Breath is so oppressive, you can go to the 2 shields no matter what. Or if you ever land anything, you can win in the 1 shield as well. You don't need to go for the Moonblast necessarily, but showing that you're at least going up to the Moonblast is a good idea. Frosty does this. Definitely going to shield the Scrafty. Well, so one thing to note is that the Scrafty G-Fist matchup obviously is super favored for Scrafty. But if you can get an energy advantage, 2 Earthquakes does KO Scrafty. Obviously, that's a massive energy advantage. Oh, this is rough. Although Scrafty's good against Silent Beast's entire team, right? Wait, Scrafty is actually freaking broken against this team.
Oh my goodness, it's going for a mud shot down. How many are you going to get here? At least 4.
That is a lot of mud shots. That is so impactful for Frosty though, because
oh, you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna wait for the power-up punch. Oh, this is a great play by Frosty.
Relatively good matchups versus that Trevenant in the back, but now this means that he can avoid having the Galarian Stunfisk lined up versus his Nidoqueen, which is the last.
So he's not throwing the power-up punch. So he's gonna go for the foul plays. This is kind of big head because Silent Beast is waiting for a power punch to get thrown. Then he switched into Trevenant to like dislocate that energy.
An aggressive swap here. Yeah, an aggressive swap. We see the Trevenant come in. We do have the
this is a good one. You don't need that much health on Scrafty to beat G-Fisk. This does weigh a lot. Oh, this gets farmed down by Nidoqueen now. Although Nidoqueen, if it gets Shadow Balled, it will get KO'd. But it doesn't have enough energy, and he knows this. I mean, Frosty knows this is a Seed Bomb, and you can just go for Earth Powers here. You probably don't bait. Oh, it's super low, actually. You just go straight. Silent Beast knows he's getting Poison Fanged here, and there's not a lot that can be done. He's going to get double Poison Fanged. I believe a farm down. Oh, he's also like capped on energy. This is like the worst situation possible. And Scrafty just comes in and takes this. I mean, that's just GG.
Unfortunately for this Galarian Stunfisk, its defense is still lower nonetheless. Okay, well,
I mean, that's just like one counter. Oh, 2 counters. He must have a very high PvP/IV Scrafty, which makes sense. He uses it a lot. I wish I had one. Scrafty was actually in the wild for a while. And I really wish I had gotten a better ranked one. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I don't have any good ones for Great League. The one I'm using is actually not bad. I believe it was one of those pandemic events. Oh, actually, wait. The Scrafty I'm using right now looks sick. 114-14. Hot 2 years ago. 2.5 years. Holy shit.
Shadow Balls and Shadow Claws. But at the same time, those counters are double resisted. But
oh, my Scrafty's rank 8. What am I talking
that's
about?
3 good answers to that Trevenant. So at this point, if I'm Silent Beast, I'm probably rethinking my strategy. But if I'm Frosty, I might be willing to bring something that is weak to that Trevenant, maybe the Galarian Stunfisk, knowing that it might be left on the bench this time.
Yeah, but you know, also that Shadow
Maybe I'm thinking about my old Scrafty. Let's see. This is my old Scrafty. Oh yeah, my old Scrafty was a 5.9/15. Wait, what? Oh, I traded my old Scrafty. Oh, that was the Catch Cup Scrafty. The 5.9/15 or whatever. That's the catch. That was the Scrafty I was using Catch Cup. It's actually the highest I've ever been. No, not technically true. I've been top 10 twice. On the leaderboard, but every season it gets exceedingly more difficult, right? Which is tough. Oh, I should charge my phone while we're in these downtimes where I'm not sharing my phone screen.
You talked about how great of an offensive typing Ground was, but then secondly, it can be used as a setup Pokemon. Even with a triple resisted Poison Fang versus that Galarian Stunfisk, it allows that Scrafty. It's like the wingman. It's able to get a really nice assist and provide it much easier counter down type of scenario there at the end of the game.
Yeah, it has its own unique way to have carry-over momentum. It doesn't necessarily affect you with the energy, which is Poison Fang, but it debuffs you so the next Pokemon has a better matchup, manipulates the matchup in the game. And when we talked about the hybrid,
oh my gosh, Bastion! I'm just now looking at the team. Silent Beast has Bastion, Surfetch. It's an interesting core. I think that usually in these types of teams you would go like Altaria,
not only did you shield a low energy move,
but yeah, something like Altaria, Trev, Surfetch, with Surfetch being the safe swap against like G-Fisk. Actually, G-Fisk is really good against this team. It's got neutral matches against the Mirror and Sableye, and Trev, I guess, and then bad matchup versus Surfetch, and then insane matchups versus Bastiodon and Altaria. But it's also kind of risky to bring, but Scrafty's also kind of risky to bring, and he did bring Scrafty, so... Oh, let's see if Silent Beast brought the team we were talking about. Close. So we said he was probably going to bring Altaria, Trev, Surfetch, but he brought Sableye instead of Trev. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Reducing some of its weaknesses, so like against Nidoqueen, and actually Lickitung.
Yeah, back in the day, a lot of folks would actually run Dragon Pulse, which is super.
So I wonder if he goes for the shield and the farm down.
A little bit higher energy, however. So normally we just see the sky
so do you get to 2 sky attacks here though? No. So this is a good call if you wanted to win lead. Now the question is he gonna swap into anything here? I think he just stays, to be honest. Although, so the Surfetch is looking really good against the team, but I will say, okay, this is a good swap. This is a good swap because it'll lure out the Surfetch, and then you can use your last shield on the Altaria against the Surfetch. But this match is not over because Sableye has a little bit of energy, and that energy lead plus a shield advantage against Scrafty will actually give it a huge advantage. Does take the shield back here. He's Leaf Blade. He has Leaf Blade and Brave Bird. That is tough because you don't think a Brave Bird's coming. I don't know if you shield this or not. You think he shields here on Altaria? So in the 1-0, this is a weird play. I guess you just take this. So he's going for... Oh, the switch is not up. If you shield, you can't. That's tough because now you're in range of return. This was a weird to come in Scrafty, I think. That is going to be so much value for the Surfetch. The Surfetch dominated this game. This probably gets close to KOing. Leaf Blade like one of the strongest moves in the game.
It pretty much takes out 2 Pokemon there, but there's still play. This foul play.
You let this go as Sableye because you're afraid of Moonblast, and you can farm this down, so it's not too much worry. And then you know that this thing's in foul play range. Yeah, and you shield this. Yeah, although he's not at the Moonblast, obviously this is the last move of the game, so you definitely shield.
Save the protect shield for what could have been a potential Moonblast. I like this play from Silent Beast. Very, very nice.
I think Scrafty's one Shadow Claw away from getting KO'd, so I'm not sure going up to 2 moves matters, but nothing really matters in this game, I guess, since it's super over.
Amazing adjustment and comeback from Silent Beast and his Surfetch.
Good call, Silent Beast. Good call, us. I think we could have won that game if it was us. we wouldn't have brought that team. We would have brought a different team. You know what we would have brought? Nidoqueen, Lickitung, Scrafty.
Extra shield and some extra energy, and it pretty much took out 2 of the Pokemon from Frosty Ace.
No, we probably would have brought Shadow Queen.
Did not see really any Nidoqueen there. It did not get a lot of play in game number 1. Really served as a setup mon. Would have really feasted there versus.
Yeah, I like Shadow Queen, Licky, Scrafty. Because Licky and Scrafty actually both have play against Surfetch. Well, now that we know the Surfetch moveset, though, this is not a safe swap. This is like a lead. Or even a late game finisher, even. So your safe swap would be something like Sableye. That makes even more sense why you'd go Sableye over Trev, because Sableye is actually a good safe swap, Trev is not. And yeah, do you think we're going to see any Bastiodon here? So we went weak to, so Frosty went weak to Bastiodon, double strong to Bastiodon, ABB in this last game. What does that mean for this next game? What do we think Frosty's going to bring? One good thing for Silent Beast is he actually has not revealed the moveset here on Surfetch. All we know is Leaf Blade. And that doesn't mean anything. That could just mean he doesn't like baiting.
We're going to be moving into game number 3 right now. Frosty, he's bringing back the Nidoqueen.
Is it Nido Double Dark? Oh, we got the Frosty line. Okay, this line's pretty good against Surfetch. You want to win the lead, which you can, and it's fine.
Gonna go for it straight away. I mean, you can't throw Earth Power anyway, so might as well get the debuff as soon as possible.
I can't believe Frosty brought his line. This is a good line, though. So, what I was saying is both of these Mon have some play against Surfetch. It's good to bring the Surfetch out now, but you actually are dealing damage to Surfetch, so this was a fake CMP. I don't think Surfetch actually threw the move, but he was half a turn behind because of the switch-in.
Look at how much damage that does.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to throw some energy as the Surfetch does get to
the one thing that could happen here though is the Brave Bird. Frosty still doesn't know Brave Bird exists.
Oh, this might need 2 counters.
Oh, the IVs.
And by one turn, able to knock out that Lickitung, and here comes the Shadow Nidoqueen. It's going to be met.
Okay, well we know it's
point, you would have to protect shield to hold on to
you have to use both shields here, so he's going to shield once here. Oh no, actually this is rough because he's going to come in Sceptile.
All right, we've got good news and we've got bad news. The good news, there's no more Surfetch.
You can't just tap that move. If he taps this move on a Sceptile, the game's over.
Going to get lined up versus your okay, and well, here we have it. Once again,
because he knows it's a Poison Fang and there's no reason to shield this. But Frosty really thought Altaria was coming back in. So this is kind of rough. Maybe you try to catch a foul play. There's nothing else that can be done here. But you don't switch right away. I think you switch right when you get to your Earth Power.
Really good attempt on the swap there. There's only one Protect Shield remaining. So now this Altaria is in an amazing position.
Altaria has so much energy. Foul play doesn't KO from here even with the counters. Well, it's close. I don't think it gets KO'd, and so he doesn't shield this. Oh, actually he might shield it because he's scared that, yeah, because he's scared that Sceptile's in the back.
But we're actually going to be seeing this Moonblast come out. Sky attack super effective.
Straight for the Moonblast. Oh yeah, shielded down, so.
This is going to be a lot of damage here.
This is going to be a farm down for Nidoqueen though, but Nidoqueen also, I think, loses CMP to Sceptile. And also it looks like it's not even going to be able to farm down this Altaria. But even so, he had the foul play on Sceptile, and Sceptile wins CMP.
2-1 against Frosty AC.
The reverse sweep, yeah, despite Frosty taking a very convincing game number 1, Silent Beast able to come back in game 2, and then a decisive game number 3, also taking the victory. Silent Beast will be moving forward, Frosty will be moving down to the losers bracket.
Alright, what are we charged up to? 31%.
Game number 2 and 3. Game number 2 dominating. Game number 3 at least.
Alright, it's going to take him a while to get to another game. Let's see if we can get another 3-2. Okay, let me catch this. One day, you know, ever since XLs came out, everyone was using XL Ferrothorn in the beginning, and it was insane. And now no one's using it, and I still don't have one. So it's one of the ones I want to make. I believe we have a really good rank one. I think like rank 8 or 6 or something like that.
We talked about that Surfetch. We talked about its moves, but we talked about the momentum that it can provide.
Oh, I have rank 1,
game 2, the big farm
but I'm
on the Galarian
millions of XLs away.
Close to 2 Leaf Blades worth of energy. It got to 3 Leaf Blades, one of which got shielded. Basically took a shield, a full Pokemon, and then almost another Pokemon as well.
One of the most common archetypes of teams is
it's pretty true. Surfetch did so much work.
For example, like in Altaria, and then 2 Pokemon which we call the B that are double weak to fighting. That is probably the most common archetype in the game. And so when you have those 2 Pokemon weak to fighting, you send one out to bait out the fighting type, which Lickitung did to try to bait out the Surfetch. Instead of a Medicham, which comes in there and it's kind of ends up neutral, a Pokemon like Surfetch just flips the switch, turns up the tempo.
Holy, this is bad. But we're going to go for Scrafty finisher. So
that's why I love those Pokemon like Surfetch, so that you not only win the good matchups, but you can start putting your energy on future matchups as well.
You know what I will say?
This is obviously a bad matchup.
Not getting to that body slam with the Lickitung, absolutely devastating. That is, you just have a sinking.
It's not as bad as it seems, though. Although I probably don't shield anything.
But you're unable to get there.
And that's why the game is sometimes, you know, so much of quick
3, 6, 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. Well, the question is, do I beat it to 2?
Would have got to the body slam and either would have changed the switch alignment or got a protect shield, but because Silent Beast was so quick,
well, our timing's really not going to be great here, so we might actually CMP.
Against a safe swap Lickitung, bringing in the Surfetch, able to take that matchup and take a protection from the Shadow Nidoqueen.
All right, Butters, we've talked about
I think I let it go.
We saw the double earlier.
But this is okay. They're going to be out of energy.
Matchup. I mean, it has to be Surfetch. I mean, I wasn't expecting in the semifinals of a group to say on one side of the semifinals,
I don't think they actually
MVP,
make it to a
draw.
draw.
On the other side, Surfetch was the MVP.
Without a doubt. Those were definitely surprises. I did say when we exited the booth the last time, I'm expecting a little bit more spice, and we're seeing it. I love it.
Yeah, Prophet, a psychic choice there.
I guess we make a call on whether or not we think that this has Sludge Wave, and I think I'm just not going to shield, but we'll see how I feel when we get to that point. Because even Acid Spray is kind of rough for us.
But you often see this Altaria matched up in neutral situations, often against the Sableye. So how do you use that to your advantage? Are you trying to get the alignment, or do you want to soft lose, get some fast move down?
There's no way for us to know, though, if this has Sludge Wave or Acid. Sludge Wave is really bad.
All right, I don't know if we have our new teams ready to go here. We can take a quick look and see if they've been posted here and see if we can get a little bit of analysis there. But I'm trying to think. I think there was one Pokemon you actually mentioned this morning. When I'm looking at some of the Pokemon that are dominating, you mentioned the Altaria, you mentioned the Galarian Stunfisk.
So they're at 2 or 3.
Nicely versus both of those is the Azumarill. Now,
I think this is the most likely chance that they don't shield. Me just Brave Birding right away.
Good one as well. But one that actually we haven't discussed yet with a new move update.
Damn, they did shield.
Lantern, but no, GG. I'm not talking about Lantern here. I'm talking about the Tentacruel. Interesting Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. It has Scald. I think similar.
I thought throwing right away would show that this is obviously going to be the bait.
So now,
but it kind of did the opposite.
So another option, and maybe could have a decent matchup against the other ground types because it is fighting back with that water type.
Yeah, and if they shield it, then we're in the worst position because they get all that farm while we're farming up. And that farm is all going to be super effective, plus double defense dropped. Okay, well, if we see Cresselia anywhere, this is where we want to see her.
Because I think that not only does it have great play versus the Azumarill, but it does okay versus the Trevenants as well, due to its bulk especially. It can tank a Shadow Ball. It does very nicely versus the Alolan Ninetales, and with more Altaria, we're going to be seeing more Ninetales, more Azumarill. What beats the Azumarills? What beats the Ninetales? What beats even can do okay versus Trevenant?
So they're at 3.
So that's the one that
I decided I'm going to shoot the first one since I'm just wanting to stay in this matchup anyways. They might want to switch out here if they think this is going to be Feather Dance, which obviously it was. I only counted 6, but this is probably 7. Because there's no way they throw Grass Knot. Oh no, this is a great match.
Let's take a look at Nino's team here. It looks like we have the double. We saw that earlier, some incredible play. Also paired with the Swampert, Trevenant, Galarian, Stunfisk, Ninetales, and Mandibuzz. We have another familiar face here in the Play Pokemon Go Championship Series. We have Doonbug as well.
Yeah, and I believe Doonbug is running the Azumarill, Trevenant, Obstagoon, Galarian Stunfisk, Nidoqueen, and Altaria. And we did see the Obstagoon responsible for Doonbug's appearance in the finals.
I think we're going to go for a foul play, actually.
Championships with that Obstagoon. Another normal type in the meta, but normal versus normal, double has a huge advantage.
This might be CMP. Oh no, they're at the move now.
Is known as a dark type, I would say. That's its niche. It's using
what do they have in the back? It's probably
but it is a normal type, which provides with some very unique opportunities to not only
we don't shield
single resist from the dark typing the Ghost, but also have another double resist to triple resist a Ghost. It is that absolute
this is so rough.
Shutdown.
Yeah, I think I'm excited for this just because I love seeing these new Pokemon insert themselves in the meta and a really
I'm throwing this because this is like the only move I get off here, so I might as well try to do the most damage move.
It does super effective damage with its fast move versus the Obstagoon. It's good against the Galarian Stunfisk.
And then we resist everything it does. Dark Pulse, Sludge Wave, Acid, Poison Jab. So Cabalion's pretty good here. It'll just be a question of if the Swampert has a move, which I believe it does.
Well, we do know that Double is running the payback. So let's break down the Double's play versus Doonbug's team. Double is going to do nicely versus the opposite.
Doesn't KO, so maybe I should just go Sacred Sword and a farm down.
It's going to do
and
quite
we'll just do a
nicely
farm
versus
down
the
itself,
Galarian
I
Stunfisk.
guess.
We saw that matchup play out already. Talk a little bit about its matchups, though, versus things like Trevenant, Altaria, and the Azumarill.
Yeah, that's the key factor here. Because you're not relying significantly on your fast move pressure. With double,
interesting to let us get a move here. Now the question is to go into Pidgeot or just do this damage.
So on paper you're thinking, oh, it's not going to have as many good
okay, well now I don't care at all. Now I will go into Pidgeot.
So quickly it's going to have same type attack bonus. Body Slam is an amazing move. So I think even
get the gust damage in.
Fast move situation, it's still going to be all right.
What's interesting here is this
force 2 moves here from Swampert and then beat it to Sacred Sword. Unless it's on a 4 count, we should be a Feather Dance as well. Was this CMP? No, we don't win CMP, so this could never have been CMP. And KOs, GG.
Damage adding up over time with its air slash as well.
And if we talk about the battle of the steals, I think...
Alright, Dunebug versus Nino. So this is going to be an insane matchup. I didn't think they were going to play this match today. I thought this would be tomorrow. But I guess tomorrow is just top 8. That's kind of how they do it.
Ice Beam play rough, and they don't run that Hydro Pump. And when you're facing against Obstagoon, some of these Obstagoons don't have Cross Chop. I believe this one does out of Dunebug. But it's still a pseudo fighting type, so you're not taking same type attack bonus super effective.
Show the teams, come on. I really hate that they don't show the teams here.
So maybe you try to bait out the Obstagoon and then try to close.
What else has happened? Let's see. So this guy just beat Frosty. Frosty will face a Hot Pocket. This is a big matchup. They'll probably show it. Wadaj versus Ghost. Oh, Ghost Burns beat Breezy, so Wadaj will face Ghost Burns. Actually, it's funny. Both of these are Masters players. Hot Pocket and Wadaj, so both under 17. Nino versus Dunebug. What's the final on the other one?
Amazing. Like you mentioned, only has to worry about the Trevenant. Even if you face the Trevenant, you still do super effective Ice Beam, so it's going to be
Atacazam versus Silent Beast. So Silent Beast just played, which is why they're doing this matchup. Alright, this is not a bad matchup. You can see the back. Swampert's going to have a lot of play for Nino, and Obstagoon's going to have a ton of play as well for Dunebug. Dunebug missing the... dodging the A9 here in the front is obviously really good. What he could do, what Nino's probably doing here, is he's trying to win switch. He'll probably be willing to go down 2 shields if necessary. Maybe not, because he got this through, right? And he doesn't get KO'd. Very aggressive swap. But this is good, though, because Swampert has an insane amount of play here. So pulling the hardest matchup up front, Dunebug's not going to shield anything because this is such a hard win. And he knows that A9's such a hard loss that he's not even going to have... he's not even going to try to finesse this matchup, you know? It's just an auto win, so he's just going to go for it. Probably going to throw his 2 Night Slashes before this next Seed Bomb, since one doesn't KO. If he gets the boost, I don't think it matters. I don't think anything's going to happen.
How much energy can it come out of this matchup with? Does throw it really good timing, and maybe
yeah, throws this good timing. Agreed. Gets KO'd by 1 Charm, and then you're gonna have to shield the Swampert from the Azu.
So here's what's interesting, Butters. Okay, you've been able to get this Obstagoon out of the way. That Obstagoon
you let this go. G-Fist coming in, switches up, gonna switch to Swampert. Swampert shields the Azu, but the gonna get this into Hydro range. That's interesting. So I think you have to switch here to Swampert. Yeah. Now the question is, do you shield an Earthquake or do you shield the Azu? I think you have to shield the Earthquake. Earthquake. Oh, this is big. Does this KO? Did get the shield. He's going to be able to get a ton of farm here. 1 Hydro will KO the Stunfisk. He is up a shield. Nino has to remember how much farm Dune had before the swap. I think he's going to be able to get 3 in here. Oh, no, but you can't go for CMP because then he'll just shield. Oh, he lost count. Or you tried to go for the farm down because he knew he needed 2 Hydros versus the G-Fisk. But you can't go for the CMP there because then the move will go off after Dunebug shields, and then obviously this matchup in the back is really bad. Yeah, so Nino's pretty scared of Obstagoon, which makes sense. Obstagoon kind of beats his whole team except for, well, Swampert's kind of neutral. Double probably is neutral, but I'm not too sure. You're doing double super effective, but you're taking super effective and a charge move that does super effective to you, whereas you only do neutral on the charge moves.
From Dunebug, able to land that Earthquake, and then like you said, Azumarill able to get to that Ice Beam. All that energy from Swampert, it had 7 or 8 mud shots at that point. It all goes to waste. So a little bit of a regret there from Nino.
I guess Manabuzz would also be a neutral matchup against Obstagoon. I'm going to make a big call here. I don't think Obstagoon's coming game 2, which is crazy because it's insanely good against this team, but I think Nino's going to overcorrect here and go triple strong or at least double strong against, like ABA strong against Obstagoon. No dub equal no dub. True. Double actually seems okay into this team. It's not as great as actually it's not great. It's like kind of neutral against a lot. I wonder how that matchup goes against Trevenant, because Trevenant's doing super effect or neutral Seed Bomb. Seed Bomb is a terrible move, but you can't throw Body Slam as it's double resisted, and also your double kick is double resisted as well.
Fast move pressure on the Azumarill and get some energy advantage, because you need some way to take advantage of this Azumarill. So if you did
Double's actually hard to bring here. So what do I think Nino's gonna do? I think he's gonna go like Swampert lead with Double in the back and maybe
in this game number 2 as we get the lock in, and it's going to
maybe
be G-Fisk.
All right, got to give the advantage to the Nidoqueen despite
okay, no G-Fisk with the double and
very quickly, and a quick swap over to the double actually on the side.
This is a weird swap.
Wow, I mean, look how
this gets to its moves so freaking fast. What the hell? 2 body slams probably KOs. Oh, Dune tried to swap and swap wasn't working. I have had that happen to me a few times. Sometimes it doesn't cue the swap anymore, which sucks. But now he's just going to stay in with Nidoqueen. Oh, he does catch the move this time. Very nice.
From Dunebug here, able to catch on the Altaria, and this is going to set it up perfectly to farm down, come out with tons of energy.
And the problem is
oh man, double is like the only answer to Altaria here. So Nino, I guess, was thinking, there's no way he brings Altaria. Actually, exactly what happened kind of happened here. Dune decided, I don't need to bring Obstagoon because it's such a scary mon that you're going to overcorrect for it. And these 3 mon are like okay against, okay to good against Obstagoon, and actually Dune assumed this much, I guess, and decided to bring in the Altaria, which is bad against like A9, which Nino showed that he could bring.
These Shadow Claws are going to be adding up regardless of the Pokemon that you throw at it. So there's still some play here for Nino at this point. But we see
the tough part is, like, you probably have to shield this. Because Swampert's never going to farm this down. This is tough. How... I mean, there's a Trev.
And then it's swapped out into the Trevenant, and Nino kind of knows it. This is not a great matchup. This is
damn, Dunebug is on fire.
And the first Seed Bomb is just going to get let go.
Yeah, this one looked very, very decisive for Dunebug. That Altaria.
All right, Nino will go to the losers bracket, but he's a good chance of coming back out of it. So let's see. I think that was Group B.
But unfortunately, the Trevenant plus the Swampert, a grass and a water Pokemon, not gonna
well, oh man, he's got to face with Dodge. With Dodge is insanely good. So that's going to be a really good matchup. Hopefully they show that, but I think they're going to probably show Alakazam versus Silent Beast. And then I imagine they'll start the bracket Group C. I'm not sure when Group C is starting. Let's see.
Very, very methodical play whatsoever. We expect nothing short of that.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Right. I'm not logged into this.
Kind of, you see in those situations
we'll just go to the. We'll just play our battles.
You're against the Altaria. I feel like it's just getting a little bit overwhelmed by the top meta picks in those situations. So we're gonna see. I mean, Double made it all the way here. I believe this trainer will move.
God, I wish I had a double. I wish I had a double for Ultra League too. I think it's insane.
Can make it to day number 2. So who knows? Maybe Double will make it there.
I don't think we've seen the last of Nino. He's made it to top 8 before, and I think he has a decent.
Ninetales is a tough matchup.
But what I will say, the key difference in this particular matchup that we didn't see Double before. There was no Nidoqueen to debuff it, right? He was getting lined up versus the steals. Those steals, mud shot and lock on. There's no fast move pressure there whatsoever. When your defense is dropped and you're taking stab dragon breaths from that Altaria, that's a much different scenario than getting lined up versus.
All right, I baited that I was going to go for Feather Dance here.
No, absolutely. And that's why every Pokemon has its strengths and weaknesses, and all you can do is try to put it in its best position to claim victory. And Double was earlier, wasn't able to land it.
Wait, this is so bad.
Situations, kind of used it as a safe swap, but just got tag team like Double overwhelmed by that Poison Fang Dragon Breath. But I mean, it was kind of crazy. I was able to land a
I guess I have to no shield Scrafty and hope for the best.
And the Altaria coming out of it seemed like it was at 40% health, so it did a lot to kick back, but just couldn't quite do enough. And I think a
probably just goes double Brave Bird though.
Dunebug to ticket already to day number 2.
Absolutely.
Yep, he's gonna go one more into another Brave Bird. We gotta wait the timer out because we did switch and they didn't. Is the back one gonna be weak to Gabalion? Because I hope so.
Speaks to his ability to quickly adapt to new Pokemon and force their way into the meta.
Right. This is an innovator right here because this is bringing a Pokemon that you haven't seen. It's a fresh meta. You think it has a lot of place in the meta, could do really well. Is done well
I didn't mean to go one more, but that's fine.
Last season, where Cindy brought the Shadow Kanto Ninetales with Ember inserted.
Shadow Kanto Ninetales by Cindy was absolutely insane.
The minds of all these trainers thinking I could bring something creative into this meta.
We died to an earthquake.
But we have a lot more action coming up right after this short break.
But they're only one away from the Brave Bird as well, so there wasn't a lot we could do here. GG. Yeah, this team's a little too weak to Swampert, but that's probably because we don't have the Virizion. Alright, we gotta change this up. Oh, were there any weather teams I wanted to try? I tried this team. I don't know why it's named this, but this is not Open Ultra League. It was not great, but we can try it. I actually really did not like Weather Cup. The one set we tried. Swampert and Trev, Rip Nino, yeah. Too much for anyone. What must a trainer do to earn the... I missed it. Which of the following fire-type Pokemon was the first partner Pokemon from the Johto region? Johto's Gen 2, right? Cyndaquil? It's probably a good matchup. I should have thrown that Dragon Claw. I think this is actually a rough matchup for us. I just assume this is gonna be Mega Horn. Okay. No playing around. Went for it. Oh, I forgot if we have Shadow Walrein or regular Walrein. Okay. It was a it was Razor Leaf, I'm pretty sure. No, it wasn't. 8. So I guess I wish I didn't have Wing Attack. This probably doesn't KO though. 9, 10. Okay, so they're at 1 because it's 5-4-5-4 for Weather Ball. I don't know why I threw this, but okay. I think I just take this. I think I can farm down. Yeah, and they're at 1. So I get all of these moves off. And then Charizard's only a couple away from Blast Burn. And then each of these moves is like requesting a shield. We double resist the fast attack, so I don't think they can really pressure us with fast attack damage. Good call. Which Pokemon World Championship event was the first to have local live stream production of the Pokemon Company International? Vancouver, Washington, Orlando, Hawaii. It was Vancouver apparently. Was that when King faced off against Poke AK? Oh shit, that's not what we wanted.
Welcome back, Baltimore, to the 2023 Pokemon Go
24%.
Championships here in
Oh my god, wait, how fast are they going to get into this matchup?
Also known as DeFi 250, and I am pleased to be joined here by Gabby Snyder.
Yeah, how's it going? It's been a really exciting morning so far. We're finally getting to the final matches of our A and B groups, and Group C is, I believe, sitting down right now to start playing. So
Tentacruel.
we're about halfway done with the tournament, which is kind of a weird way to look at things because some people are done with the tournament, some people are just starting with the tournament.
4,
But we're about
5,
halfway through our coverage
6,
here today.
7.
Yes, I'm excited to see.
Okay, so they're gonna acid spray and dip.
That have been working their way through the bracket in
Tentacruel usually is probably pretty good with Cresselia in the back, which is actually really bad for us, but
that all being said,
3,
we have our next matchup
4,
on stage ready to
5.
go. So when we're ready, we'll take a look at those trainers because this is the winners finals matchup.
Wait, is this triple
from
water?
Group A.
If it's triple water, we're
Whoever wins
screwed.
this matchup is moving on to Top Cut tomorrow, and we will be featuring Atacazam versus
Probably
Silent
worth
Beast
double shield
4.
because we're gonna have to go for the double shield.
And these trainers are running some pretty cool teams.
I think
Again,
even with the
we've seen
shot
both of
ball.
them already, but in case you need a little bit of the recap as these trainers get ready, Atacazam will be running the Galarian Stunfisk.
Oh, 1 HP. I have to shield. I've already kind of all in on a switch. The thing is, Walreign's not even. It's good against Tentacruel, obviously. We're gonna get 1 shield back, I'm sure.
Bringing some really unique Pokemon there. I believe this is the
Because
only Bastiodon
I think I am going for.
I believe so as well. A favorite of many trainers out there. Bastiodon, also affectionately called Wallface by many, has a shield for a face.
Wait,
Wallface.
hold on. I have legitimately never heard that before. Sorry, you caught me a little bit off guard there with Bastiodon's unique naming there. I like that, you know, and it's appropriate. I mean,
so I wonder if we switch after this or not.
In the Go Battle League.
If they're gonna switch, we need infinite energy. We'll just go for risk anyways. Oh, it didn't work out. This could be an ice move, but it's probably energy ball, and then we can just easily get out of here. Oh, it was weather ball.
So the fact that Silent Beast is running that and doing so well in the tournament so far, definitely a testament to just how strong of a trainer he is.
Oof, but the double shields and they're actually out of farm down range is actually rough.
Fast move pressure and is certainly a wall to many Pokemon out there. Because there are certain Pokemon that just cannot break through. However, there are many counters to it in the meta. Taking a look at Atacazam's team, Galarian Stunfisk definitely wins the out on that battle against Bastiodon. Azumarill,
throw the move that we have.
Running Hydro Pump can
Shield.
do quite well against it, but but Play Rough obviously you're not going to use there. No. So there and then.
I wish we had a Tentacruel. That's level 50. That's definitely not something we have XLs for. Alright, I think this is Alakazam and Silent Beast. Yeah, this is Silent Beast.
One of the first Pokemon we've seen so far this weekend where the pressure that it applies isn't necessarily just on the battlefield. You know, looking at the team, looking
oh my
at
gosh, we'll have another chance for a
Silent Beast can bring.
3-2 here
bring an answer to Bastiodon,
in this set.
And your opponent brings their Bastiodon,
once they
really
get to their battles.
A lot of trouble. So yes, it's a fantastic Pokemon, but it's good because of its pressure at Team Preview, and it's good with its pressure in battle. Again, assuming that you can get those favorable matchups lined up like you would want.
All right, and as our battlers are getting ready to lock in, we talked a lot about the Bastiodon, but let's also take a look at what other Pokemon that Silent Beast is running.
Silent Beast is running the Bastion G-Fisk, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, the Surfetch. Surfetch with Leaf Blade, Brave Bird too, so it's a big ol' Surfetch.
Because Surfetch is just so glassy, it cannot rely on HP and defense, but it has such strong attack.
It's very true. It's attack oriented.
Way through a lot of matchups and can serve as a bit of a core breaker in this meta.
Yeah, and I think Core Breaker is exactly what its on Silent Beast seem to do. I'm not sure if it's going to find a lot of those matchups against Alakazam specifically, as
did you hear that?
Would be great against Azumarill. Galarian Stunfisk has a decent matchup against. But I also
I'm pretty. Yeah, this is Alakazam. I'm pretty sure I've heard the name before, but I don't know them. And I don't think I know Silent Beast at all. Love the hat though.
I think you have to commit to it very early on, either by sending it out first or using your shields whenever it does make an appearance, and foregoing shields on some of your other Pokemon. If you can make that prediction ahead of time and get that alignment, again, alignment is so key in competitive Pokemon Go. Surfetched is going to be fantastic, but you just have to be very
This is an
careful.
interesting mask.
And
Looks
really
like a
love
duck.
seeing these trainers taking these risks and them paying off so well at this level of competition, because this is something that you have to think about, days, weeks ahead of time.
All right,
Lickitung
versus Surfetch. Jeez, this is an insane matchup for Surfetch. Nidoqueen gonna come in Sableye. Yeah.
We see some adjustments already come in.
He'll definitely go to Earth Power. We'll see if he baits or not. Just goes for it. This is a tough call. I think you have to shield it though. It's too risky to lose Switch, especially when Surfetch has so few matchups.
Yeah, and that was a great
Whether he goes return or not.
Silent Beast early on in this game, but that's one less
Went for the
shield
Poison
for
Fang.
Surfetch
Does the
later
Foul Play
on.
KO
So,
this?
yes, you're keeping your Sableye around for longer, and these foul plays
It
will
does.
certainly wipe out
Really
the
good
Shadow
timing by
Needle
Silent
Queen.
Beast.
You just have to make sure that
It's gonna get a ton of damage off on this, which is fine. But double Trevenants in the back and an extra shield for Alakazam. But he doesn't know that. Oh, actually, Alakazam probably does know the moveset because Silent Beast has been on stage, so he knows that there's probably no no Night Slash, which is one of the tough parts about being on stage is everyone can see your games. This is going to be a no shield because he knows. Doesn't matter though, with the double Trevs in the back. It's kind of really messed up, to be honest, but that's okay. Goes for the Shadow Ball. Great shield.
And Silent Beast again making a correct call with the shield against the Shadow Ball. That means that Silent Beast's shields are gone while Atticus
He just gets the farm down here.
Shields available to him.
Two shields, but so many charge attacks gonna come through. I believe. Yeah, this is gonna be 2 Seed Bombs, possibly 3 actually. Which isn't going to actually pressure it to get KO'd, but it is. I guess he's going to have to go for the full farm down on Lickitung. Unless he doesn't want to take the third one. Probably has to take this. Oh, can't do anything, I guess. This game is just kind of over. Does live this. Probably just comes back in Surfetch and goes for the farm down. It's going to take more than one move to KO Surfetch, even though Surfetch is super squish. 2 body slams might KO.
I mean, it is like 1 attack, possibly 2 licks away from getting that second body slam. So the first one will connect.
Two will
Surfetch
KO.
doesn't have a charged move available to it, but it is able to use that fast move to pick up the knockout. And
I don't think anything's there. He doesn't get to the move anyways. Even if it's one turn away, you take the damage before you can throw the move. So this is not disputable. Who's the judge up here? I think they've already given the win to Silent. Only 1 counter went through, which is how the game works.
How close these battlers are in skill level. A lot of times these battles can come down to just 1/2 a second move.
Yeah, and going into game 2, in terms of adjustments, if it really was that half
He is
second,
disputing, which is fine. You're allowed to dispute, but there's just no
I don't think
way.
you necessarily make Pokemon adjustments. I think you try and go for playstyle adjustments. We saw him save his shields for very late on in that game, but by then, Silent Beast just had the alignment that he was looking for, and he didn't need the charge moves.
Oh, it's Kevin Solderis. He'll make the right call. Kevin Solderis is really good.
Was enough to pick up those KOs. Maybe
I don't think any, I mean, maybe it's just me, but nothing wrong happened there, even with the lag, because he needed 1 turn to get to the move, and a 2-turn move does its damage before you can register the move. So even though that was a lag spike, it would not have played out any different if there was no lag.
Because you can control the alignment a bit better. I think if I were in Silent Beast's shoes, you know, as amazing as that Surfetched was in that matchup, you know your opponent's thinking about it right now. Maybe you just leave it behind on the bench.
A back-to-back, though, if he had a back-to-back and there was lag, he would have won.
Out on the field once the shields are gone, once you don't have to worry about the alignment as much as there are just.
Looks like they've all agreed on whatever the decision was.
And then you pick up those knockouts.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if Bastiodon is going to make an appearance over on Silent Beast's side.
I thought we were frozen for a second because no one's moving. Now people are blinking.
Does Bastiodon have enough targets for Atacazam to use it, or are we going to see kind of that?
How many sets have I done? I should. Let me check that.
Lots of different options here.
I'm in 1. I'm 1 away from finishing 1. So 1, 2.
Yeah, this is a really tough game too. As again,
it's my 3rd set.
Of this game, of this
all right, game 2. Trev Lickitung. Okay, Lickitung insane right here. And double ghost in the back.
We have the immediate switch out into the Sableye.
You know what's crazy? If he had come in Surfetch, he would have had the double ghost, and the double ghosts are actually good against like everything except for Lickitung. So I guess that's fine. You want the Lickitung to switch at some point. But this Sableye is actually just so good against the back line. I think he's going to go for foul play return, which might be enough. I don't think it is enough, actually, so maybe he just goes for 2 or 3 returns of foul plays, rather. 3 foul plays.
Yeah, not enough pressure to get some shields in flight yet from Atacazam, but certainly something that he
return doesn't KO from here, but it's very close. Depends on IVs, I guess.
Game 1 finally goes for that shield against the foul play here, and should be able to use Lick.
Gonna go for the farm down.
Sableye, but will have to take 1 more foul play in order to
this is gonna be game because Nidoqueen is just gonna go in, is gonna be able to face off against Silent Beast's Trev, and just the Poison Fangs are gonna be enough to just mess this matchup up way a lot, because he's gonna come in with Surfetch. He's gonna get hit by. Interesting.
What we call a mirror match.
Yeah, we saw this play out in game 1.
That's an interesting swap.
Really how we're gonna see some adjustments in
the
game
thing
2.
about
We saw the shields very early
so
on.
Atacazam obviously knows the moveset on Silent Beast's Surfetch, so there's not a lot to worry about, I guess, from that side, unless shields are down, which is why he doesn't really want to shield his own Trevenant here. I guess you let this go, but you actually don't get KO'd, and he gets a little bit more farm, and you're going to get a little bit less farm.
These Pokemon are so close to being knocked out.
Oh, he wanted it to get a little bit of farm here on Surfetch,
you know, there goes one Trevenant, and now the other one is
which is
right
good.
behind it.
Right, and now this Surfetch has
You just come in Nidoqueen here, I think, and start throwing poison jabs. You shield the first move, and then all the moves on Lickitung KO at this point. I mean, I think you have to shield, but you can go back to back here.
the Protect Shield was used. And then
yeah, this doesn't KO. Yeah, you go back to back. Silent Beast probably just doesn't shield because it doesn't really matter.
Doesn't even take it to the red.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that despite
oh, he does shield. He's just gonna go back to. He's just gonna go for the two-piece play with Lickitung. Oh, he just goes from far down. Sure.
Surfetch was not enough to threaten a KO there, as the Shadow Nidoqueen will be able to just knock out that Surfetch and tie up the set. But overall, you know, I think that we saw Adikazam make that early adjustment in his.
So what was it on the? What was it on Adikazam's side? It was Lickitung.
And as a result, it played better for him. I love the Surfetch.
Lickitung, Trev.
Cool Pokemon on paper, but
Lickitung, Trev, Nidoqueen. Trev's been in every game. Lickitung's been in every game. Bastion's really good against that. He hasn't brought any of the 3 things that like super hard. Well, I guess 4 things are really good against. No.
And I just don't think he had the tools.
Yeah, I guess 3 of them are good against Bastion.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if
he keeps bringing Nidoqueen, I think, but I don't think he's ever bringing G-Fisk. Maybe he brings Medicham. So it actually might be time to bring Altaria for Silent Beast. He might go for Altaria. Is he gonna go in front or back though? So he could lead. Maybe it's time to give up on the Surfetch as well. Oh man, actually something like Altaria.
We've seen Adikazam lose to Surfetch, and we've seen him adjust and now win to Surfetch. So going into this game 3, I think that you have
if you want to get greedy, you can go Altaria, Bastion, Sceptile.
Are they not going to bring Surfetch? And if they do bring Surfetch, how do I handle that matchup? And I would love.
Guess that line's really bad against Stunfisk.
Sort of acknowledge that fact. You know, maybe Silent Beast just leaves the
yeah, actually that line's super RPS. Don't do that one, y'all. Don't do that one. Okay, so there, if Trev and Lickitung are coming, Bastion and Altaria are good against that, and you want to bring something probably 1 times weak to that, or you go Altaria double steal. And just really get crushed by a Stunfisk that you've not seen at all. And then you have double play against Nidoqueen, triple play against Lickitung and Trev if you think that's the 3 coming again. But if you don't think that's the 3, then obviously you can go something safe again. You're probably going to end up with some sort of double ghost. And you can go with any of your 3 like kind of unstable mon, like Surfetch, Altaria, or Bastion.
And that match is kicking off right now. We have Shadow Nidoqueen into Sableye. This is definitely
it's a good lead. The Azu actually came in. Azu's insane here. It's really good actually switch into Altaria. He doesn't know it yet, but it's actually insanely good. I think Lickitung wins this matchup. So it's whether or not you want to go for the shield or you want to get it just low enough to like farm up. Both your mon are good against Nido. Both are kind of bad against Azumarill. Except with a shield advantage. Both of them are actually okay against Azumarill with a shield advantage. Or baiting, I guess, as well. We haven't seen the Azumarill moveset, but I would venture to say it's probably Ice Beam, Play Rough.
Altaria has a bit of an advantage just because it has that little bit of extra energy in this matchup. Body Slam will bring down the Altaria into the red.
You gotta throw this before the Body Slam. This is probably enough for Azu to farm all the way down.
But it looks like Silent Beast actually going for the undercharge and a last-second shield from Adikazam, which will allow.
Yo, there's an insane play here to come in Sableye and fully farm this down. Fully farming down with Stunfisk is fine too. I think I really like Sableye though. Okay, he's going for the Sableye late game. Shield up. It's gonna be okay. But it's going to be tough because you have to shield both play roughs, which means you're going to maybe let in an Earthquake.
Get all that energy ready to go against the Shadow Nidoqueen. And
if he shields right here,
you know, if he's able to
you swap, I think.
And he shields, that would have been huge, but instead it's allowed to connect and it's allowed to knock out the Shadow Nidoqueen.
Okay, Silent Beast is in a really good position now. All you have to worry about is a possible catch. I think you just do your timings right. and you just throw only Earthquakes.
And then the Galarian Stunfisk is going to be
Great timing.
to get some of this
This
damage
does
on
about
high.
45,
The
so
Earthquake will hit for
an
nuisance
Earthquake
damage.
and
It's
a
fairly powerful
return
here.
plus
You
the
see Azumarill
damage from
using
the
shield, and then Azumarill, no shields left.
oh my
What we
god,
have on the other
really
side
good
of the
timing
field
again by
is
Silent
a
Beast. Bad timing by
Sableye that's
Adixam.
gonna be
Tried to go for
very
one more.
risky
You really need to get there
shield
before.
2 shields against 2 Pokemon. The Lickitung has like 1 HP.
He's going for the Ice
remaining, so that
Beams
might not
because he
be
wants to
too
gain
much
some sort of
trouble for
energy
the
advantage, but
Sableye.
I don't think
But this
you really gain that much with the
Azumarill,
Ice
if
Beams,
it's
and I think you
allowed
double
to
shield
play rough,
this
would
Sableye
take
because a return will
so
KO.
much damage to
The only thing
Sableye.
is you have to
As a
make sure to do your
result,
timing
Sableye
right.
forced to go for a return here, but what an
Okay,
amazing
does the
switch
timing
from
right,
Adixam.
because
Tried to
otherwise
catch
they
the
could catch,
return
but they
right
cannot
as
catch if you
Silent
do your
Beast got to
timing
it, but
right.
instead, Silent
Since it's a
Beast
2-turn
waited
move
to
versus a
attack,
3-turn move,
and now
you
the
always,
return
as a
can
Sableye, you
connect
go
with the
on
Azumarill for the
either
knockout.
This
1,
match just
4,
got a
7,
lot
10,
closer. There it is, the return
and then
knocks
you're good.
out the Azumarill. There we go, Silent
So the question was, did that first
Beast
dispute
is
count?
our winner's finalist.
Because no one's getting up.
A will be moving on to
Does say
top
he's the
10
winner.
tomorrow,
So
and
yeah,
that
I think
means
that's the
there's a
winner.
Bastion
Silent
here
Beast
in top
is
10.
actually,
I'm
I don't
sure
know who this
fellow
person is, but they are
podcasters will be
very
happy about that fact.
mechanically
Yes, I'm sure he is
mechanically
silently
good,
cheering
following
over
all the
there
right
over Silent Beast's choice of Bastiodon. Very,
gameplay.
very
All right,
good
let's do our
games from
last
Adixam
set
and Silent
or last
Beast. That
battle
was
in the
such a
set.
joy to cast. But again, that was our winners finals for Group A.
So
Let's see if we can get that
winners
3-2 in
finals
Weather
from
Cup.
Group A, we've seen winners finals from Group
You can
B,
see this
and
other
now
team
we're
I
gonna
really
be
wanted to
talking
make for
about
Weather
Group
Cup,
C.
but I would
So
need to level
unfortunately,
up
we're
an
not gonna be able
Articuno,
to feature the
and I would
remaining
need a
loser
second
side
move it
of
as
the
well, and I
bracket
just
for
don't want to
Groups
do
A and
that.
B. However,
So
if you're following along at home,
I think
that's
Articuno
okay,
could be pretty good
because
though in
Group
Weather
C and
Cup,
D
but
are
unwilling to
literally
use that
just
dust right
getting
now.
started with
Again,
their
like I said at the
tournament,
beginning of the
which
stream,
means, you know,
trying to
these
make
are
some stuff for
some
Master League
fresh-faced
because I might
trainers
become
coming
the
into
Master
play.
League
Maybe they just had some
specialist,
lunch, you know, some
at least for a couple
caffeine,
weeks.
their
Well,
snack
ours
of
takes
choice
a
for good luck, of course, and they're gonna
well,
be
ours goes
ready
on
to
holiday, I
go.
guess,
mean,
in a few
I
weeks.
think they've all been watching the stream so far.
So I just need to get
So
there,
I would
and I do have a lot of the
imagine
mons,
they're
but
incredibly pumped to start playing.
it's the unrestricted
Maybe
mon
they
that I
even got a little
actually
bit extra
need
sleep
some help with.
because they didn't even have to get into the. They didn't have to step into the arena as early as our battlers from groups A and B.
3,
So they're definitely
4,
fresh-faced, ready to
5,
go.
6,
And we
7.
know our first battlers
Just
coming up
just
from Group C and
another
D, and I am
2500
very much looking
Tentacruel.
forward to getting into those battles
This is
once,
another reason why I don't
our
like this
battlers
cup.
sit down and
It's
get
like
all
all these
locked in.
mon I don't even have the
I was
chance to
gonna
get.
say, I have
2,
definitely taken a nap in the
3,
venue before
4.
at Pokemon events because there's been a little bit of an extra break, but just being able to start halfway through the day.
So I guess at
that
this point we
is,
hope
that
Charizard's
is a
good against
strong
everything in the
play.
back,
It
but
is a
I
strong
have a feeling
play.
it's not.
Good strategy there.
Good strategy, trainer. But yeah, let's take a moment to sort of recap. the
Scald's
tournament
double
we've seen so
resisted.
far as we are waiting to get started with our Group C and Group D matches.
I guess I'll shield.
I think
because I don't think they
this
get to
is
another
the
move.
narrative that we're building throughout the day, so it may
Maybe they're
seem
not
a
weak to
little bit
Charizard at all.
repetitive,
Could
but
be
it's just
triple
the
water or
story that we're
something.
telling here. Altaria, fantastic Pokemon.
Which would
Azumarill
just
making a
suck for
comeback.
me.
No wall rain. We've
1,
seen some really cool
2,
picks with the Bastiodon. We've seen Surfetched.
Okay,
Apparently
last
some of the other
time
unique
this was
Pokemon
in
we've
here,
seen
it
so
was a
far.
Abomasnow in the
Noctowl was
back.
a personal favorite of yours.
But I have a feeling
lot
it's
of
like
new
Swampert,
faces
if
mixed
I'm being
in with
honest.
the more common mainstays from the 2022 format
5.
that we're seeing all along.
I'm
Yeah,
actually
the one
coming in
that I
Charizard
really
here.
want to talk about that we saw that made it quite far in the
6.
tournament was Double.
Because for some
How
reason
could
they're
I forget there
too
was a
not
Double?
afraid.
That is such a cool Pokemon.
Yes, Double recently very much benefited from Double Kick being added into the game. It reminds me a little bit of Vigoroth. Vigoroth being a very classic Pokemon in the Great
It
League.
was weak
It is
to
a normal
Charizard.
type Pokemon with a
It's so
fighting type
rough.
fast move for Vigoroth. It's counter, and then it has access to same type attack bonus Body Slam, and then has Bulldoze as kind of a heavier hitting
Wow,
a heavier hitting charge
good
move,
timing,
where
I guess.
Double, very similar to
If
normal
this
type
is the
Pokemon, fighting
kick,
type
we might
fast move.
live.
This time it's Double Kick, but Payback
Damn, we don't
as its
live.
big charge move, which
And now we
is
take
much
Infinite.
heavier hitting than Bulldoze is, so makes for a little
Oh,
bit more interesting
I tried to call it too
Yeah,
hard.
It also gives it a better matchup.
Even because if it was a Abomasnow in the back, at least our Walrein would have had play.
Against a Vigoroth, like
You just
Sableye,
played it
I
as
think, is
if
the
we
one
had
matchup that I had really practiced at one point during
Why
last
wouldn't they
season.
switch in?
And if you had a dark type attack,
Isn't that kind of weird? Why wouldn't they switch in
both in terms of base power and in terms of just how the typing plays out against the
after they did the acid spray? I guess they were afraid of getting KO'd in the back, and then Tentacles being neutral against things.
I think that it's one of those.
It is interesting for Weather Cup because Tentacruel is kind of just that neutral. It's like Umbreon almost, where it's just neutral and bulky.
So to speak. And I mean, Wooloo is just great. I think we all had that moment when we discovered
can play some
Wooloo
Surfetch
was a Pokemon
for
that Dynamax and Sword and Shield.
Beast.
Just to tell a little bit of a story,
most of the
Sword and Shield demos
most of the swords are in the
North American
back, so I'm gonna
Championships
put this in the
a few
back.
years ago, back before the game came out, and you
What
had
is
a good
it
battle
good
and
against?
you chose to Dynamax one of the Pokemon on your team, and I think all of my friends chose to Dynamax Wooloo because it's just so big and so round and so lovely. To see Double have a similar impact in the metagame here is very comforting.
Yes, it's so big and fluffy. I love it.
And very round, which is very important when picking Pokemon that are my favorites, apparently.
Yes. But yes, Double was so
What do
much
we need
fun
to be
to
good
watch.
against? So
There are some Pokemon though that did benefit from these move updates that we
maybe we
haven't
need
really
like
seen at all today.
Talonflame, Cresselia,
Lantern.
maybe.
I don't think we've seen a single one today, and that was one I was really hoping to see here today.
Oh, I was like, do I even
the
have an
the
Ultra League
Pokemon
Cresselia? I
Go
do.
2023 Baltimore
Okay.
Championships.
Well, we're
Surfetch
only halfway through the tournament,
and
so it is hypothetically possible that there is a Lantern out there waiting for us. I hope there is. I mean,
Oh, I wish we had an
in
XL
terms
Lantern
of my
actually.
own
That's
personal
true.
practice, that was one
Oh,
of the
what
first
about
Pokemon I
Licky?
jumped on the new Great League Laddering game. I had a
I haven't
Lantern
completed
from a
this
long
Lickitung,
time
but it's
ago, and I was
close
like,
to complete.
Maybe it's time I bring this back and try it out. And the fact that it can get Spark and Surf.
All right,
really,
let's see how bad
really
it
makes
is.
it a different Pokemon. Like that Surf is such an amazing water type charged move. It's only used on Tapu Fini otherwise, I think, currently in the Great League meta at least, and it just does so much damage. It's fast. It's a very comfy move to have access to.
It is, and it makes it Lantern up against the ground types
Okay,
a little bit more comfortable. And ground types have been really resurging in the meta. We've been seeing a lot of the Galarian Stunfisk. We've been seeing Nidoqueen as that ground type.
2,
So Surf being able
3.
to put those Surfs out, being able to put out that charge move damage.
Oh, I forgot I'm
really
plugged in,
helps
so you guys might hear
Lantern in the
some
open
tapping,
Great
I
League.
guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Actually,
even
let
if we
me
don't see
unplug.
Lantern here this weekend, I would want to believe that we've seen enough teams with both the Nidoqueen
I guess we don't
and
care about a
Galarian
Brave Bird here.
Stunfisk to prompt people to consider Lantern at a future event. I believe there's Salt Lake City Regionals coming up shortly. There's Peoria coming up shortly, and there's so many more out there. If you want to check out our regional schedule for the year, maybe make some plans to attend an event of your own, go to Pokemon.com.
Dang, how do we beat this? Because I think it's another dark type in the back.
And maybe consider throwing a Lantern on your team, because that's going to be a cool
8,
Pokemon to bring. But that is enough of me talking about cool and or round Pokemon. We have our first matchup ready from Group C to go on the stage. Let's take it over there and get things started.
Oh, Group C is starting.
And I am
Is
very
House Stark?
excited to start
Okay.
talking about these teams.
House Stark on the left.
So
I don't know this
going
person on the right.
into
We just
this,
put a video out of
matchup,
this
we
guy
have
on the left.
House
He's
Stark
very good,
93
obviously.
And Swampert as well. So looking
Oh, it's
over at
Swampert.
House Stark's
I've never seen him in
team,
person.
House Stark will be running today, and Alolan Ninetales,
Don't think this KOs, so-
Trevenant,
Oh,
one
good.
moment.
Obstagoon,
We'll shield.
Shadow Swampert,
Because
and
I think this probably is
Noctowl just
Sludge.
for you.
Just real quick, there was a quick recap. So, House Stark's team was Alolan Ninetales, Noctowl, Trevenant, Obstagoon, Galarian
3,
Stunfisk, and Shadow
4.
Swampert.
It was. And on the opposing side of the field, Swampert running
1,
his namesake,
2.
the Swampert, in addition to Purified,
I think we just
Sableye,
shield this
Registeel,
Surfetch again, and we
Altaria,
go Surfetch all the way to the
and
end.
a Frostlass,
I
which
think this is a
a
big Surfetch
another
game.
Ice-type Pokemon option that you didn't really see because Walrein was so good. But also, it's Ghost.
It's true,
typing, which
Swampert's
makes
really
it a
good right
very
now when
interesting
Walrein's been
Pokemon
pushed
to
out of the
look
meta.
at from
And G-Fisk is
the
getting
Ice
pushed
type
like back into the
versus
meta.
Grass type perspective, because Trevenant also shares that secondary Ghost type.
I think we shield this and we can farm down if we need to, and then we see whatever's in the back. No shields. We have Cresselia
like in the Go Battle
as
League,
well.
we have some special metas that are more restricted. But honestly, Frostlass is one of the best safe swaps out there in the game. If you give it really is. If you give it an energy advantage, Frostlass can do so
5,
much work
6,
with Avalanche
7,
and then Shadow
8,
Ball.
9.
I've also seen some trainers opt to
So-
run Hex and
It's actually 8. Shadow Ball doesn't KO.
Which is very interesting. But personally, I think the Powder Snow, Avalanche, Shadow Ball moveset is the way to go.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that now that you mention it, because the only time I had really seen Frostlass prior to this tournament,
I don't think Grass Knot KOs either. But to be honest, Seed Bomb, I think we do want it to KO. Actually, it doesn't do like anything.
Going into this tournament, you know, I think that it definitely is a
hopefully we don't get farmed down.
All right, GG.
All right, let's see. Game's on.
This matchup, we'll have to see as these trainers are getting started. How Stark leading the Galarian Stunfisk versus the
G-Fisk into Licky. This is a pretty even matchup, but usually when they bring Licky up in the front, they usually have alternating typings in the back. So meaning your safe swaps in the front and your 2 backmon can't. They cover each other, but not. They don't overlap. They cover the entirety of the meta, but like in a Venn diagram that has no overlap. And that's exactly what's been brought here.
A little bit of extra energy and throwing that power whip right.
It'd be interesting to shield here, to be honest. Okay, no shield.
So some great counting there. Doesn't deal as much damage.
Obstagoon's okay against everything in the back. Trevenant's really good against one and really bad against one. Like I said, the dichotomy of having a safe swap lead means your backmon are usually not able to cover each other. Yeah, but it's a body slam. It's resisted. How Stark knows this counts. Like this is nothing to him. Although really interesting to bring Noctowl. Expecting a lot of Sableye, and actually our opponent brought oh my god, wait, the switch in here?
Really forced to rely
because he won the lead versus the safe swap. Yeah, that's tough. Because for sure now, I mean, Trevenant against Swampert in the back, 2 shields, it's pretty over.
But I think more importantly, the Altaria has to build to the
just gets any type of damage off, doesn't really matter. Still has the G-Fisk, gonna take a charge attack to KO that from the Altaria. I guess they could shield and farm down the G-Fisk. Swampert's timing's really off, I guess, or is half a turn off, which sucks.
This was that third one. You have to wonder
because now he doesn't get any more energy and he lost CMP here.
That secondary effect possibly comes into play.
I think you don't go for everything so that you can get a farm down. Yeah.
In Pokemon Go PvP, and here goes. We're gonna
so he does have a ton of energy here. But I mean, now he's down a shield. Good catch on the rock slide.
That was such amazing timing from Swampert. I mean, he's shaking his head, but that rock slide is not going to knock out the Swampert. Would have knocked out.
But it actually puts it in, I guess, Seed Bomb range, which basically one-shots. But you can go no shield since regular Swampert. They don't. Sludge Bomb really doesn't do much.
We are going to see a shield. Hydro Cannon is just such a great charge move that it still applies pressure to the Trevenant. We're going to see the Trevenant knock out the Swampert here with a one.
Man, this is just over though. Is it though? Actually, I think you shield this because you need the fast attacks to take this down. Okay, does pull the last shield though, so this is going to be pretty good for G-Fisk now, because now G-Fisk just has to get to the move. Because even the fast attacks are kind of building up. It's closer than it seems, but also G-Fisk should be able to make it to a move or farm this down. Half a turn. Swampert actually played insane. After really messing up a little bit in the Obstagoon matchup with Altaria, he ended up playing freaking insane. Literally needed half a turn more, but couldn't have gotten that half a turn more because the Shadow Claws are doing neutral damage. Wow. I'm so impressed. Swampert bringing Frostlass. I think Wholesome was talking about how Frostlass is pretty insane now in open Great League, because if Walreign's not going to be used, there's so many people using Altaria just because Walreign is like really bad. Now that people can bring Frostlass and have some better matchups. Obviously, you have an insanely good matchup against Altaria, but then you also gain some more matchups with that Ghost typing and the Shadow Ball. That Walrein necessarily, not necessarily would have had. So it's a much different mon than the Walrein, but it's pretty different. So changes your team comp up a lot. Another regular Swampert, Hellstark bringing the Shadow Swampert, which I was saying I really like Shadow Swampert right now. And again, with the Noctowl, thinking that everyone's going to bring Sableye, which I believe was the most used mon for all of last season's regionals and invitationals and championships. Sableye was the most used mon on all teams. So yeah, if you can totally neutralize that mon or scare it out of coming if they do bring it, then that might be worth a slot, which is what Hellstark is saying or thinking. And then also less Walrein in the meta, more flyers available. If you're not getting hard countered on Altaria, on Noctowl, then it's actually pretty good neutral general, or pretty good generalist against most of everything else, because it's very bulky and has that good coverage move of Shadow Ball. All right, next game, Altaria into G-Fist. Big time differential here. I wonder if he's going to come in with Obstagoon, but now it's a little too late. You do beat it to the Earthquake. You don't necessarily need to shield anything on G-Fist. The first Focus Blast, not going to do too much. Good call on bringing in Trev. I guess you can get this full farm down, since you're not going to get KO'd by the second Zap. Actually, you do get KO'd by the second Zap, so you need a Seed Bomb. Good call. Actually, Seed Bombs before the Focus Blast, maybe, well, that move wouldn't have KO'd, but pretty close to the Zap Cannon as well. And you reduce damage against this Altaria. Altaria probably not going to shield anything here. You have the Obstagoon versus the Swampert. It's a close matchup. If you ever get a boost, it's over. I actually don't know who wins that. I imagine Swampert wins that matchup in the ones, but I assume in the twos. Hellstark has to be careful because the switch probably is not up. He switched a lot later, waited a long time, and then did a move. But the counters actually add up as the fast attack. And you can take one of these. So weird way of doing the bubbles for the Night Slash. I don't think we've seen a boost today on stream, so hopefully we can see a boost. You can live one of these. The only thing you'd be worried about is possible Earthquake, but even that's not too bad, especially from the non-Shadow. You lose CMP. Swampert beats most things in CMP, so Swampert is also faster to get to its moves, so probably wins this. But it's also going to be so low from the counters. Oh, he's letting this go? Interesting. You just shield this. For sure you shield this. Because G-Fist just has such a dominating matchup against Altaria. Good combo. But you just go for like max energy here. Swampert's out of energy. You can probably just go up to 2 Rock Slides actually. You don't even need to go to 3. But you still want to go to 100 energy, I think. I think it's over.
That Swampert had some energy before it went back to its Pokeball. But it's not
it did not.
Is already at the rock slide, but doesn't even need it as the Galarian Stunfisk is able to fast.
You can see he has his Ghost Aim jersey on underneath the. He already looks exasperated in round 1. But Alex is really good, or Hellstark's really good. So, okay, so Silent Beast making it into day 2. They're not showing the losers bracket stuff, so we'll just keep an eye on Hot Pocket and Alakazam. And then I don't know this player's name, but maybe them too. Would Dodge beat Ghost Burns. So Wadaj versus Nino. Nino, I really want to see this game. What was the other losers bracket? Well, we don't know yet. So I really want to see this game with Nino. But they probably won't show it. They really want to show as much Group C as possible, I think. iSimi won round 1 against a possible VGC player, it looks like. Mama Climbs got the bye. Their player wasn't, their opponent wasn't here. Shiny Hunter Ben going to round 2. Onion Frank with the bye. Actually, wait, is Onion Frank even there? Does anyone know? I would love to know if Onion Frank's actually there. Kind of cute, though. Beating the Truck is sick. And did Group D start? No. Okay, so Group D is not started yet. Group C looks like they did 1 full round. Oh, Cindy won round 1. Round 2 versus Crispy. Does it show who's streamed next? Stream 1? Oh, we get Nino versus Wadaj. That's the game I wanted to see. So we'll probably end up seeing Cindy if she wins the next round against maybe House Stark, or unless he loses to Burrito. But House Stark's so good. So Cindy versus House Stark, that's a really good possible matchup to look for down the line. But Nino versus Wadaj is going to be so good. I'm waiting for the Shadow Machamp to come out. We've seen the Surfetch. We've seen Scrafty. We've seen Medicham. Those are pretty normal ones, but I think Shadow Machamp has chances to come back too. Shadow Machamp good against Swampert. Obviously good against the things that normal fighters are good against. Good against Obstagoon. Yeah, we're gonna see Nino versus Wadaj. I guess we're gonna get the Wadaj face reveal. Alright, I've never seen him, even though I'm pretty sure I have seen him because he was in Milwaukee and in AIC, but I don't know a lot of people's. I mean, I do know a lot of people's names, but I don't remember if I ever was introduced to this person.
They can play through a couple more rounds and possibly make it to top 8 again tomorrow. But still, it's a very tall ask for these trainers, as that pressure is really there at this point in time. And you know, I think we've seen both these trainers play already on stream, so I wonder if they maybe have seen each other play on stream, if there's any sort of knowledge there.
They definitely know the movesets, like for sure. Nino's been on stream like 3 times. His whole team's for sure. I thought this was a double. Oh, you guys don't see. Let me show you what I was looking at. I thought this was the double. Rip. The wrong sheep. License to Draw sent me a gift. That gift is definitely from the venue because we saw License to Draw on stream. I think they're in our raid group because I don't.
Double action. Don't count double out yet. I am very excited to
see
how it plays against Wadaj.
Baltimore Regional.
In the Go Battle League community as being
Umbreon as the partner? Hell yes.
Which is quite a feat. Very few trainers even reach the rank of legend, let alone being on the top pages of the leaderboard. So a very, very prestigious rank.
Wadaj is always on the leaderboard. I think Nino is also always on the leaderboard. So both these people are very mechanically good. Obviously they've made it to all the way to the final round of losers bracket. So I think Wadaj has played like 8 games or something. So played 2 in the winners bracket and then 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. This will be Wadaj's 9th game, whereas this is actually Nino's 6th game. So that's kind of crazy.
Time commitment, I think, to play, to get to legend, and then to stay on top of the leaderboards as well. And that just goes to show your commitment to the game at that point, which is something.
I don't want to start a game. I'll leave. Let's see.
I
might leave the game.
To remember to play my sets more, but that's a Gabby problem. We're ready to go ahead.
Oh no!
For this matchup, so let's take it away.
Why does it always start right when I'm okay? Maybe we're gonna get kicked out of this queue.
Team on stream, like you mentioned, has that double, the Swampert, the Trevenant.
This is Wadaj.
The Alolan Ninetales and the Mandibuzz.
Nunu with the double, Togekiss. Quad charms, or double charms.
I think this is the second Umbreon we've seen on stream.
What's on Wadaj's side? It's Wilmer?
Type Pokemon is really bulky and does a fair amount of damage thanks to Last Resort.
Yeah, it has access to Last Resort. Eevee, one of the
what am I doing? Let me close out of this. Okay, we did get kicked out of that game. Luckily enough. Let me charge my phone too while it's happening.
As well as all of its
I got the brightness all the way up, 27%.
Access to Psychic, which can really help it out against some fighting type Pokemon, which we aren't really seeing on the other side of the field, but that's definitely something that Umbreon has access to. It also has a bit of variability with its dark type charge move.
Man, they just got to looking at their games too. I could have actually gone into a game and lost. or won. Calm down.
Takes a little bit longer, but hits a little bit harder as well. So I've seen
why won't this delete?
Preferences for
what the hell?
Or, with battlers, I personally run Foul Play on my Umbreon, as well as Last Resort. But depending on who you're up against, Psychic again, very, very interesting pick that you can run on Umbreon.
It's definitely a surprise pick, which
whenever Ninu's going through his picks, he always looks like man, this just ain't it. I don't know if it's a bad matchup or he's thinking about a team in his head and he's like, oh, this is good, let me check the matchups. Oh no, that doesn't work, or it does work, who knows. There's a lot of equipment on Wadaj's face right now. He's got the mask, glasses, backwards cap, and headphones. Also, he's got an N95 mask. That is that's fancy, I feel like. He's got the little filter, I guess. Not sure. Whereas Ninu kind of got a lot of the same stuff, but no backwards cap. So he's not getting that buff, the Ash Ketchum buff. But also just a normal mask.
Is worth talking about because with the double there, with that double kick fighting type fast move. I mean,
oh my god, he keeps fogging up his glasses. How does he see? Look at his glasses.
Right. I'm looking at Wadaj's team. There's one other thing I really want to call out, and that's the use of Skarmory.
Legit, how is he seeing his screen right now? That's like in a fog of war.
We've seen Noctowl. We've seen other steel types today. We see Galarian Stunfisk plenty. We've seen Registeel. However, Skarmory being able to have a little bit of the best of both worlds.
Skarmory? See, there's a Skarmory?
Skarmory typically doesn't run any steel type move.
Okay, so we know Ninu doesn't have a Skarmory, so Wadaj must have a Skarmory. That almost means that he probably has a Swampert and possibly an Azumarill. What does he need then as well? Maybe a Trev? Ooh, Umbreon. Hell yeah. Huge advantage for Wadaj. And now he's going to be behind. With the new mechanic, it's actually really bad to swap into the same type matchup. But it is two normal Swamperts, so you're not really going to be pressured as hard with the Hydro Cannons. But you can't stay in this matchup forever either. So even if all shields go down, well... But Trevenant's going to be good against Swampert, but it's insanely bad against Umbreon. So the end game of this matchup ends up being like G-Fisk versus the world, and it's going to be too much. Okay, he does end up coming in with Umbreon. So after this Hydro Cannon, you might... Switch might be up, and you might have one Hydro Cannon loaded. So if Switch is up, you definitely want to switch. Oh, Switch is not up. So he throws two. And now you have to hope that Trevenant's good against what's in the back. But if what's in the back, it's almost 99% Swampert. Or Trev. Sorry, Skarmory. It's almost 99% Skarmory because Swampert Skarmory have such great coverage together that they can't be next to each other if your safe swap is in the back versus the front, which is what we were talking about earlier. So Earthquake will KO from here. Rock Slide obviously will not. So the question is, how far do you want to go up, and how much do you want to save this? Because Swampert is coming in. bad timing. But maybe he's, it's actually kind of fine because he's maybe saying like, you know, if I'm going to get low, I'm going to get low. And I don't want to go up against the Swampert. This is so risky though. Because this doesn't KO. He wants more farm. He wants to come in and Earthquake. He wins CMP, but yeah, he knows he's kicking himself. He knows he had to go for Earthquake before. Super low, but Swampert can probably shield.
Yeah, I was looking a little ahead at that as well, and that
actually goes for it.
On Wadaj's side is looking really good.
But Wadaj really, yeah, I was gonna say you don't have to shield this because you really know that Skarmory's got to be good in the back. Oh my god, the Skarmory farm down though. Oh man, Swampert's had a move, but it's so low. And you need like 3 Hydro Cannons. Well, probably 2 and then maybe the farm. But I don't think you shield this as Wadaj. You can still try to shield a possible bigger move. But it is Trev in the back and you're almost at 2 Sky Attacks. Yeah, he's going to throw the back-to-back. And that's going to be GG. We see Nino go for a shield on the first one. You know what's funny? Josh's comment is from like an hour ago, but Swamp and Trev rip Nino still stands true. You know what's crazy? Wadaj went for the GBL line just kind of like Frosty did as well in Frosty's last game.
The real MVP, giving Wadaj the first win in this matchup. Yeah, just was able to find the alignment and was able to find the knockouts as a result.
So the winner of this match goes to day 2 in the losers bracket. So 1 loss recorded in a double elimination tournament. So they'll go into day 2 tomorrow, but they will be they'll be 1 loss away from getting kicked out. Whereas so 4 people will be at 1 loss, 4 people will be at 0 losses, and yeah. So again, like I said this at the beginning of the stream, but I think Umbreon's actually really good, in a really good spot right now. So if we look at Nino's team, it's probably losing to Double, but I don't know that matchup very well. The Swampert matchup is pretty even. I'm pretty sure you win as Umbreon, but it's close, so I'm not 100%. Trevenant, you KO it and you get a lot of farm coming out of it. The G-Fisk is pretty close. If you shield the first Earthquake, you can win that. Charm Ninetales, obviously it's horrifically bad. Although I do think you get to 2 last resorts, which is a decent amount of damage. And then Air Slash Mandibuzz is pretty close, but I think Air Slash Mandibuzz does win. We never saw who won CMP here, so this is going to be big. But Skarmory's insanely good in the back. So Nino loses CMP as well. That's really bad. And we also see him let that first Hydro Cannon connect with his Swampert. So what we might see though is, okay, good catch. I was gonna say we were gonna see soft loss of Swampert into a safe swap of Umbreon. Umbreon farmed down by A9, and then A9 having a couple moves to throw into.
And what a great catch! Yeah, what a good swap in here with the
into the Skarmory, which are neutral, and it's okay. That could have been best case scenario for Nino if he went for the soft loss. But it wouldn't have done that much though. Still, I guess a similar thing is going to happen now. Well, not really, because Umbreon's going to get so much farm out of this matchup. You could undercharge this, or you could just KO. Either way.
Just from taking these attacks alone. Nino will let this Trevenant get KO'd, and now this is the time to reveal the adjustment as the Umbreon is stuck on the field, and these charms are going to be doing so much damage. It really does, but
Swampert has a move on both sides.
But it's going to take a few charms to get through this Umbreon. Will Umbreon be able to get
Wadaj is down a shield, I guess. So there is still some play here. Oh, really, really interesting. This is a weird play. I guess he wants Nino to throw energy, but Nino can throw on 2 now. Or okay, he's gonna throw right now. This probably KOs. It's actually close. It might not, but the thing that Wadaj is trying to do is to get energy to move to get energy removed from A9. But I think I would have swapped straight to Swampert here, because now you're at an energy disadvantage, and Swampert's, I guess it's okay because you're outpacing it, and you get to 2 Hydros no matter what. Really bad timing by Ninu there.
Let's continue on. We're almost at a Hydro Cannon already. Yeah.
Okay, that was bad timing, but also he needed to get the move off and make sure that he didn't lose anything. The question is, does 2 Charms KO from here? Oh, it doesn't matter. He has 2 Sky Attacks. This became a really weird game in the end. Yeah, Wadaj played well though, or the team comps were pretty insane too. So he actually went the same comp each time. Swampert Skarm.
Is still keeping his tournament dreams alive.
We absolutely love to see it. So very good games from both Nino and Wadaj.
Oh, they're just talking over the games there. Yeah. Damn. Bringing the GBL lines. Yeah, they're going over the lines and what they could have done and everything. That's like one of the best parts about playing. Okay, let's check the brackets one more time.
Transfers over here as well. There are some skills that are different, but many skills that are the same.
Okay, so yeah, Dune making it into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Wadaj multiple times switch his
Hot Pocket beat this person, so Hot Pocket versus Atticazam. Oh, they're coming up on stream next. So we'll see if the 2 seniors, senior division people make it. As far as Group C, Cindy and House Dark haven't played their second round. Simi won his second round. He's going to play Shiny Hunter Ben, who also won his second round. This is going to be a good matchup. Oh, it's on stream 3. That makes sense. That's a really good matchup. Has anyone made it out of... Has anyone played? Okay, these are the only people that played in the losers bracket of C. Okay, let's go to D. Okay, D did get... No, D is still not started. Alright. Man, I'm trying to get my games done. Okay. This is like games done quick. Not so quick though. Let's see. What are we? 36%? That's pretty good.
I'm thinking about it now, and it also has a favorable matchup against Shadow Nidoqueen. So maybe that's another Pokemon to keep an eye out for as we figure out what this new metagame looks like. Skarmory, another one that's been a Go Battle.
Someone found a rank 1 Great League Skarmory last night. Too bad. No more OGL for a while. We had 2 weeks of OGL. I mean, that's good. Well, shit, this is bad. I guess we have Grass Knot. 4, 5, 6, 7. I have to stay in here, actually. 4, 5, 6, 7. They're gonna shield this. This does a lot. I don't know if it one-shots. What do we think they have in the back? Maybe Trev? I also don't think they do that much damage to us, though, in general, because what do they have? Stone Edge, Leaf Blade? Leaf Blade's the strongest move in the game, probably. Stone Edge doesn't do too much. I guess I just go for a farm down here. Even if they go 2 more Stone Edges, it's not that bad. It's not that great either, but... Guess we see if they... Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is probably Focus Blast. I don't care about it too much. So we're going to try to gain energy on Surf Fetch against this thing. But I'm just going to throw the Shadow Ball into Trev anyways, so this is good too. Trev has a lot of energy. That is something to note. But we do have a lot of energy on Cresselia as well. As soon as Swap comes up, we're going to go into Surf Fetch. This isn't going to KO, and I don't think we're going to get low enough to get kind of like farmed down by Lock-On. No, definitely not. Oh, because they went for Stone Edge, actually. Good timing. Really good timing. Jeez. Makes you think whether or not they timed it. Just gonna get this out of here, I guess. So the question is, do we shield? I guess we shield if they shield. Well, Seed Bomb doesn't kill us, actually, so I'm gonna take the over-under that they use Seed Bomb there. That's fine. Got rid of a ton of energy there. CMP. Surf Fetch wins like all CMPs. He's basically just all attack. It's a Seed Bomb, but we shield no matter what. I think we farm down before we actually get the next move. But they're basically out of energy, so they're like even with us. Yeah, and the counters, even though they're double resisted, they're still doing damage. Lag? Oh, y'all aren't even seeing my screen. What the hell? Damn. That was a good game. So it was a, it was a Regirock? Good call, Alexis. Damn, that was a good game. Unfortunate. Yeah, it's weird. The mirror came up, but it was actually showing like a past, like sometime in the past, I guess.
Welcome back. We are live in Baltimore for the first regional of this.
So this is going to be, I think, Hot Pocket versus Alakazam.
The Seniors Divisions World Champion qualifier from last season move on to day number 2, and that is when, because we removed the brackets, or the age division between seniors and masters, and we got one more seniors division player. Hot Pocket is coming up right next.
That's right.
Yeah, both the senior division players there are really good, and Bird Power is really good too. Like, it's actually so insane.
We're going to be seeing a fellow former seniors, now
good catch here. Hopefully this is the Shadow Claw.
So it's great to see some of these London competitors that are here in Baltimore as well.
Oh, it was a Dragon Claw. Rip. Oh my god, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, if this has Obstruct, it's fucking absurd. Okay, it's cross chop.
And as we get onto the main
1,
stage to see the next
2.
matchup, you will see Hot Pocket, who is trying to do the same exact thing.
Okay. Well, let's take a quick look at these teams here, all right? So we already mentioned Hot
Oh my
Pocket.
god,
His
don't start for a
opponent
while.
is going to be Alakazam.
3,
I think we've seen a little bit
4,
of Alakazam on the
5.
screen already with the Galarian Sceptile,
Cross chop KOs from here.
Shadow Nidoqueen, Lickitung,
Hot Pocket I have
and
met.
Medicham.
It looks like Hot Pocket is running
What a crowd
Lickitung,
pleaser.
Medicham, Purified
Okay,
Psylocke,
so they're out of
Swampert,
energy.
Skarmory, and Alolan Ninetales.
I'm gonna come in
is
this.
the thing that pops out to me. Another Skarmory
2,
user. We saw
3,
Wadaj just run
4,
Skarmory. I think Hot Pocket and with Dodge maybe might practice.
This should probably KO.
They are both former seniors competitors, so both deciding to bring the Skarmory here today. And in that last match,
doesn't KO, but the attack drop.
Both game number 1 and game number 2.
Let's see how much this does. Maybe we farm up a bit and then go for a Grass Knot. So we'll take another Night Slash. Yeah, I think we'll do that. So these don't do much. But since the attack dropped, we're going to let this move go through. We're going to throw on 4. Unless we get to 100 energy, then we'll throw on 100 energy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, 4 was right at 100. It's perfect.
Hang in there okay versus the Galarian Stunfisk, but what I'm seeing here versus Atacazam's team, where it has a dominant matchup, is the Shadow.
So I should be 2 away.
Resists all the moves fast.
Ooh, against Muck.
Right, and as we've seen this dynamic for the fighting types, you saw Medicham just rise to the top because it's a fighting type that can beat other fighting types. It's possible.
Okay, we have 2 shields and a Surf Edge.
Because it's able to resist like the Dragon Breath
right.
of the Altaria, so it's an
Noctowl as well.
And yeah, Noctowl as
1,
well.
2, 3, 4,
so
5, 6.
We've seen the Flyers be way more prominent in this season compared to last. So Skarmory is definitely a
shield
to
does.
look out for as we're gonna get
Man,
this battle.
but
and
this
like
is rough though.
So
it was a really good no shield, but also we're gonna be taking a lot of damage actually. Guess we're kind of lucky that this thing doesn't have a very high attack stat. We have to really hope for the boost. I do think we will be able to get to 3 after we double shield.
Is the Licks. Shadow Nidoqueen, great matchup. Its worst matchup is going to be the Galarian.
But we need the boost.
Azumarill is kind of neutral, but if I'm Hot Pocket, I'm bringing
actually they might get there one before we get there, which would be tough. 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're 1 away. I'm hoping Switch comes up.
Interesting fact here, the Shadow variant of the Swampert is actually able to typically win the 1 shield.
We'll go 1. Oh! I miscounted.
The non-Shadow variant, however, that we see from Hot Pocket is not going to be enough.
Yeah, now we lose. Rip. Alright.
We
well, we can get back to this at least.
It's scary to swap out into the Skarmory, so here is that swap into the
GG there. Okay, Lickitung versus Lickitung, and they're going for Power Whip. That's interesting.
He is nodding his head. He just caught a Power Whip. Would have liked to have thrown the Body Slam if you
Azu against Lickitung is an interesting swap in. I guess they only have Trevenant in the back and they don't want to stay in that matchup because Lickitung is going to be pretty good against a lot of the team. It looks like actually pretty good against his whole team. Pretty like neutral, I mean, not like super effective or anything. This isn't going to KO.
The thing that's most scary for me is if I'm Atacazam and I see the Swampert, I'm expecting the Skarmory, and I've now taken out my worst or my best Skarmory answer, which is the Azumarill. Lickitung is okay, but this Azumarill is going to be your best.
Lickitung is okay against Skarmory. It's a winning matchup, but he is down on energy and a little down on HP as well. So that is something to note. This is probably an Ice Beam range. So he's going for the Ice Beam just to conserve a tad of energy, and then he's going to have energy to spare.
This Azumarill stays kind of healthy and with a decent amount of energy.
Okay, Ice Beam is just enough to knock out the Lickitung from Hot Pocket. Gonna bring back in the Swampert at this point. This Azumarill has tons of energy.
Probably not in Hydro Cannon range.
We see Hot Pocket trying to catch, puts his hand in the air and says, what's going on? Unable to make the catch, unfortunately. Gonna let this one go and see if his Swampert can hang on.
He had a half-turn delay coming in. I mean, that's a known issue. I don't think you can actually dispute any known issues.
You do have the Trevenant if you are Atacazam to soak up this energy.
Well, you can Sylph, and I think that Worlds follows Sylph as well. You soak all this up, yeah. Probably you just swap Licky right in. Well, you technically don't know what's in the back yet.
However, it's got a foe that it needs to watch out for. A 2-shielded Skarmory. This is going to be quite the obstacle.
Yeah, it's going to need to be a tag team effort to take out this final
actually
boss.
Going for the Shadow Ball. This is
Skarmory. Really good play by Hot Pocket there to
risky.
and properly calling the Shadow Ball, swapping out to Lickitung here. Lickitung's
okay.
kind of energy dry.
Now this is you can actually just go Sky Attacks here. There's nothing risky here. I think Hot Pocket still has this pretty well, since he's going to be close to getting the 2 Sky Attacks here.
Yeah, and look,
interesting.
2 body slams, they're both resisted, but if you can get to the
next one, guess
put a little fear into the Skarmory.
I don't know why he wouldn't have shielded.
This
is your best matchup against Skarmory. Maybe he thought it's just over.
The second body slam. Does this bring the Protect Shield from Hot Pocket.
I mean, you definitely just shield this as Hot Pocket, right?
Yes, indeed. The thing that you have to worry about is your Skarmory getting Shadow Clawed down. But at this point, I don't think that's going to happen. We're at 2 Sky attacks, but no need. We go ahead and just get that final Air Slash. Hot Pocket not in his head. Very clean game from Hot Pocket to take a 1-0
yeah, Hot
lead
Pocket
here in
destroyed that one.
Finals for Group A.
Good catch
Like Hot Pocket sniffed out
for the
that
Lickitung. He's actually doing the exact same strat as Wadaj. Is it the same team? No, Wadaj had Umbreon.
You have to bring the Galarian Stunfisk, and it's something that you can bring in and pivot if you don't get the right matchup. You just need to somehow align it onto that Skarmory, because otherwise it's just really tough for you.
At the risk of sounding critical,
you know what's funny? The dichotomy of these two players. So Adikazam is like very very subdued, and then Hot Pocket's like very just like out there, vocal, just having a time, I guess.
Terrible matchup versus that 2-shielded Skarmory. That is a tough spot to be in, Butters.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you have that team composition disadvantage, maybe you're trying to be more risky. Maybe you think that Hot Pocket's not going to bring the Skarmory because you're going to bring your 3 best answers. And as we
see, it's a good. It's a pretty neutral, I guess, lead. Azu's good against both things in the back. Wait, I would have come in Lickitung here. This is kind of risky. In fact, Azu loses this most of the time. And then now you also have Medi in the back.
And that's the strength of Sableye here, because of that neutral Shadow Claw, because of that.
Yeah, I think Sableye probably shields this for sure. Yeah, and then what does he think he has in the back? Maybe he thinks he has Nitto in the back at this point. Or Trev, actually.
At this point, these Shadow Claws are adding up so much that
there's almost no way Adikazam shields this. I really think he should have come in Lickitung. Okay, it's a good shield, but you're also really close to getting just shielded and Shadow Claw down. Even a Foul Play will KO from here if he chooses to go for the shield. Yeah. Maybe just switch Lickitung in. Hot Pocket, insane farm down. Really good timing on everything here. Even against his Lickitung, it's going to get a ton of damage. I just don't see any way Hot Pocket loses this. He's just so far ahead, and he's playing insane right now.
Here's one foul play, and you're almost at a return. You might just get to throw the return here.
If this Lickitung is going for the lick down, then you're probably only going to get
Sableye is a beast. Maybe this is why House Start brought Noctowl.
Boom comes the return.
I just, the only thing I don't understand is why didn't we bring Lickitung in against, maybe he thought Swampert was in the back?
You have a Protect Shield advantage, but there's a Medicham in the back. Swap into the Galarian Stunfisk, met by the Medicham. It has
Medicham shields down, does lose this. But it's going to take a ton of extra damage onto the G-Fisk.
Galarian Stunfisk Earthquake is able to hit, but you're going to need 2 of those to knock out.
Yeah, and you're already at pretty much double Ice Punch here, but you're 1 mud shot away.
You lose CMP here on the next Ice Punch. Really good timing here by Pocket.
Do Protect Shield the first one. It might come down to charge move priority on the next one. Both Pokemon throwing their moves, charge move priority.
Really good timing here by Pocket. So he knew that he wanted to do it 2 before the Earthquake. So Adikazam gets 1 mud shot in, and then that one next one would be on a CMP tie. Yeah. And obviously Medicham wins that CMP.
Lickitung into this Galarian Stunfisk, and this body slam.
This was a destruction. Pocket destroyed him.
One of the very first games on stream today, taking that early loss but able to work.
Pocket lost to Purple Kyogre. I wonder what the team comp Purple Kyogre had.
To get 1 more body slam, that's going to be it. I think Adikazam's going to need 4.
Yeah, it's a real uphill battle. You are almost at 2, but you just cannot.
I bet you what he's saying right there, because they're both laughing. He's like, I really thought about farming you down here, but you know, I'm gonna give you some dignity back, I guess. I don't know what he's saying, but
he's gonna be moving on to top 8.
Seems like a good guy. I met Hot Pocket in Milwaukee, and his mom was there too. They're both just like characters, man.
That's scary. Just imagine where they're gonna be in 5 years.
I know, right? I mean, I think a former regional winner, King IV, said that he would take the seniors division sometimes over the masters division. These young players are extremely talented, so I'm super excited.
Yeah, Pocket and Wadaj showing showing some grit here today. They both are they're outside of the seniors bracket because, again, I just assumed that the seniors didn't have enough people to compete, so they just threw them into the masters bracket. I don't know if they all three played each other already and they figured out who won the seniors division, but Pocket and Wadaj making it into day 2 of the masters division is pretty great. All right, we're going to Licky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, this is right at the earthquake. Don't care too much about this. Again, the longer they stay in this matchup, the better it is for a possible switch after the timers have been distended. 1, 2, 3.
Because it only takes super effective from one type, and you literally just knocked out that one type, the Azumarill. You just took that out, you used both of your Protect Shields, you got a Shadow Claw down, you're loaded with energy,
4,
you're at about
5,
30% health.
6,
There's not very many
7,
Pokemon that can
8.
comfortably take out the rest
Okay.
of the Sceptile. So often enough, you win the switch advantage. And
This doesn't KOS, I don't think.
Yeah, we saw that Lickitung. It got down into the red after the foul play.
But they probably
and
can
the
farm us
return
down.
from the
1,
Sceptile.
2,
that is value.
3,
We always talk about
4.
how do you maximize the value of a particular
They might
Pokemon?
actually be at
How do you
5 here.
maximize the
I'm half looking at the screen, half looking
Those
at
two shields,
the
they
computer.
were not forgot. They got tons and tons of value, set up that victory for Hot Pocket, clean 2-0 victory.
And I believe Azumarill only used one Protect Shield there. Maybe could have used the second one. Did properly protect return at very low health.
Okay.
An amazing call. I mean, that's why that trainer was in that loser's final there. I think we saw Atacazam throughout the entire stream today. So
Very
really,
strong.
Yeah, great performance by Atacazam, but
8,
unfortunately does not make it to day
9,
number 2.
10.
And we are going to be getting a
Damn.
couple more matchups.
We didn't sneak one either. So we just have to, I guess we have to go for the seed bomb here.
Yeah, we're in the second half of the day here. We have lots of battles still to come. We have seen
Oh, it was the
all
Shadow
4
Ball,
folks,
though.
I think, punch their ticket from Group
But
A and
we
Group
probably get the
B,
shield,
us just
but we
wrapping up
definitely
into the
lose.
final
I mean, I don't even know what's in
We
the
have
back, but
lots
it
of
has to
Group
be
C
something
and
that's
Group D
anti-fighting.
matchups. We saw some household names already with Howlstark and Swampier. I'm looking forward to seeing some of these other battlers as well.
4,
Yeah, we're going to get a
5,
fresh look at
6,
some of these
7.
Group C and Group D trainers. I mean, this tournament reached capacity.
Okay, we'll go to 6 and then throw. Actually, we'll go to 5 and throw.
North America this season. So the best of the best are here,
1,
and it's a
2,
fresh meta. I
3,
love
4.
this little nuance shift. As we're getting through towards
It's a seed bomb though, right?
side of the brackets, you kind of see a lot of the same familiar faces, but with
Yeah.
a little
Okay,
twist,
we'll go
a
3,
little
I guess.
sprinkle
Oh,
of
well.
Altaria, a little side of Skarmory here,
Oh,
which were
we
not a
lost
thing
Stampede.
last season, but because there's way less Registeel, there's not as much wall rain.
Okay,
These
well, we're
flying
screwed.
types are kind of thriving so far in Baltimore.
Got a little hint of double last
Could
time as
still
well.
be.
Yeah,
What's a good
absolutely.
anti-fighter?
So
Oh
I'm
my
looking
god,
forward
it could be
to
like
these
DD
next
or
battles, but I think
maybe
we
even their
have
own
our
crest, which would be
battlers, getting
absolutely
ready to go
terrible.
here. I think we have Shiny Hunter Ben versus Ilsemi, people that we've seen in previous regionals and previous tournaments for sure. A lot of household names. You were mentioning that a lot of people have tons of excitement.
Wait a
for
minute,
this
can we
particular
win?
Tournament. It is the first tournament.
How much does this
here of
do?
Season 2. And after the inaugural
Nothing.
season, the momentum,
Oh, the attack drop though.
excitement, the hype, probably at an all-time high in the history of competitive Go.
Wait, do we get the double attack drop? But then they have 2 shields on Trev.
The whole journey to the World Championships. It got a lot of people motivated to come to these play Pokemon tournaments, which
3,
I've been so
4.
happy to hear. I've even seen some.
Nah,
other
we get
players
farmed
that
down.
played
Wow, I'm
VGC
just gonna
transfer
take the
into
L
playing
here.
Pokemon Go. I know we have some former VGC players playing Pokemon Go today, so we welcome them in. It's a really fun time, super dynamic game, and as you can see, there's a lot of variety. I mean, you mentioned the hint of Dubwool, a little spicy kick there.
That's right.
And I mean, you go on to these finalist teams.
There's some weird chat happening and oh, you know what is weird about this?
Difference, like the Surfetch made it to day number 2. We have the Skarmory.
Okay, wait. Well, we only have one more game to go, so let's see if we can win this one.
And I think that's the most fun.
I think we have 6 sets today. I think this is the 4th set. So
everything's up in the air. You don't know what to expect in terms
Articuno.
of a meta because it's literally the first event.
That's
really
weird.
interesting because we've talked
1,
about some of those meta-defining
2,
Pokemon
3.
and Pokemon that may be inserted into a meta mid-season. You mentioned Cindy's Kanto Ninetales, the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. I don't think we've seen any of it this tournament at all.
Wait,
have we?
isn't this only
We
5?
haven't, and that's the thing.
Maybe
Like, I
it's-
think
maybe
fire
it's
types are
7?
A little bit worse just because wall rain
Oh,
and
it's Sludge
Registeel aren't
Bomb.
as much a thing. But
Okay.
now You have other people being creative. You
2,
have other people
3,
innovating, and you will
4,
have people at home watching
5,
this double,
6.
watching this Skarmory and saying like, "Oh, that's a really good."
Maybe I
idea,"
should have
or,
shield farmed
"Oh, you
down.
think that's better? Check out what I'm gonna bring for the next regional.
Yeah, it's really nice to see how the meta continues to shift and the reactions, and then the reactions to the reactions.
1,
you just see one
2,
little shift
3,
can have a whole
4.
cascade domino
Jesus,
effect.
there was so much lag on that. I was like, I'm definitely gonna throw now because I'm sure I've lagged out.
If we look at last season one more time, it started out more meta by the World's Championships. It was
5,
as open as it ever
6,
been. So we're just
7.
continuing that in this
Oh,
season,
good
but
timing.
with some move updates,
So I think it's
even more
5-4-5-4
we
for
have
Icy
more
Wind.
battles we
Although
have
this might not
on
KO.
stage right
Oh, it's
now.
Shadow though.
Yeah, let's take a
Definitely
look at these
KOs.
teams here, Butters. We'll go ahead and move over to the stage. Like we said, we've got Semi versus Shiny Hunter Ben. Both household names. We've seen them in competitive formats here before. Let's go ahead and take a look at these teams, Butters. Go ahead.
Yeah, Simi is running Galarian, Stunfisk, Altaria, Shadow, Nidoqueen, Medicham.
You know, it's Ultra League. How much could this really do? If they have Psychic, we're screwed. Oh my god, it actually does so much. I don't know why I'm going for the boost here. Guess we're just figuring out how to lose this. Someone has Shadow Dragonite?
We talked about its super oppressive Dragon.
Oh, we got the boost.
Same type attack bonus. We talked about its new access to a new move.
Yeah, I mean, I want to compare it to something else.
So yeah, Dragonite has
it's a Pokemon that
superpower?
Changes the tempo of the game because it has both fast move pressure and charge move pressure. You can bring aggressively a Shadow Dragonite in and fast move something down, protect shield it, build some energy, and even a Galarian Stunfisk does not want to take.
Yeah, both of these players are really good. They both have a chance to make the final win or lose through the losers bracket.
You can shield one rock slide, get that superpower off, and you're nearly knocked out at that point. But taking a look at how it's going to work versus Semi's team, Licky Tongue does not want to take a superpower.
Yeah, we'll get to this next last resort again. Or thinking of the Umbreon farm down. This last Night Slash.
And then we have the Trevenant. Trevenant's going to struggle a little bit versus that Dragonite, but even those Shadow Claws are going to start adding up pretty quickly. I think that what the Dragonite's going to struggle most with is going to be that Altaria.
Boom.
Even though they're both
all right, GG's. That was a 3-2. That's a good set. All right, back to the games.
Just due to its bulk. And then, of course, has to watch out for the Galarian Stunfisk.
And I think it's an important point you brought up. Like, it doesn't like that Shadow Claw damage. I think
a Do Trio.
Like Shadow Dragonite thrives when it can resist fast move damage because it takes
not the usual plushie
Dragonite, then you add 20% more damage because
that you see.
So you ideally want to be in a situation.
All right, wait.
Where you
while they're doing that, let's look at
so
this.
You have to be resisting a Galarian Stunfisk mud shot, possibly a counter from
okay. Oh, Crispy Crisp beats Cindy. I thought we were gonna get the Cindy House Stark, and this would have definitely been on stream.
Neutral situation is just gonna overpower that Dragonite. But if you're able to move it around, save a Dragon Dragon Claw for something really impactful later, that could knock out an Altaria.
Yeah, unfortunately for this Dragonite, it's gonna have not too many targets here. Ideally, you're looking for something like a Swampert, where, like you mentioned, you have the resisted Mud Shots. Maybe something like a Venusaur, where you have the double resisted Vine Whips. But unfortunately here, a lot of these Pokemon are able to have incredible bulk to survive, no problem, one of the Dragon Claws or the superpowers, or they're going to have hard-hitting fast moves as well, which are going to quickly whittle down that Dragonite's HP.
Right, no, absolutely. And there's no Steel type from Shiny Hunter Ben, as I'm noticing here. The only thing to threaten the Altaria will be that Alolan Ninetales. Altaria's looking once again really strong, Wholesome, because it's bad against the Alolan Ninetales, but Medicham, great. Shadow Venusaur, great. Lickitung, just fine. Dragonite, you're going to overwhelm it. And then Swampert, it's just amazing. So you have to probably prepare for that Altaria. So we might see some Shadow Dragonite to fight back.
I think that for sure we're going to see the Altaria. I think that Semi probably needs to find something to protect it as well. I think that its main threats, probably like the Alolan Ninetales, like you said. I would not be surprised to see a Galarian Stunfisk, but we could see a little bit of a different change of pace with the Nidoqueen. Rather than the defensive Galarian Stunfisk resisting the charms, we're going to be seeing the very offensive Nidoqueen able to get those quick Poison Fang, Poison Jab combos out to take it out.
And interesting enough, Shiny Hunter Ben also has the Shadow Venusaur, which was a little change in the meta late last season where trainers were, instead of bringing Trevenant, bringing the Venusaur or the Shadow Venusaur to be better against those normal types like the Obstagoon, like the Lickitung, and still be okay in all these other matchups as we are going to be getting into this first game here.
Shit, I forgot to unmute myself. The game didn't even start yet.
There's
we
the
made it.
lock-in, and we have our trainers ready to go.
You can feel the energy in the crowd here. We are ready for these battles.
Let's
game
get into
number
it.
1, Semi.
They never showed the
Shiny
teams.
Hunter Ben.
Shadow Dragonite, Shadow Swampert, Shadow Venu.
Relatively neutral matchup here. We normally see the Nidoqueen willing to invest a shield and take the
Nidoqueen can win
maybe
this
going down
matchup.
the shield, but we're gonna see these Poison Fangs start to get more and more impactful.
This
as
backline
the-
though,
sorry,
he definitely
Poison
doesn't
Gas
shield
become
Lickitung
more
at
and more
all.
impactful as the Poison Fangs potentially
It
come
looks
out.
like the backline's kind of like an RPS type of, or like a full farm down of everything. So you have two different typing, like dynamic types again, the same as like Swampert and Skarmory in the back with the neutral lead. And you'll figure out which one of those you want to 2-shield based on how the game plays out.
Here it comes. There's the aggressive swap by the Shadow Dragonite. It does have Dragon Claw and Superpower.
Superpower definitely KOs from here.
Well, Lickitung has 2 shields at this point. It's going to get off this Body Slam. This Body Slam will not be enough to knock out, but it is going to prove to be a ton of damage versus this Dragonite. Unfortunately for this Dragonite, you're pacing to moves at the same pace here, this Dragon Claw versus the Body Slam, but you need to land a Superpower.
This is beautiful. Going for the superpower.
Really good timing here by Shiny Hunter Ben.
They don't want to debuff. No, you protect shield it anyway. And Shadow Dragonite needs to get to one more. The next one will knock out, but is cut off by the Body Slam first.
Okay, at this point, Shiny Hunter Ben has to make a decision. Do I want to try and get to
if
one
you
more
go
move, or
for
do I let it
this,
go? No,
you
Shiny
could
Hunter
get
Ben
farmed down
investing
because you'll
here
end
in
up
the
double
Shadow Dragonite,
debuffing
going for
yourself.
both shields.
Okay, I like
Gonna
not throwing it right
more
away.
energy before
You can actually
unleashing
throw
the
2
superpower,
Dragon
but
Claws,
no,
I
instead
think.
to go for the Dragon Claw.
Oh wow, will this be enough? Because it
This
does lower
probably
your attack
KOs,
and
although you
defense when
reduced
throw the
1
superpower.
attack.
This is a Shadow Dragonite, but it's not quite enough for the bulk. But one more Dragon
But he
Breath
does get it down.
I can't
This is
believe
actually
it. I
really
thought
good.
That was not enough, but the Dragon Breath damage was just enough to knock out before the lick.
Didn't quite get to the Dragon Claw. Needed
Get
to
the
throw
Dragon
it
Claw
before
because
the
it was a
Dragon
1-turn
Breath
move. Really
damage
high-level play here by
registered, could
Semi.
not do it. Here comes the Alolan Ninetales. The scary part is the Nidoqueen still has some health. You need the swap on this Poison
Ooh, I
thing
like
to have a
staying in
shot.
until
And
right
tries
up
to
until the
swap
last second.
right on it, unable to
Because it
catch.
gets it low
This
enough.
Nidoqueen is able to get to another
You probably
superpower,
live
but gonna
this.
Instead opt to throw the Poison Fang.
It's pretty
I don't know
close.
that this is enough damage to knock out, but regardless, I think this Ninetales is looking very strong.
Yeah, the Body Slam is going to be coming through. There is 1 Protect Shield remaining. You would have
Has
to
to
think
shield
there
it
is.
because
There's the last Protect Shield. You desperately need to get a Poison
You
Fang
need it.
onto
You
this
need
Alolan
something for the
Ninetales. You're gonna
A9.
take lick damage. You need only 1 more jab. There's that Poison Fang.
It's going to get the Poison Fang off onto this
So the
A9.
biggest challenge you're gonna run
And then
into
it'll
here
be
is
whether or
that
not
this
you make it
Altaria
to...
still has a
I
lot
think
of
the
HP,
A9's
so
still
Shiny
good
Hunter
here
Ben gonna have to
because
try
the
and get to
charms
desperately
are going to
get
add up.
This Weather Ball and how
Ooh,
the
although they
energy,
did get 1
is
more
it going
in,
to be
but you
enough to
double
knock out
resist,
this
but you have the Weather Ball.
Altaria? It's double super effective.
Double
but
super effective, but I don't think it
Double super
KOs.
effective,
But the
is so
you're not
bulky,
going
so
to
this is gonna
get
come
you're not going
down
to get
to
farmed
fast
down by
moves.
the.
It's double resistant Dragon Breath.
That's a lot of
versus
HP.
Charms here. It's a race. 1 more charm will do it, and it looks like it's
Oh
Dragon Breath.
man.
Oh my gosh! I don't think you
The
would've been able to
super
get
heads
there
up
without
play
the
here
debuff coming
was
from
literally
Poison
the
Fang.
coming in the
Wow,
Altaria
look at
against the
that. Every
Dragonite.
Altaria user
When
is
Dragonite
just
had the
jumping
move,
with
because a
joy.
1-turn
Altaria
move will go
takes
through
down the
before you can
Alolan
throw a move.
Ninetales.
Oh, that's not
Whereas
something
if they
you
had
see
come
every
in
day,
with the
but-
Nidoqueen,
It
they
is
would have
not.
taken
Wow, what
the
an
Dragon
ending for
Claw
that
to the
matchup. I
Nidoqueen,
loved
and that would have been
Shiny Hunter
GG.
Ben did bring that Shadow Dragonite and aggressively
Wow,
swapped
that's a really
into
good
it,
game.
was able to get a Protect Shield, able to get a Dragon Breath down, and was 1 turn away from the Dragon Claw that probably would have sealed the game. So that was really close in the end.
Some very memorable moments in that game for sure. That Dragonite able to
God,
get
I
that
have, like,
Dragon Claw,
infinite
plus
sets.
that final Dragon Breath to knock out the Lickitung. Then we saw the Dragon Breath down on the side of Semi, able to
So
barely
another thing
survive
was
that
that
last
instant
charge,
swap
1
to
HP
Lickitung.
and a dream.
Meant that he was always going to pace the same. I think Wholesome said it. You're always going to pace the same to Dragonite, and all of your moves on Lickitung are pressuring Dragonite to get KO'd because it's Shadow and like no bulk at all. Literal paper.
You're just willing to send out that Shadow Dragonite and just be aggressive with it. The opponent will.
But this was a close game. A thing that Shiny Hunter Ben did really well was he knew the count on Nidoqueen, and he wanted to get in all that extra damage of charms without getting pressured by a Poison Fang, and then swapping out to make sure that the Poison Fang went onto the Licky Licky.
On his toes. Now I'm going to bring something different.
I mean, I gotta be frank
but
here,
good
I
energy
don't
management
know
all
that the
around.
Shadow Dragonite
This was an
has
insane
this
match.
play
Like I
yet,
said,
so if I
this could
bet
be like
that
a
you
this could be
honestly
like a
got
round
some of
4
the best
match,
play that you're
and
going
both
to
of
get
these
out of
people
it
have
here in that last game.
a
We did
pretty
see
good
the
shot
superpower
of making
get
it to
shielded,
any
which
final
was a
round
nice play for
of any
Semi.
given
For
tournament.
those of you at home, by the way, that may not know superpower, it's an interesting move because first off, it is a very hard-hitting move. Does not benefit from the same type attack bonus, but the unique ability from
Ben
superpower
bringing the
is that
Shadow
it
Dragonite
lets
is
the user
crazy.
stay
I think I made a Shadow
defense
Dragonite
and
because
attack
stream
both
wanted
by
me
one.
to,
So you're going to be
or chat
taking
wanted
more
me to,
damage and you're going to be hitting
for Great
less
League.
damage. So it's something that we often see the trainers they like to have the ability
Yeah, I
to
have a
swap out
1495
after
Shadow
they go.
Dragonite.
Right, and that's why it was such an impactful
That's
shield.
IVs are
Shield
11
superpower, 'cause you expect
1168,
trainer not to
so
use it because they're
it's
switch
1300th
because they
ranked.
cannot remove
It's
those
not
debuffs
very
if they-
good, but
oh, they're not gonna
you know,
let
Shadow
that
Dragonite
they're
is
gonna make
paper. Who
drag
cares
up
about the
and go
IVs? Because
perfectly.
you're gonna
It was a
die
huge
anyways.
factor of winning that game because that definitely would have knocked out the Lickitung, and we are locked in. Can Shiny Hunter Bin and his Dragonite make a comeback? In
Oh,
game
who is this
number
judge?
2?
I
It is
feel
gonna
like
be
I
the
know
Shadow
them.
Nidoqueen
Is
versus
it
the
Scrap and
Alolan
Pete?
Ninetales. Not looking good.
This is the lead that you want for
This
Semi.
is
He's
a
already
rough
up one
lead
game.
for
Good chance
Shiny
to
Hunter
lock this
Ben.
one in here. We see a little bit of a delay there with the swap, a little bit of shaking head.
Yeah, I
Ben
really
there,
hate
but able
that
to bring in the
switch
Lickitung
delay
and his net
thing
by
where
the delay
sometimes
on
you're
Sundays. This matchup can play
so
out in a
sometimes the
couple
game
different
starts
ways, but on paper, you
before
gotta
the
have
switch timers are up,
hand the favor over to,
and
Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, whenever
like
you
a
have
split
Shadow
second,
Nidoqueen
so
on
the
one
move
side
goes
and the Alolan
through.
Ninetales on the other, the alignment matters a ton. So we
So
laid
now
that
Nidoqueen
earthquake,
has
so
like
whoever
3
wins this matchup is
poison jabs,
gonna be in a
whereas it
really
would
good
normally
spot to
only
win
have
the game.
1.
Absolutely. All right,
So
well, we have the
you
Lickitung trying to go
when
for
you switch back into
the
Nidoqueen later,
non-resisted. This is the neutral power
it's
and able
rough.
to land it. You
Now
definitely
it
need
is
to land one of
interesting
those
that
in this matchup
that
if you wanna take
Semi
this,
brought in
Galarian Stunfisk
G-Fisk
out.
here.
And not messing around at all.
I might
Semi
have
just
tried
goes
to go
straight
maybe a Poison
earthquake
Fang
here,
into
and it
this.
lets it go. This might be enough to knock out the Lickitung, but no, it does knock it out.
Yeah, this is a tough spot.
Okay,
here for
this
Ben.
is good
Did not
farm from
have
Medi. Maybe this is just a Medi
alignment that he
game,
wanted in the lead. Did not have the alignment that he wanted in the switch, and
but he doesn't know the
point,
back
you
line,
really
right?
you gotta start thinking. Okay,
This line by
Semi
Semi,
by
man,
what
this
condition?
stream is lagging so
And
hard.
the Medicham
But this line by
problem
Semi is
here
almost like the
one
Frosty
key factor
line.
is there's no real answer to the
Probably
Medicham
not worth
except
shielding this. Yeah,
for
he
the
didn't make it
Shadow
up to the
Nidoqueen,
Earthquake.
but you obviously want to save that Shadow Nidoqueen for the Alolan Ninetales, as that not very effective Rock Slide does go through here. You're kind of forced to throw at the Lickitung.
Yeah, at this point, I do like the energy gain that this Medicham was able to get.
So
on the
at
side
this
of Ben.
point,
Going
Ben
straight
knows
for the
that
side,
he's all in
not
on
messing around
Medicham.
whatsoever. But if you're Semi, you're
Wow,
thinking, okay,
this
well,
Psychic
my
is
key
gonna
to
be
victory
good.
is going to be this Nidoqueen. Has nice
The
matchups
only
versus
thing
the Alolan
is
Ninetales,
that
has nice matchups versus the
Lickitung
Medicham.
does
I just need to get
pressure.
all this energy out of the way from this Medicham so that I can safely bring the Nidoqueen and try and take the victory.
And looks like Shiny Hunter Bin was
It
trying
does
to
pressure
swap
Medi
on his
pretty
body
well
slam
because Lick is
there
super
are still
effective.
4 Protect Shields remaining in the game, so looks like double Shadow Nidoqueen, double Protect Shield is probably going to close it out here because just look how
Medi's
much
just
these
too
jabs are
low.
doing.
It's gonna
Yeah,
be
and this
GG
is now
here
gonna
because he
make
probably
him
has
even
to
more
shield this
dominant
to get
once
to a
he gets his
move,
first
but it doesn't
poison.
matter
This will
because
lower the defense.
Nidoqueen's gonna get to another move because of that energy gain in the beginning.
Alolan Ninetales. You got 2 shields left, got to use one sometime. We see Ben using the first Protect Shield, but look how much these poison jabs are doing now. Oh my gosh.
And looks like Shiny Hunter Bin was just kind of taking his loss there and throwing this weather
This
wall.
was a
Just
tough
fighting back a little
loss
bit,
because
this is
not
one of
only
the
like are you
toughest
losing this
situations you can
every
be
time,
in open
but
Great
also
League
the game
Pokemon
is
Go
just
PvP
out of
matched up in
control,
this scenario. So
horrific
Semi is
during the
able to
game.
close it out.
That's right. All right,
So
well,
it's
you
just
get the final
compounding
Protect
on
Shield
your
for
like
the-
bad feeling of the loss here.
Semi
I
here,
feel
but
so bad
unfortunately gonna
for
be
Ben
able
here.
to jab
Probably
down.
there's not going to
Still
be any
has the Lickitung
rematches
available as
allowed,
well,
but
and that is
the
going to be
game
2-0
like
for Semi,
messed up
taking the victory
like
over
3
Shiny
times on
Hunter
his
Ben.
side
Yeah,
alone.
pretty dominant there, able to match up that Shadow
That
Nidoqueen
sucks.
in the proper alignment.
I
and
feel
that's
for him
the- that's
so
the
much
risk
there.
reward of running that Charm type. It has so many good positive matchups, but if you hit that negative matchup into a Poison type or into a Steel type, you not only lose that matchup, but often you give the opponent momentum.
The lag is so bad.
Your back line.
Absolutely. I think that one came down to
I don't, like I said, I don't
alignment
think any of
is
it
so
mattered, but
important in these
it's
matchups
tough
here,
to
without a
just
doubt.
take
You're
that
trying to
as
determine, and sometimes
as
you
you're
guess
losing,
where
also the game's
of,
messing
hey,
up, you
what am
know?
I expecting my opponent to lead? What do I need to account for? And that time we saw Semi had all the answers.
Right, yeah, that was a tough situation, but hey, great play by Simi there.
All right,
Shiny
where are we
Hunter
at?
Ben, I believe was still, there's this group C and D, so
Oh
I think
god,
it's
yeah,
still
God, this team. Maybe there's a better team for Licky Licky. How about that? Did we ever think of that?
Yeah.
So I think Licky Licky in the front's actually pretty good.
Double
for Shadow
elimination.
Dragonite.
Down, but not out. That's right. I'd like to see more Shadow Dragonite for sure. I think that there's going to be more positive matchups. We talked about the Swampert. We didn't see it lined up versus the Trevenant.
Okay, I'm going to go to Team Builder, Ultra League. Oh,
Despite
wait.
Trevenant being
I should
able
probably
to
do
get
it on the
to
screen for y'all to
relatively
see.
quickly. Even Seed Bomb kind of have to respect the Shadow Ball. That Shadow Dragonite is just, it's high risk, high reward, but unfortunately there didn't have all the matchups that it needed to really flourish.
Yeah, it's a force. It just does so much damage, but it takes
Ultra League.
I think Dragonite in general, and especially the Shadow version, is just kind of
Licky.
I
am running Shadow Ball.
Variant, where it's just dishing out a lot, but then taking so much in return. And that's the key difference between those shadows and normal types, where you want to do more damage to sacrifice.
Wants us to go Virizion. Don't have one. Sweet. Trevenant. Oh, as an anti-fighter? Trevenant Cresselia? Yeah, which we're using Cresselia.
Any Pokemon that you haven't
so if I go Cresselia, I believe Cresselia Swampert's pretty good. Oh no, it's going to want us to go Registeel, right? I don't have a Registeel.
Jumpluff is better with the Fairy Wind. It's better in these neutral situations, say against an Altaria or against a
Really? Well, it wants us to go Virizion. I don't have a Virizion.
I've been waiting for an electric type
Please.
Number 2 for about 8 events now, so I'm hoping some Lantern players
Scrafty.
can make it to there. How about you, Wholesome?
Yeah, I think Lantern's the one that stands out to me that I haven't seen.
Yeah, see, it wants us to go Registeel as well.
That I would have liked to have seen.
I could go Swampert.
That I find pretty interesting with some of these new move shakeups.
Okay, let's go Swampert.
Miltank. I don't know that it's necessarily going to be that dominant force or even have as much play as one of the other normal types, Double. That said, it is an interesting Pokemon. It's worth calling out that we saw a little bit of a tweak to Rollout, which it gained access to that.
I want to go Shadow
Swampert. At the same
Swampert.
time, we saw a little bit of a decrease on the.
All right, this is the team.
generation.
This is the team.
I mean, maybe Miltank was going to be crazy
This is
with
it.
that high energy
I feel
generation. It already gets the moves so quickly with the current iteration of that rollout, and I think Miltank is one of those Pokemon that can manipulate the switch timer. It can throw a lot of charge moves, take a lot of damage, and so that makes the game.
Okay, probably a good lead,
that
right?
Last matchup that it became very alignment
3,
based, right?
4,
Pokemon like Miltank
5,
is something that can
6,
manipulate
7.
That. You can come into a matchup, throw a bunch of body slams with those rollouts, and then just
Hopefully we
out
don't
of
get the
there
debuff.
and switch around the
Lick's
time-
doing
the-
decent
the
damage.
timer, and
Shadow
just
Ball gonna
switch
do a
around
lot
the
too.
pieces to try to get some good lineups.
1,
Yeah. Interestingly
2,
enough, for
3,
Miltank, had it not
4.
had the rollout nerve, had it stayed the same energy, would have actually been able to get to body slams in 3 rollouts, then 2 rollouts, 3 rollouts, 2 rollouts. That is 7.5 turns per
5,
body slam. Would have been
6,
the
7.
spammiest Pokemon in the game. You look at things like Greedent, and you're just.
I
pulling
wonder
your
if a
hair out.
body
It's so
slam is going to be
frustrating
enough
with
here
another body slam. How could it have another
12
body
licks as
slam
well.
with access to Bullet Seed and body slam. But no, it
1,
would have been a menace
2,
there without that
3,
rollout
4,
nerve. Don't know that we're going to see
5.
too much in this tournament, though.
Yeah, it could have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 double body slam.
That's right.
Yeah, that would have been.
I have a
crazy,
feeling this
right?
doesn't
I mean,
KO,
you
'cause I'm
don't
afraid he's
expect
gonna do
1,
the
2, 3,
grass
4,
knot
5
here.
to be 2 charge moves, so
But-
Oh, it did
that
KO.
would have been insane.
It's interesting that you mentioned
1,
Pokemon that have high bulk that can
2,
charge to fast or that can charge to charge moves very
3,
quickly, because what it does allow you is to stall the clock out quite a bit. With the switch clock in its current state, there, especially in Great League, there's very few Pokemon that
4,
can just withstand, even with 2 shields,
5.
the onslaught of a hard
This doesn't
counter.
KO. I mean, that 5th
But
one didn't
being
KO,
able
as you
to
see.
get to move so quickly, even if you're getting hit for super effective, it allows you to potentially swap out before that you've been knocked out. It
6.
saves some
Okay,
of
that 6th one
energy or
gained them
save,
no energy, so
potential
they're
good matchups
at
for later on.
Right, and we had a really good
5,
example of that earlier in the tournament where Alpha Phoebe was able to hold on to energy with Umbreon and use that later. In that situation,
Oh, we didn't sneak a move through. That's messed up. It's going to be Flame Charge, I think. Or maybe it's Double Brave Bird.
was already back up, and at that point, that Dark Pulse into the opponent wasn't going to do anything. But later in the game, when shields are down, when it's
Yikes,
gonna
this
be
is
super
actually
effective, it's gonna
not
do a
great.
lot, and got the win for Alpha Phoebe there.
I think we
And,
throw 1
we
here.
do not, sorry, go ahead.
He's 1 away from another
Yeah, I
Brave
don't think our
Bird,
battles
so that's
are
the
just
risky
ready
part,
here.
right?
So the last thing that I wanted to say regarding some of the new move updates rather, is that frankly, what's really interesting is
Okay.
you always have to be ready to adapt,
3,
and I think we see
4,
that with these best battlers,
5,
right?
6,
we've had probably
7,
the most significant
8.
changes in the meta since I've been playing Pokemon Go. And we're still seeing
The
a
thing
lot
is,
of
this
the usual
Earthquake doesn't really
suspects. We're seeing the
do
Dune
as
Bugs,
much
the
as you would
Dodges,
want.
the Hot Pockets. These are battlers that are adapting to new circumstances. There's new moves. There's new Pokemon. There are new Pokemon with access to new moves but they're still dominating in the same way.
Because they are true Pokemon masters.
Probably have to shield once here.
They know the matchup so well, so they can not
I kind of want to save a shield for Cresselia, but maybe I don't need it. And I just throw...
So they can be more innovative. We see the Hot Pocket with Dodge both bringing that Skarmory.
Okay, they caught, which is interesting. It negates a lot of energy. We're literally negating 40 energy right there.
And it looks like we do have our next matchup available on the stage.
All right, we'll move over to the stage and take a look.
Question is, does this KOS? Or how much energy do they have?
Infamous Dave, I believe, versus Onion Frank, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Onion Frank, he's a little bit...
Onion Frank, okay, where's Onion Frank?
For running some very rock, paper, scissors types of matchups, where he's running things that win very hard but lose very hard. I think the Pokemon that best illustrates that is
you can't imagine anything less from Onion Frank than just straight RPS.
Excited to see this team. We're seeing our first instance of Diggersby. Diggersby with the
Ooh, I think Diggersby's very good.
This is one that I overlooked, but the Diggersby, Medicham, Alolan Ninetales, Shadow Victory Bell, Galarian Stunfisk.
Actually, I think Diggersby's actually crazy insane. I wanted to run something like Umbreon and Diggersby in the back, maybe even, probably not Scrafty, but something like that.
I mean, I'm gonna guess 5.
It's 5, that's right. Doesn't even get to a Hydro Cannon. Unfortunately, those Razor Leafs...
Onion Frank face reveal? True. But I don't know which one of them is Onion Frank.
Able to get to a charge move. So if Onion Frank is able to lock in that matchup, he's going to be feeling very good. But we talk about high, fast move pressure mons. The first thing that we normally think of is Charm, especially things like Alolan Ninetales. Even in resisted scenarios,
so who are these two people? Let's see.
Turn matchups sometimes. I've seen Alolan Ninetales charm down a Registeel before. It's not the most crazy thing. But Shadow Victory Bell has Razor Leaf. Grass, pretty solid typing, does still get resisted by Flying,
wait, where's Onion Frank?
Dragon, by Steel,
oh,
things like that.
Kaiser won round 1. Looks like Group D started.
Some matchups, especially in neutral scenarios. If you've got 2 shields,
I hate the way this website's set up. Challenge.
That's why instead of the Charm user that often closes game, the Shadow Victory Bell or the Razor Leafer is a tool to switch alignment, because those
Onion Frank versus the famous Dave.
But look at this.
All right, that doesn't help. I don't know who either of those people are. Or I don't know what they look like. I know Onion Frank, but yeah, Onion Frank finished season 11 #1 on the leaderboard, I believe, or season 10.5. And is always, like, literally always in the top 10 on the leaderboard every season.
14 turns to that Sludge Bomb
for GBL.
To the Sky Attack for Altaria. So in a scenario where it's a race to the finish, Nidoqueen has Venusaur has a little bit of an edge there. But I do think that it is going to have lots of play. We'll have to see if that one ends up getting brought. I would say it is probably one of the ultimate answers.
I wish they would just show the teams.
Double resisting the Razor Leafs.
I think that's what it's going to come down to, because on Onion Frank's side, Shadow Victory Bell looks insane as well, because it's good against Scrafty, good against Swampert, good against the Alolan Ninetales, and it can do okay versus Lickitung and Shadow Nidoqueen. So its biggest threat is actually the Shadow Venusaur. So we have a dynamic where Kevin's
what's the name of the other guy? The famous Dave. Yeah. The infamous Dave. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that for the infamous Dave here, I think it's going to be a key to getting that Venusaur.
I'm pretty sure this is Scrap and Pete as the judge. I met him in NAIC. But it's tough to see with the mask. I've only met him the one time, so.
But let's move into the games. Onion Frank versus
okay, Onion Frank is the guy on the right. Okay. Venusaur, Altarian and Venusaur, easy.
Oh my gosh, you couldn't have predicted it. You have the Altaria into the Shadow Venusaur.
Yeah,
looks like he's gonna go for probably a Sky Attack. Oh, really late switch.
The Galarian Stunfisk, which isn't great either. So alignment is not looking great. But you mentioned earlier, you can outpace that Altaria lead.
Shadow Vic. Okay, so Onion Frank's team is Diggersby, Medicham, Alolan Ninetales, Shadow Victory Bell, Galarian Stunfisk, and Altaria. So I know in GBL right now, or maybe not right now, but recently I know he's been running something like Altaria, Shadow Vic, Medicham, I think, something like that. Just ABA, just some ABA team.
Lickitung. So here comes that next power up, actually getting the Protect Shield. I think Onion Frank desperately wants the alignment.
Holding on to the
I was a little
paper.
surprised with the late switch there, but I don't really hate this play. Gonna be able to
Maybe not used to the show 6 format, so
these matchups are so one-sided, so completely one-sided. Altaria versus the Shadow Venusaur.
he has to win switch.
Gonna put you in a very nice position. At this point, though, I don't know that a rock slide's enough here, Butters.
Rock slide probably not enough, but you're willing to get the shield up, I think. You're not too worried about that.
Rock slide to barely hold on with one health.
Does he get to the power whip? Yes, he does. Oh my gosh, Onion Frank
has to shield.
Really can't go down 2 shields.
I think you have to shield this.
I don't know if enough,
okay.
He decides to go down 2 shields. Onion Frank, oh my.
You're gonna see the Venusaur, or yeah, it's gonna be Venusaur farm down, I think.
Only has 1 Protect Shield remaining, and at this point,
but you're gonna get a rock slide. Oh,
right at the same time with the Frenzy Plan.
Gonna go for the Earthquake.
Right away,
that does a lot. It might actually KO. So able to pull that last shield back. The last matchup in the back is really good for Onion Frank. This matchup with Altaria might actually become super risky.
And this is not great. The Shadow Razor Leaf is just bearing down on the Alolan Ninetales.
Here we go.
It does get to this Weather Ball, though. Yeah, this is not going to be enough. Actually, Onion Frank's pretty destroyed here because he's going to have to use a Sky Attack onto this A9, and that means he's not going to have the energy for it against the Venusaur. But the question is whether or not how much damage the Sludge Bomb does from a Shadow Venu. But it's definitely going to get to 2, yeah.
But at this range, I think the Venusaur can do it.
This is Shadow Venusaur. Look at that damage coming out. Oh my, and able to get to the next one here. Who needs alignment? Able to get the Shadow Venusaur lined up versus the Altaria. This is all you need. Onion Frank, unfortunately, not
that's
gonna
tough.
take the victory here. Dave,
that is tough.
Going up 1-0.
Wow, the Shadow Venusaur just destroying the back line, able to fast move down that Galarian Stunfisk, use the Protect Shield, and just finish off the Altaria. One thing also, the Alolan Ninetales,
the infamous Dave. So I don't know this person, so it's possible they could be pretty good, and I don't know that.
Charge move pressure Pokemon there.
Yeah, without a doubt. If you think about it, that if there are shields remaining at the end of that game, it seems so completely one-sided. But having to use
Why Inadequance is in there? Why didn't he bring Bastion on?
That's just disaster.
True.
Yeah, trying maybe
I think actually I remember talking to Onion Frank somewhat recently again, and he was saying that he doesn't think Bastion actually is very good this season. So I think he's actually kind of stayed away from Bastion a little bit this season, but still all in on Charm, and Altaria is obviously very good this season, so he's in on that as well.
For Onion Frank, it has a lot of good play, but it just was not put in a very ideal situation.
Do you think that if Onion Frank had swapped his Galarian Stunfisk right away, right when that Lickitung comes in, that would have been a different matchup?
Yeah, I mean, you...
Stream? Hello?
Able to keep your alignment with...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is this my internet? No. I'm able to... Let's see. Wait. Let's refresh. Oh. No. It's not me. Uh-oh. Stream dying. Oh no. I just saw the stream went down. It hasn't happened yet on this monitor, but it's happened on the other monitor. Oh, here we go. F's in the chat. No! We wanted to see Onion Frank. Okay, here we go. Okay, Frenzy does actually a ton. Shadow Vic, 2 shields in the back actually is pretty good.
This is a huge call here from Dave.
What a weird way to do rock slides.
Yes, indeed, it's the bait move. This is nice.
So I think he's going to be able to get 2 shields off this Vic. Or, I'm sorry, off this Venusaur, but he'd have to shield once right here. So a question whether or not it's worth it to risk it here, and I think it is. Because getting the 2 shields down means that Shadow Vic has a pretty clean route to victory. Well, kind of, because Lickitung
hanging out
is going to be neutral against both of these things, which means it's going to really suck.
Swap from last time where we saw Onion Frank going down 2 shields to win switch.
I honestly think Onion Frank knows it's the same line. You let this go because you're kind of all in. You're all in on Shadow Victory Bell. So the Lickitung, maybe you say swap Lickitung right here.
And I think this Venusaur is on pace to get to it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very close. But no, the full farm down. That is a huge play.
Really good. You have to swap.
Able to come out with energy, not only win the matchup, but come out with energy as well. Does get faced off here versus the Alolan Ninetales. The last thing that it
okay, well, this swap's actually pretty good, I think, for Onion Frank, because he's going to out... Well, no, you have to shield this. I think you shield this, and then you do 5 more, and then throw the Leaf Blade. Okay, interesting. And maybe he knows it doesn't KO anyways. You have to be able to farm this down, though. I think this is in range to farm down, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I think it's going to make it to this Leaf Blade as well. Wow. I like Infamous Dave's reaction over here, like, oh, I can finally breathe.
Finish off the Alolan Ninetales, and there it is.
Such close games.
On the other side takes game number 2.
Okay, Onion Frank 1-1, bringing it back, running the exact same team.
What do you think?
I think it does.
What's he saying right now? He's like, I wish I brought Bastion.
Instead of going down the Protect Shields, we saw whoever had the Protect Shield advantage for their Grass, Poison, Shadow type won each game. So both trainers now know this going into decisive.
That was wrong to watch. Final Boss AJ.
How this pans out. I think that overall you got to give the advantage that time to Dave with the alignment at the beginning with the Venusaur up against the Galarian Stunfisk, able to pace through those Frenzy Plants a lot faster than the Earthquake.
This is the worst timeline. This is the darkest timeline. So dirty.
About there was a farm down coming from the Alolan Ninetales on the Victory Bell, but unable to do so. One Leaf Blade from that Shadow Victory Bell. Few Pokemon can withstand.
40%.
Yeah, it just does so much damage. You saw even the Lickitung couldn't withstand it.
Everyone's looking for some code. Oh, now they're showing trainer codes. All right, if you guys need codes, they're right there. If you need some buddies to send gifts to.
And the Shadow Victory Bell in this game number 3, and it's just going to be a toss-up of who wants to give their shields for alignment and who just wants to get up shields, and there they are!
Oh no, the battle of
Venu,
the poison grasses. Unfortunately for Onion Frank, Dave's got a big advantage here, and we see an immediate swap out, bringing in the Galarian.
Actually, Venusaur can't really lead this matchup, which is interesting. But I think it's going to be interesting to also think about what baits are going to happen here, because Onion Frank baited last time with a Rock Slide. Oh, okay. It's coming in Lickitung.
With all of this energy, already in an Earthquake, Onion Frank in a pretty good
Onion Frank has to win this matchup, but he has a ton of energy, so he can definitely do it. It's a question of whether or not he wants to shield the next Power Whip or not. Because if he doesn't shield this one, it is going to bring him kind of low and into range of like Lick and maybe even Body Slam baits at that point. Oh, maybe not. But a lot less than I thought. Oh, he's going for the bait now.
The Infamous Dave wants to keep
oh, he knows. Okay, Infamous Dave knows now. He's like, I need switch advantage. So I bet you he goes for a Body Slam bait here.
Oh my goodness, double Rock Slide. In game number 2, Onion Frank won the game with the Rock Slide bait, and he got one already, and it's called this time.
This one's called. Okay, the next Rock Slide does KO though.
Is it in Rock Slide range? We have a CMP here once again. Oh, this
really? G-Fist wins CMP. Okay, so G-Fist gonna get farmed down. Oh! Double Body Slam here is rough. You have to let it go.
And this is definitely gonna get no Protect shielded, but a shield advantage for Onion Frank in the back.
I think you come in oh no, I don't know actually. Yeah, you get a big farm down here on Altaria. Does this shield matter? Because Venusaur double resists grass, being the grass poison typing. But you're going to have a lot of energy here to where you might be able to Sky Attack the A9.
No instant swap. Actually going to hurt it a little bit with the Sky Attack. A little bit of a chip and dip here.
That's tough though, because later on in the matchup, this A9 is going to have enough energy
met by
for
Shadow Nidoqueen here. Shadow Nidoqueen has a little bit of energy, but yeah, it isn't.
I obviously have no idea how this matchup goes. I wonder if a Leaf Blade is enough from here with all of the Razor Leafs as well. It's letting it go. Does resist it, or it's neutral rather. So he's going to go for an Altaria win. So he's going to go for a full farm down into a Moonblast.
I know that there's a lot of
Full farm Moonblast, is that enough? I actually don't know. I'm literally on the edge of my seat here.
Going to be the formula to take out this Alolan Ninetales. Going to be very, very close here, Butters. Is a Moonblast enough? Sky Attack's not.
I agree with you. I don't think Sky Attack is enough. So you do get to the
Moonblast? Is it enough? I think it might be. This community day move on Altaria is going to be close.
Wins game number 3.
Oh my god. What a call. What a call. It's a really good game plan here by Onion Frank, to be honest. He really knew what he wanted to go for in the end. I was super surprised he didn't even shield the Shadow Vic, right? So he must have thought this like he was like 15D chess. Jeez, that was a good game. That was sick.
And in 2 games, we have the Shadow Victory Bell taking out the Alolan Ninetales, and then the Altaria taking it out in the next.
You got to get creative with WinCon sometimes. In many cases, you're putting all your marbles in on that Shadow Victory Bell, but not this time.
All right, game 2 of this team,
my favorite Pokemon, I'm going to let it go down. Put it all on the floaty bird, and able to get perfectly to that Moonblast, just enough to knock out the Ninetales. Incredible play.
Yeah, you really have to envision.
My opponent's name is Amazed and Confused. Okay, it's an interesting matchup, I guess.
Without a doubt.
If I get Poison Fanged, I'll probably leave.
And have
I'm sorry, Psychic Fanged.
Tough game 1 loss where you feel like I had the perfect alignment, I had the lead, I had the swap.
Anything else, I'll probably just let this happen.
And to lose that game and then come back with 2 tough leads. That's one of the best comebacks I've seen this tournament.
And it was the full adjustment you saw in game number 1, going 2 Protect Shields out of the way, and the opponent.
So I imagine Cresselia is going to have a good matchup in the back. Only thing I'm worried about is like a Treb in the back, right?
In the next 2 games, Onion Frank had that 1 Protect Shield advantage for the in game and won both of them.
Damn, I actually outpaced there, but I didn't know I was going to outpace.
Without a doubt there. We talked about it right at the beginning. There are very one-sided matchups that you win super, super hard. But we saw Venusaurs knocking out Altarias. We saw Altarias knocking out.
So you're going to have something anti-fighting.
Some of the most unconventional,
interesting
type of matchups that we could possibly see.
And you would think an Altaria and Shadow Victory Bell core is one of the
okay, I'll throw Body Slam. Maybe they don't know the counts.
It is, honestly.
Yeah, it is. It really is. But that gameplay was extremely fluid. So able to adapt that play style of the alignment.
Swampert really good against this. I guess we just farm down. We take whatever moves they throw at us. I'm sure it has Psychic Fangs, so I'm gonna assume not Earthquake.
The obvious point, but whoever had that 1 Protect Shield advantage for the in game won it
every time, all 3 games.
Probably have to shield this next one because it could be Crunch and we're Shadow.
Game number 2, for whatever reason, gave up both the Protect Shields and let Onion Frank have that advantage at the end. I feel like that was the most
with all the defense drops.
Series, and the infamous Dave decided to let it go in those last 2 games.
I'm thinking.
What was this, Cresselia? I think this was a Cresselia. It makes sense. We have to have an anti-fighter.
Perhaps.
So we just chip and dip, I think.
Would have not allowed.
Oh, it was DD. Probably DD Chris.
To get to that Moonblast, which then would have allowed the charm down. So, I mean, there's all these tiny intricacies that exist within Pokemon Go. Things that you're having to make very important decisions on in the heat of the battle.
And that is where the best trainers stand out. And you mentioned earlier some of these trainers that succeeded last season are already back here. We saw Doombug with
okay, we're 2-0. This is actually this team's going really well.
Decision-making skills is something you need to practice and you need to execute at the highest level and in front of the
MC Beck. It's a MC at night.
Yeah.
Swampert.
We're talking
okay, interesting lead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's victories.
Right, yeah.
I think we soak up a lot here. And then we can maybe come Cresselia.
last year, but the Pokemon Go has been out for a little while now, so these trainers have been ready. As soon as the Play Pokemon season was here, they were just ready to hit the road running.
I think I'm going to hold that move. They're out of energy, and then just switch to Cress here. 1, 2,
we're looking
3,
at and we're just saying,
4,
okay, this is so straightforward. It's great when we're wrong and we see some deviations from those very seemingly defined type of matchups.
I respect that a ton because you know, it kind of looks black and white at one point.
This is obviously a bad matchup for me. 3. But we are at an energy advantage here, and we can throw a bunch of these Moonblasts into it. It's going to take them a little while to flame charge us down, so 1. They need 2 to get to the next, or they're at the next flame charge if they want to go flame charge. So they're 1 over the flame charge. They could go for actually Brave Bird here, but I'm actually okay with Brave Bird as well. We have a lot of energy on Licky Licky. 2, 3, 4.
There are matchups where there's a little bit of some trickery.
This is weird, eh? If they shield this, we swap throw.
You mentioned the ABB formats earlier. That's something that we see very common. Something that I think we haven't seen quite as much of here in this tournament has been the flashy plays.
So try to get the next shield.
We did see the Earthquake catch on the Altaria, but that's something that I'm looking forward to a little bit later on in this tournament here. Is not necessarily
we can shield this. We're not really pressured by too much here.
The flashy, big type of moments.
And we're definitely gonna get them as we
And if they throw again, they're at another flame charge right now if they want. And then we'll just get KO'd.
They know exactly when to swap out, try to catch some energy. So I think we're gonna see a lot throughout this tournament.
Swampert's gonna have so much energy. It's actually not great.
So I'm trying to remember here. I believe it was in Vancouver last season.
But I still have Cress, so I probably come in Cress just to see if I can soak that energy.
Previously only been available as non-shadow. One of the very elusive fire types. Do you know what I'm talking about here, Butters?
I'll wait the timer because we switched and they didn't.
That's right. Something we haven't seen yet.
Yes, we have not. I mean, it has really good typing. It has the ghost and the fire type. But I think in this meta,
take this energy.
the fire types just aren't as
Now,
good
they're probably close to 2, so we probably don't try to throw an alignment with the Swampert, and we just use our shield on the Swampert.
Then Alolan Marowak can thrive.
All right. Well, we may just have some Shadow Alolan Marowak action for you. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stage here. We'll introduce you to these 2 battlers.
Earthquake. That's really good for us. This is really bad.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our next opponents here. We just wrapped up the
Is this CMP? Well, it could actually just be switch lag.
El Calvissimo versus Kinda Cute though. Let's take a look at these teams. Butters, go ahead.
We do. El Calvissimo is running the Alolan Ninetales, Lickitung, Trevenant.
We probably throw in 5.
And the Swampert, the Shadow variant.
Yeah, and then Kinda Cute though has Registeel,
1,
Purified
2,
Sableye, Altaria,
3,
our first
4,
viewing of
5.
Shadow
We have to.
Abomasnow.
This has to kill,
That one earlier. We'll
and then we
get
have
back
to outpace the
the
Swampert.
Lantern, and then the Shadow Alolan Marowak. I gotta say, Kinda Cute though, kind of spicy though. Probably the spiciest team that we've seen so far here. A lot of the
2,
Pokemon that have been
3,
missing.
4. CMP.
Let's talk about
Lost CMP. Oh my god.
You mentioned the Shadow Abomasnow, where we've seen Altaria run rampant. Now, a full-blown
Man,
answer with
I thought we played
Type,
so well.
Lantern, the electric type, the
That's
electric
rough.
type's great hope
All right, we got our
because it
next
has enough bulk to
next set
handle
of
some
games
these other
here.
matchups. And then that Shadow Alolan Marowak, where I was thinking maybe it doesn't look amazing versus the overall meta, but not bad here. Especially we've seen a lot of Alolan Ninetales, and that is something that Shadow Alolan Marowak.
I really love the dust rewards, to be honest, though. The GBL track or whatever it is, because I'm building a lot of Master League stuff, and I still have like 250, 300,000 dust. I did start at 1 million, but I used like 800, and you know I'm getting a couple. I'm getting like 100,000 every couple days, or maybe even 3 days.
Resists all the moves. It will feast there versus the Talonflame. However, Swampert, not a great matchup. Trevenant, terrible.
All right,
matchup.
let's
Lickitung, you gotta watch out for
get
those
back
power
to
weapons.
this.
Even Alolan Ninetales, those charms add up very quickly. Lantern, if it's not able to get that alignment it wants, might be a fish out of water, Butters.
Yeah, I think you're completely right there. That Lantern does not have a ton of play, but maybe that
Oh,
Alolan
charge the
Marowak
phone.
has a
Gotta
little bit of
keep
play here.
remembering,
And,
charge
I
the
mean,
phone.
the interesting thing, you don't see that many fire types. I think Abomasnow is not poised to face that many fire types, but against this opponent, El Calvissimo has the Talonflame, so you want no part of those Incinerates if you're Shadow Abomasnow.
Yeah, looking at the Abomasnow as an Ice type versus something like a Wall Rain, the water typing on the Wall Rain negates that fire vulnerability. So it does give it some unique typing. And the Abomasnow, however, a lot of the vulnerabilities...
All right, so we got El Cavizimo, which I think he's a big-time raider.
You're still weak to fighting. You're still weak to rock.
I'm pretty sure...
And now you're double weak to fire. You're weak to fighting.
He's in my raid group. I know that. Or, well, he's in a raid group. Let's see.
Pokemon in the game. But that said,
see if he's on my
it
friends
has
list.
great coverage, and with moves like Weather Ball, with
okay, maybe I don't know this person. I'm not sure.
It can definitely do a lot of damage versus a lot of different types of Pokemon.
Yeah, and kind of cute though is running Registeel. So this might be a comeback tour for Registeel. It has a lot of good matchup.
Wow, he's running Registeel. Also got the Ladybug.
The Lickitung is fine.
Wait, we gotta see if Gymcorn's actually in this or not.
Zero Protect Shields. Registeel's completely fine. Even has that Zap Cannon to threaten the Talonflame. It doesn't love the Incinerate damage, but
wow, that Onion Friend game though.
Say in the lead, it can be okay. Just has to watch out for that.
No, Gymcorn is here, dude. Playing Poison Beast, so I know these two people. They're pretty good. Well, I know Gymcorn's really good. I think Poison Beast is good too, but I just don't know offhand. I know he's good, but I don't know how good. So we're hoping Gymcorn into this next round. I don't know these people. I don't know anyone actually in this top bracket. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's a bad thing for Gymcorn. Oh, DJ is here. He's facing
Swampert doesn't really love it, which
what is this, Elam?
Answers to the Registeel. So maybe you're forced into some Medicham play if you are El Cavizimo.
All right, well, we're moving into
this is a tough one. Elam's very good.
We have kind of cute though on the right. Feeling pretty
okay. Talonflame into Registeel. This is good for Talonflame. Actually, Ninetales freaking insane in the back line.
And what a catch! Oh my gosh, Altaria able to soak up
what a catch.
Flame Charge damage.
That is one problem of the Talonflame, a little bit predictable.
I think you know what I would have done though? I would have charged up a little bit on the Talonflame before switching into this and just charming down. You could have gotten just a lot of free energy, probably 40 free energy right here.
Yeah, El Cavizimo knows that there is a Registeel waiting for the
but you know, this works too. Registeel has to use energy on this A9. It's not like you can ever farm down, and it's already kind of almost at like full energy, so this is all just extra damage. And then Lickitung is very good against Sableye in the back, so this is kind of RPS'd. But Talonflame and A9 kind of like that. I like this team a lot from El Cavizimo. Kind of looks like the team we brought, except we didn't use A9. I can't remember the team that we brought though. I think it was Shadow Swampert, Talonflame, Shadow Walrein, Purified Sableye. I must have had another ground dancer. I can't remember right now though. Good farm down here. Good undercharge and farm down.
Away from the next flame charge. You would think you have to bring it in here, and there it is. Maybe through the Zap Cannon a little bit early. We're gonna see.
You definitely don't want to take the Zap Cannon.
Yeah, it's kind of challenging here because you don't want to.
They're gonna swap again. Or they're gonna try to catch and swap, I think.
20 energy. That's so much. Oh, but look, we have a quick swap out. This Talonflame is absolutely loaded on
good Brave Bird, I guess. Flame Charge would have done the same thing. There's no way they don't shield this, and you hard win that next matchup. So,
yeah, the Sableye does protect shield there now.
Kind of some interesting plays here. I think it won't matter. I guess you don't. Well, I don't know. Sableye actually has a lot of energy here, but I don't think you shield anything here on Lickitung, and you just save that last shield for Talonflame. Gonna be able to farm down the Reggie. It did have excess energy, but probably not more than like 20. Although it looks like it's gonna be probably 10 turns, so it might actually get to a move. I'm not too sure, but this is big time. This is a big time lead here, because you can actually just farm this down, and then Reggie's not exactly going to farm you down. You're going to be farming each other down at like the same rate. Also, you should throw Body Slam here. It does more damage. but it doesn't really matter.
So just lets the power whip
In this matchup, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to say, if you are in this matchup, Body Slam does more damage.
One of the key challenges there was, while it was a great catch, we were talking about we wanted to see more catches. Maybe got a little bit hasty there. While catching a flame charge is great, you're able to have a lot of that energy go nowhere. It's resisted. What it allows.
I thought the catch was really good.
Ninetales to get completely locked in versus that versus the Altaria, which is terrible. And you think, okay, great. Well, now no Alolan Ninetales for the Sableye. I understand the play. But unfortunately, El Calvissimo knows, okay, well, that Alolan Ninetales that has 2 targets, I'm going to bring multiple answers for those targets. So Alolan Ninetales versus Altaria and Lickitung versus Sableye, beautifully played by El Calvissimo.
Yeah, on paper, that swap looks so nice, but like you mentioned, you're kind of expecting that Alolan Ninetales in every game. So how do you handle that in the back? You did not have the best lead. I know that you can do super effective.
All right, let's see the teams. Oh, we got a Lantern and a Shadow AWAC. Kind of cute though. Bringing some cute mon to be sure. Let's see. Yeah, Registeel, Purified Sableye, Altaria, Shadow Abomasnow. I didn't even see that one. Shadow Abomasnow actually sick right now, right? Especially if you think there's a lot of Lantern, and it's obviously going to be good against the Altaria that you think there's going to be a lot of as well. Swampert, also another thing that's going to be really good, supposedly like really good right now with the Walrein nerf.
Oh wow, look at this lead. Is the
Ooh, big time lead. But what are you going to bring into this? Oh, no. Okay, so unless the Lantern has a Water Gun, this is actually so bad for kind of cute though, because yeah, we've already gotten rid of this Altaria, which hard counters a Swampert. So this is already going pretty well, even though you've been hard countered already in the lead. Because you can also win this matchup as Lickitung, especially if this Body Slam lands. You can just shield and farm down. Shield twice and farm down, rather. And then you'll have Swampert onto AWAC, and that's obviously insane. I didn't see the moveset on AWAC before he dropped out. Is it Hex, Fire Spin?
El Calvissimo gonna have to figure, hey, do I want to try and shield and farm down? Do I want to shield and throw a Body Slam? A lot of different decisions can happen here.
Maybe even
just trying to get shields out, because I don't think you get this licked on. Maybe down. You do. You get
oh my god.
Down, and you get alignment. You have energy as well. We know the Alolan
you probably come in AWAC. Oh my god, he didn't get the move through.
It's not gonna do very much at all.
Because you actually resist all the moves. You double resist Body Slam. You resist
You know what does do very
Power
nice
Whip
versus that Shadow Alolan Marowak though, Butters?
Still didn't see the moveset. Oh, it looked like flame. It looked like fire. What is it? What is it called? Oh my god, I'm dying.
It does have Fire Spin, so
Fire Spin. Thank you, Butters.
You have that Lantern in the back, so you don't even want to see that Shadow Swampert there.
Okay.
All right, well,
it's gonna get the shield from Shadow Swampert, so you can still play this towards a late game. With AWAC against this Swampert, you got to switch right now though.
Nice shield. We do not see the defense drop there. Hydro Cannon coming out.
This was risky. What you could do though, still, is go double Fire Spin and then swap. It is Water Gun. Okay.
And you have to deal with that full Lonely Ninetales. Here comes the swap. Are you just going to get pressure too much? And this is Water Gun.
The Water Gun is actually pretty good because you're actually able to pressure it with fast moves as well. If El Calvissimo gets to Psyshock though, oh my god, he threw it on CMP. What a boss. Wait a minute, kind of cute though, actually coming back, but he's in Hydro Cannon range, I'm pretty sure, especially with the fast attacks. So it's a question of whether they get to 3 Hydros before you get to the Surf. It does look like he will make it to the Surf though, because every time he throws one of these moves, a 1 turn is getting added as a Water Gun attack and energy to kind of cute. Wow. Really well played. Not something I would have done, because I think I would have gone into a Marowak endgame, and he went into the Lantern endgame, and he played it sick. Literally throwing on CMP against the A9 and winning CMP. Maybe he threw it one turn before, because I do not think Lantern can win CMP. It's very bulky.
That was impressive.
You know, El Calvissimo actually had the Weather Ball on the Alolan Ninetales. I'm curious if he had thrown the Weather Ball at the Lantern, if it would have been shielded, and if that would have allowed then that Hydro Cannon, which the Swampert did have, to potentially knock out the Lantern. We'll never know, and we are now 1-1. At this point, I really gotta say,
1-1 in a pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, and it's spicy, but these Pokemon are good in their own
pretty
right.
sick game.
Shadow Alolan Marowak is
okay, what do we think is coming game 3? So El Calvissimo's brought A9 both games. Brought Lickitung.
But I did like that adjustment to bring two.
Wait, did he bring Lickitung the first game? I forgot.
That was so good against you in game number 1. You bring the Water Gun Lantern, you bring the Altaria.
Took out Talonflame
Didn't even bring the Talonflame
to bring in the Swampert. So that's actually something I like to do too with this type of team, is switch your carry out from one to the opposite. See if your opponent is sort of like a knee-jerk reaction or is playing 2 steps ahead to try to keep up. Lantern seemed actually really good. You're obviously scared of Swampert and you're scared of Trev, but with Water Gun, you're actually pretty good at even into the A9. This is a really good lead. Trevenant can pressure though, Shadow Ball obviously. Lickitung is, well, actually if you end up staying in this matchup, it's very good for kind of cute, because he's going to have full alignment with the Marowak onto Trev, although that kind of hurts. I don't think I would have thrown and swapped. I think I would have. I think I would have gone up to a move and swapped maybe. That's pretty good. Again, going Power Whip, I'm 99% sure Body Slam's the way to go, since both are resisted anyways. No undercharge.
Going straight for it. This Registeel is going to be plenty healthy.
I think both of these people are playing a little strange for my style, but obviously we saw that they're both pretty good, so just different styles, I guess. Still has like full alignment in the back. Marowak's actually good against both of these, obviously worse against Trev, but I think the back line's going to be good enough here. This does about half. It does like 40. But it's going to bring him to half. That's what I meant. And the Shadow Ball, no debuff, by the way. Shadow Ball will KO. I think it will KO from here. It's going to be close, though. Maybe one Shadow Claw. Got to bring Altaria in. You can bring in Altaria and then swap Marrow.
And yes, it is, but no, met by the Alolan Ninetales. These are super.
That's pretty GG. You probably shield once on Marowak just to get it. But you get the full farm down afterwards, so pretty worth. Although you know this is, yeah, he didn't even go up to the Psyshock, so we knew it was the resisted move rather than the He is going to throw a move. Okay.
To knock it out. It might not be just enough, but it does get a protect shield.
Interesting that we see the shield come out.
I guess it's a desperation because you want to try to get to the switch clock to get to the Altaria. Even getting like a couple of charms in on the Altaria is pretty good. Also, Marowak getting kind of low. But the shield advantage is still going to be good for Altaria here. Is it 1 HP? Is he going to get the Weather Ball off? He does get it off. You have to shield. Now there's some interesting play, but I do think you're going to make it to. They're going to make it to a move. Before Trevenant gets to a bait and the ball. You have to shield. Yeah, I don't think you're running out of life, you're running out of energy before it gets to the Sky Attack. You're just running out of a lot of resources here towards the end, but actually pretty close considering it was super hard counter in the front and back.
You love to see it. You love seeing some Pokemon that we weren't necessarily seeing in the first half of the day absolutely flourish. We got great play from the Lantern, incredible play from the Alolan Marowak. I think Alolan Marowak is a little bit underrated, and I think it historically has been. Yes, there are the Swamperts. Yes, there are
pretty well played there. Pretty good games.
The matchups that it wins nicely, it can really build that momentum, like you said. And with Ghost typing, it has good resistances and great coverage.
Right, it has a lot of meta matchups that are favorable. It is kind of one of those Pokemon, like you mentioned, it will get that momentum afterwards, but it's also scary.
All right, let's take a little look at the brackets real quick. Where are we at? Jim Corn, have you played, sir?
So it's able to full fire spin down that.
No, hasn't played. Probably been told to stop, maybe. They might be up in a stream at some point. Looks like House Start coming onto the stream next. If I was to guess, this was stream 1.
And those are 2 Pokemon we haven't even seen yet today.
You know what's interesting? That Lantern, without Surf, I don't think wins that match.
Oh, kind of cute, though, is actually going to play against Onion Frame. Nice.
I don't think that's going to do it. Doesn't get to that last move versus that Swampert. But with Surf, able to pace those moves
what
much
the
faster.
Hell?
And we're starting to see some of the
Wait, where's groups? Why am I not? I feel like I'm just not seeing everything. Who's on stream just now? Oh, it was this one. Okay, so stream, no stream there.
Go ahead and water gun and then get to that Surf to finish off something like a Swampert. Imagine if you had to get all the way to that Hydro Pump to finish off.
So yeah, it looks like House Start going to be next on the stream.
We are charging through Group C and Group D here. We're in the second half of the day. Plenty more battles to come. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Okay, let's finish out that set. Okay, what are we, 2-1? Oh, that's right, we had the devastating loss. So sad, so sad. Oh, I gotta show my phone screen, that might help. Are you gonna compete in any regionals soon? That's actually a really good question. I did sign up for Salt Lake City, but I don't know that I'm going to make it or not. I will say I will definitely compete in the Texas one. I think it's in Arlington. Yeah, so that's one I could compete in. That's one I definitely... if nothing goes wrong, I guess, that's definitely one I'll compete in. As long as things don't get super busy. How about y'all? Anyone going to any regionals in chat? Oh, here we go. Here we go. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, which item can be used to transform Palkia in Origin form? Oh my gosh. We never saw the answer to this, but this was asked earlier. I'm going to say Celestical Flute. Ooh. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, we got a game. Alright. Sylveon. Yeah, probably we just let this go down to this. So this is an anti-fighter. So maybe like Steel's in the back, I imagine. Swampert's good in the back. I can also imagine that Cresselia has like no play this game. Just let this hit. Yeah, hopefully they bring me on stage if I go to a regional. 4, 5, 6. Because I was on stage 3 of my games in Milwaukee, and then I got absolutely destroyed in 2, Oh, he was at 5. And then I got absolutely destroyed at NAIC, so no games there. Mish crushed me. She's really good. I don't think she's at this Baltimore one. Two,
and
three,
welcome back,
4,
Baltimore, to
5,
the 2023 Pokemon Go.
I mean, this doesn't KO, but if they get the
Sceptile,
boost, it does.
Also known as DeFi 250, and I am joined by the lovely Gabby Snyder today.
And it has been an incredible day so far for
4,
Pokemon Go battles here at this regional championship. We have decided 4 of our top 8 competitors from groups A and B, and now we're down in group C and D, and we're going through the same exact process again. Still a double elimination bracket. Still either win out in winners or get to be that last person standing in losers to move on to tomorrow. And
no, they didn't.
You know, I think that now that we're
Sylveon's
going
to farm down, but I also don't care too much about that. They did force us to use a shield, which is
is this the right Pokemon
something.
for this metagame? And you know, that last matchup that Steven and Jim featured together with the Shadow Dragonite really caught me off guard, as you know, you were telling me Dragonite was one of the Pokemon that got some moveset adjustments with the latest season of the Go Battle League, but I wasn't expecting to see one in this tournament, and now I believe we're actually going to see 2 back to back.
I am
2
very
Dragonites?
excited.
No
Last
way.
match, I was also incredibly excited to see Lantern.
Finally, after we've been talking about it like all day.
Yes, Water Gun Lantern with Surf.
Ooh,
so that was so
Nidoqueen in the
fun
back.
To see. Did a fantastic job. But now we've got some more battles to show.
Was this CMP? I guess we just shield and throw the next move. They can't get to like Poison Fang, Earthquake, or Earth Power, so we just go for
I think we'll be seeing an
this being the Earth Power
as well.
Also, they're super low now. Maybe we just farm down.
Seeing is Alolan Ninetales, which can also run Powder Snow. However, we've been seeing it mostly with Charm.
Guess we just throw this anyways.
Out there, other fairy types that have access to Charm.
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump to the stage as these trainers are getting ready for battle, so we can start talking about what these teams are and how they are going to match up. As
all right, back to these games.
Versus House Stark 93.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get House Stark again.
It was the first match that we featured actually from Group C earlier on in the day. But Crispy Chris is running a very interesting team of the Registeel, Wigglytuff, Trevenant, Medicham, Galarian,
oh my
Stunfisk,
god,
and
Registeel,
Dragonite. Again, for those of you just tuning
Wigglytuff?
in, House Stark running a team of Alolan Ninetales, Noctowl, Trevenant,
is this not Onion Frank?
Galarian, Stunfisk, and Shadow Swampert.
Yeah, and again, that Wigglytuff choice is very, very interesting. Prior to Alolan Ninetales entering the field, Wigglytuff was the primary charm user in the game, and Wigglytuff kind of took a back seat. However, Wigglytuff does have kind of a unique normal fairy typing that allows it to resist ghost moves. However, it does make counter users, it's a bit more of a challenge for Wigglytuff versus some other Pokemon out there.
Yeah, but with the Dragonite to support the Wigglytuff against any fighting type Pokemon that have counter,
I really wish they showed the Pokemon here. I feel like I'm saying that all day, but like if they showed at least the matchups right here, you know, I bet they're just entering it in the back and that's what's happening. But if they showed us right here, at least the audience will be able to participate in like thinking about what's happening, maybe forming their own opinions on what's going to happen. And
I think partially because Walrein was just there in existence, as we have seen throughout.
Which I think is just going to would be better for engagement overall, because then people in the chat would be talking about that rather than whatever they're talking about here, which is Wigglytuff. The only like 2 Pokemon that were announced, Wigglytuff and Registeel. Oh no, I think she said Trevenant as well, but they have masks on. Yeah, it's required for Pokemon Play events.
It makes me a
right
little
now,
bit
at least,
sad,
it might go away. I'm not too sure.
Fan. I would love to see it take off, but I just
Stark
don't
didn't
think
bring their
if you are
plushies.
Chris, you
That's
bring
true. If you've ever
someone
seen House Stark
against
stream,
House
which
Stark, who has
the last video we
a
did
very
on our channel
strong
was House Stark
meta-centric
and
team with
his
that
streaming.
Noctowl as
He has so many, like a wall of
Noctowl,
plushies of Pokemon.
Noctowl might run up
I think
against,
him and his
might run up
girlfriend
against Trevenant,
love collecting them.
Medicham, I think would even do pretty well against Dragonite.
I think I actually have some plushies too. Here, wait, let me get them.
Dragonite could definitely hit back with its new and improved move of super power, but here we go into this matchup. Our battlers are locked in. We have the Noctowl on the Medicham. very interesting matchup to start us off, Gabby.
It is, as this Noctowl is in a fantastic position, and Chris forced to readjust, sending in that Galarian Stunfisk, but the Trevenant coming right
I hear it.
out
Okay,
to meet it.
so Medicham into Noctowl, which is an okay matchup. Actually, you can win it as Medicham if you want to win it. But opponent bringing, or opponent, Crispy Chris bringing double steal. So when you go ABA, you definitely want to switch out into your hard counter matchups if you have 2 hard counters. But there is, you do have to note that there is a soft counter of Medicham for the Noctowl later. I think in general this Noctowl has a lot of play, or this Medicham has a lot of play, whereas this Noctowl kind of has like no play. It's a really good shield right here too.
We see the Trevenant return fire with a Shadow Ball, and Galarian Stunfisk is very
so they're going to get to the second Shadow Ball. This doesn't KO, but it does bring it pretty low. Good no shield. They can't farm down though, but they can possibly pull this shield and then farm down with Medicham. Medicham actually gets a lot of farm here. And again, like we said, or like I was saying earlier, Medicham kind of has a ton of play.
Able to get the KO with the fast move there, but still, whatever Pokemon Chris sends in.
So getting some sort of energy advantage here is obviously good. And they're probably just going to switch into Reggie right away.
So we have the Registeel locked onto the Galarian.
So G-Fist probably is just going to take this Focus Blast. Registeel should beat him to it. Yeah, you take this first one because you're not ever going to be pressured to get KO'd.
We have Focus Blast coming in from that
maybe he's going to fake an Earthquake here. No, he actually just went for the Earthquake. On the second one, I think you beat them to the Earthquake, but Registeel also not shielding this because it doesn't KO.
Though, it looks like that first Earthquake is allowed to connect to the Registeel, making a Mudshot down a actual possibility for this Pokemon.
He's going to go for Mudshot down. Interesting. I think it depends on IVs to get this Mudshot down.
Trying to get as much energy as possible down on that Galarian Stunfisk so he could throw an attack at this Registeel. Again,
ooh, he got a little scared there, but that's fine. He's gonna still be able to get to an Earthquake. He's at 100 energy right now. I believe that means you can do. Can you throw both? No, it's 1 away, 2 away. That's bad. This is going to be a close game. So Ice Punch obviously super effective, but not a very good move versus taking super effective fast attacks and super effective charge moves. Medicham wins CMP. That's interesting. So does this KO? No. But I don't think Sky Attack KOs from here either. He might actually try to go for a Shadow Ball.
Actually consistently building to those 2 attacks to try and get through his opponent's shield.
I think he should have gone. Well, no, he would have died to the. Yeah, no, he had to go for this because he would have died to the counter no matter what. Oh, but it does KO.
Barely hold on long enough to get the knockout against that Medicham and take this first game 1-0.
That is what I call 1 HP and a dream, Gabby. Fantastic work by House Stark, perfectly managing his energy, his shields, alignment. Very, very well played by House Stark. I think I saw him earlier with a very lucky Hisuian Growlithe plush on the stream. Maybe that
wow, that actually does like 50%, but I don't think he was at
is a good boy, so I can
50%.
See that definitely playing out. But in terms of matchups, I have to wonder how Chris is going to adjust to this strategy, as it was a 1 HP loss essentially.
Yeah,
had he had a couple more turns,
it's
that really could have made the difference. I really like how House Stark was able to align that Noctowl with the Medicham pretty.
Yeah, this isn't 50%. So when you hit 50%, this bar turns yellow. So this Medicham is maybe not super excelled, but even the default non-excel doesn't take more than 50. What if it's like a 41?
So maybe the adjustment isn't necessarily a
what if it's like a what if it's like a 47?
So you can get a bit more damage down early or possibly charge up more energy on that.
What if it's like a 46?
So it can be that threat. And then you have
oh, so this is a non-XL. This is like a non-fully XL. This is like a high IV. Medi.
Yes,
wow, Hellstark pretty lucky there, to be honest.
And this battle is going to be shortly underway.
Yeah, it's not normal to one-shot there, which is why he was trying to maybe try to go to the Shadow Ball, but he knew he couldn't make it to it.
The Shadow Dragonite yet on
I hope you get the Pikachu slippers instead of the... Oh, wait. That's right, we got the plushies.
Other Pokemon that
So
we
I got
might
a
see.
few.
Here we go. We have Galarian Stunfisk up against that Shadow
Pachirisu.
Dragonite.
Oh my god, Shadow Dragonite.
Normally, I would say this isn't a great matchup for the Dragonite.
Wait,
but
where's the
if it
Shadow
does
Dragonite?
have superpower,
Oh, it's on the
which
left
we can
side.
see on Chris's screen, it does.
So you
This is
outpace to the
a
rock
decent matchup
slides,
for it.
and
Does
the rock
have
slides
to
basically
possibly
one
invest a
shot.
shield or two
I'm
to
pretty
take
sure.
these rock slides, but
So
Hellstark is in a very
this
similar
matchup's not the
position where he
best.
needs to invest one shield for
But
that first superpower
one thing
for
to
sure,
really
and
look at
possibly a second
is
shield after that, after all the damage that was
there's
seen
a
with these Dragon
Alolan
Breaths.
Ninetales
Yeah,
here,
you wouldn't
and
know that Dragon Breath is
Alolan
being
Ninetales
resisted
not
here by
gonna
the
do
Steel-type
great
Galarian
against
Stunfisk because of just
the
how
stun
much damage,
against
the Dragon
the
Breath
two
is
steel
doing.
types
A
in the
little bit
back.
less now as
Oh,
Superpower does
great
keep up
catch.
your attack. What a beautiful catch
This is
there
really
on part
good.
of Crispy
What I would do
Chris
if I was
onto
Hellstark is maybe
Registeel.
farm,
Yeah, Registeel again,
and then
able
come
to
in
hit
with
that super
Trev.
effective fighting
Yeah,
type
he's gonna
damage,
farm
but
up
will
a
have to
bit.
charge
You need to
up
make sure you
get
have
there,
energy
and
enough
Chris
to
only has
deal
one
with.
shield remaining, so if Stark is able to beat him to the Earthquake, which he
Crispy has to
Chris
watch
has a
out here
very tough
because
decision
he
to make
actually
here.
didn't make it to this
could be
move yet. He
attacked,
didn't click
but
it.
the
I don't know if you
Registeel is
thought
going
he
to
did
be
or
in
not at
the
this point.
red and could be threatened by a mud shot down. And Stark
Yeah,
makes
so
an
this was a
incredible
false
catch there, switching
CMP.
to that Trevenant just in time to
That's
take
tough.
the Focus Blast.
That's what I was talking about, though.
Play
He
by
didn't actually click
Hellstark,
the move
able
yet.
to
He,
soak
which,
that energy from
yeah.
the Focus Blast
I mean, he
and
didn't
Shadow
know, but
Claw down the
that's a
Registeel.
rip.
Masterful swap there.
I will
Now
say
Crispy Chris is
you
left
could
with a
come in
decision,
Dragonite here.
waiting
Oh, you
out
have
the
to come in
clock like we
Dragonite,
were
and then
going
your
to see
backline's
that
not the
Shadow Dragonite
worst against this back
return.
matchup, but it's
And
also gonna have to do a
Hellstark's
lot.
switch timer is not up yet.
So
I'm surprised he
even though
didn't
this
throw.
Trevenant is locked in on the field against this Dragonite, it's still going to threaten
Okay.
a ton of damage.
The
with
problem is
Shadow
any of
Balls,
this
and that's
damage does
exactly why
nothing
Chris
against
invests
Eggnine.
his last shield here.
Maybe he gets it into one rock
Defenses
slide
aren't the
range.
best, given that this is the Shadow variant, and it's not even able to Dragon Breath knock
Okay,
out
good
before
catch,
that
but
C-bomb is
Dragonite does
thrown from
nothing in the
Hellstark,
back.
but Chris making an
He's
excellent catch
Alex
of his own
Hellstark's gonna
with the
come in with his
Galarian
own
Stunfisk on his
G-Fisk
side.
here.
And
Oh,
then the Galarian stun,
but Amy has a
the
shield,
Trevenant is
so that's
deranged,
rough. But he does get this
able to
farm down.
one-shot
It's
it
a perfect farm
just
down.
barely before it gets to another
But you have to come in
C-bomb.
G-Fizz.
Hellstark answers with the Galarian
It's a
Stunfisk of
50-50
its own. It's
call,
the
but
fight
you
of
shield no
the
matter
bear
what
traps
because you
out
will beat
here
it to
on
the.
battlefield
You will beat
today.
it.
And it's tough because
to
we
a
do
bait
have the
and a hit.
benefit of seeing that Hellstark's last Pokemon is going to be that Alolan
That's gonna be
Ninetales,
GG.
which is really going to struggle against the Galarian Stunfisk. So if he's able to win the match here with this Earthquake,
Yeah,
that
that's
would
for sure
be
GG. If
preferred.
he
You
actually
don't
throws
wanna risk
onto
taking all that damage
Trev.
from those rock slides, and
Well,
honestly,
now
Earthquake
once he got the
is enough,
well,
and
yeah,
now
because
you
he wouldn't
can
have
just
shielded.
charm down this Shadow Dragonite. Look at how much damage it can do. Even though the superpower is going to connect with that Alolan Ninetales, that charm animation did fire, which means the damage
Oh
will
my
be
God,
connecting
it
after
does
this
a
attack,
shit
and that is
ton.
a knockout. Hellstark moves on 2-0 in this competition.
Hellstark doing well.
Fantastic work by Hellstark.
I'm glad for him. He's really good. And I know at the
Just a
past
moment there,
few,
though, Gabby.
he's
That superpower did
had
a
some
lot of
disappointing
damage.
results,
I mean,
considering
Ninetales,
he's
I was
literally one of the best.
surprised. It did like 50%
Like
almost.
literally,
Yeah,
like
well,
top.
the Dragonite wasn't
top
buffed at, or
5,
wasn't
7.
debuffed at that point in time.
Something like that, top
and
10.
It also had the shadow.
How's
powers
Cindy doing?
boosting
Let's
its
see.
attack power, and it's
She went to the
neutral damage.
losers
I mean,
bracket.
Ice weak against fighting, fairy type he resists, therefore
Oh,
it's neutral.
Inhoff's in the losers bracket too.
Definitely caught me off
Okay,
guard as well, but
Cindy's
at that
still
point in time,
winning.
because the Alolan Ninetales
Who
was able
did
to hold on,
Inhoff
and
lose
because there was
to?
still that Stunfisk in back. It really was just the charm happened. Yes, the seeing how much damage
She
the
lost to
superpower did was cool, but the game was
Jibba,
already
no
decided at that
there.
point.
Yeah,
Not
good
here?
information, though, for the
Jibba not
future
here?
for Hellstark.
That's
Winning
tough.
Group
Oh,
C
we could
winners
have
round
if
3 and moving
well,
on
well
to
they'd have to make
winners
it to
round
the
4 in
losers
this
quarterfinals. Oh no, that's not even
that's,
quarterfinals.
one
Losers
win
round
closer to
5.
moving on in this tournament,
For
one win
Inhoff
closer
and
to top set
Cindy to play each
tomorrow.
other. If they play
It's
each other,
really
they'll definitely be
shaping
on
up to
stream.
a powerful competition.
Swampier, I
what
think we
I'm
saw him
more
lose on
curious
stream.
about is
He lost
learning more
to
about
oh yeah, he
why
lost to
we've seen
Hellstark,
two
right?
trainers now go with the Shadow Dragonite with
Yeah, and then
superpowers.
he's won a
It almost
few.
feels
Yeah, he's
like
won
it's
2
like
games
a
since
compromise
then.
between the Altaria and a fighting type Pokemon,
Yeah,
'cause you
fighting
have
his
that
way
Dragon,
from literal
Breath
round
Pressure,
1
you
of
have the
losers
Shadow
brackets. That's
variant
always tough.
available, which is something that I
Anyone?
don't
Who else
think
is in
Altaria
here
has
that we
available to
know?
it.
Does anyone Almost.
And you can also cover your fighting type weaknesses with that superpower.
I feel like I've seen this name before in GBL. DXINJ? Maybe not.
The Shadow Dragonite is so important in these matchups, so you can switch
Who are we gonna? Who's on the stream next?
but it can be a huge threat, as we saw from Chris in this game.
It's gonna be for
we saw in the previous set.
It's gonna be Gym Corn.
I completely
Where's
agree,
Group D?
And I'm very curious to see if we are going to see more Shadow
It's gonna be
Dragon
Poison
or
Beast
perhaps the other picks that
versus.
we
Oh,
haven't
Poison Beast
seen
beat
yet.
Gym Corn. Oh no.
Today it is still early. This is the first weekend of the 2023 season here that we are.
Why don't we have the next stream?
It's a wide open
battle.
new meta
Oh, it's gonna be
out there.
Magic
I'm
Mason.
excited to
Okay,
see,
so we know Magic
how we're
Mason,
gonna
so
be
I guess we'll go for him.
exploring that and what new
Also,
Pokemon we're gonna
Revenge
find.
for Enhoff
Yeah, we
to
did
beat
see a Wigglytuff
Jibba.
on screen, so that was cool. Hopefully,
Yo,
we'll
Free
actually
Run
see
Danny,
one,
how's it
in
going?
battle next time. But no, I just love.
I've
seeing
drank
some
so
of my
much
favorite
water today
Pokemon,
because
that
my
are actually
this has
competitively
been a
viable
long
in
one.
Pokemon Go at these tournaments, because it is true that some trainers say, you win with your favorites. I believe a very powerful member
Man,
of
this
the Elite
Noctowl
Four once
one, this
said
is
that.
gonna haunt.
And I totally
So
agree that
obviously
in
the
any
person
game,
didn't have a
if you're
fully
able to
XL
win with your
Medicham,
favorites, it just makes that win so much
which
better.
hurts.
And I love seeing Wigglytuff.
Or
do well.
rather, a high. It's not a high PvP IV Medicham. Went for the saving the dust. One of the few times that I guess the IVs matter.
It's round, it's cute.
It is
Definitely.
round. Yeah, I'm starting to notice a trend
Okay,
here
wait.
with my
Oh, I wanted to
favorites.
see Jim Corn. So what does he have to do
But
here in the
yeah,
loser's bracket?
It's also really exciting as well to see just these trainers who made a name for
Where's he
themselves
at?
last
Oh, it's in
season, or made a
D?
name for themselves, prior to the Play Pokemon circuit coming into existence, doing well at these tournaments.
Jim Corn.
how
Okay, so
Stars
he's
is a
not playing
very
for a
familiar name
while
if you're
since he made it
familiar with
all the way
Pokemon
to
Go
round
PvP.
4.
We've had
Or round
trainers
3
from
rather, so he's going to
leaderboards
be in
do well
losers round
here.
4.
Trainers that were formerly in the
DJ
seniors
Wan,
division, moving on
we're
to
all about
top
DJ
8
here,
in this
so.
tournament, even though
But eventually
it's
he'll have to
almost
versus
one
Jim
each
Corn, and I'm
division now, which is
probably in on Jim
absolutely
Corn.
insane.
Oh, Kaiser
the
lost. Oh, I
skill
think we
level
did see
here is
that.
just
Yeah, he
so
lost to 2
incredible,
Eric.
which
No, yeah.
It's been so much fun to watch.
It has
Kaiser
been.
made it to Worlds
You
last
mentioned
season,
the seniors
so
division, so we're gonna
he's
see
probably going to get
already
through.
tomorrow,
But
know a
we
little bit of
probably.
our top cut. We know that we're going to see with
Chirp
Dodge.
Nation's
We know
pretty
we're
good,
gonna
if
see
I
Hot
remember.
Pocket
But
out
we
there, who
probably
did
end up seeing
fantastic,
Kaiser
both
versus
which
Jim
made it to Worlds
in this loser round
London
4,
this
and then we
last
hopefully
season,
see
in the
DJ
seniors
against
division, and it's great to see
well,
them out
whoever,
there
but
competing
makes it
in
hopefully
this
into the
mixed
next one.
bracket that we have.
Yeah.
And then he'll
So
play
our next
against
matchup as
probably
well,
the
we're getting those
loser
trainers
of.
ready on stage, and we saw the Lantern.
Where's the
finally,
loser of
so we can check
45
that
go?
one off the list.
Oh, I think
Is
that's
there
over here
anybody
actually.
else
So
that you think we may see this weekend, or maybe just
Loser
want
of
to try and
43.
manifest into the universe? As I think we've talked a lot about, the new
This matchup,
staples
which
of
we
the
don't know at
metagame,
all.
but we haven't talked about
Okay.
the niche picks. And I always
let's
like to hear
let's
what
finish
people
our
would
last
like
battle.
to
I think
see,
we have
or
one more
what
to
maybe
go.
favorite Pokemon got a boost or got some sort of benefit from the.
We're 3-1,
battle
and we
One Pokemon that I
wait, how did we lose that
absolutely
last
love
battle? I
is
forgot already.
Victini. And Victini got a little bit of a buff, was doing well. I played it a little bit in Open Great League, but it really shone in the Psychic Cup as well.
Oh, interesting.
Being a Psychic type, it benefited from the buff to Quick Attack. Quick Attack had its energy generation.
Okay, not exactly where we wanted to see it, but not too bad either.
Really
1,
helped Victini
2,
to be able to do something other than heavy
3.
fire, fast
There was some
movement
lag there, I
damage,
think,
and
so I
Victini
decided to
has
throw
this
just right
exclusive
away.
move of V-Create, which is incredibly powerful, but also comes with a 2-stage debuff.
Yeah, and it's
Got an
so
extra
funny
lick,
that
not
you
too
mentioned
bad.
Victini
Could be
because,
Bravebird. I really kind of
the
hope it is
championship
Bravebird.
series, I mean, not that we're
Not
having
Bravebird, though.
official, sanctioned events right now, as
1.
the game is on a break.
The
but
shield,
for
the next one.
online
2.
ladder, they're actually just opening up the floodgates and allowing all mythical Pokemon, all legendary Pokemon.
Okay,
coming
so we go up to the
into
Shadow
online
Ball,
season,
and then it'll be a question of whether or not we
actually
bait.
Pokemon that has been sort of on people's radars.
1,
Victini and Magearna. And I think
2.
a lot of people actually got the Victini distribution from the World Championship stream last month and are planning to bring that into battle. So it doesn't quite work in Pokemon Go, unfortunately. That was a
Boom.
Sword and Shield only distribution, but it's really cool to see.
Should have switched into
the
Swampert.
lineup
I
too.
am an
And
idiot.
Also a Pokemon that otherwise normally doesn't get the spotlight do well.
But this is okay, I guess, because we're going to get shields. And it's really hard for them to pressure us into shields. But they are at 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think 2 Hydro Cannons KO us, so hopefully we get both of these shields.
Just a reminder, if you're watching at home, there are a couple of amazing events going on
10.
in Pokemon Go right now. There is the Test Your Metal event, so if you
10,
haven't
9,
gotten
1.
Pokemaru, or if you
I'm gonna go 2 more, but I think I can go 3.
Now is the time to do so, as these Pokemon are out there waiting for you to battle.
So I think they're 1 away.
The more fun-looking Steel-type Mega Pokemon out there, in my opinion. And Togedemaru, it's round. Apparently that means I like it now. So we have that going on, and then tomorrow is going to be the
I could shield this.
Day event for,
I think I will actually.
Roggenrola. You can get a evolution of Roggenrola, a Gigalith, with Meteor Beam, which is a very fun rock type move, and if you're lucky, you can even encounter a shiny.
I think they're at 2
home,
on
make sure to check out
Scrafty.
PokemonGoLive.com/news for all the information on those events.
So
I know
we'll switch on 5. 1, 2, 3,
our lovely regional
4,
Pokestop to
5.
hopefully catch some shiny Pokemon.
Boom. Should have caught the foul play here.
I'm very much looking forward to getting some more shiny Roggenrola, and Meteor Beam looks to be like a very interesting move in
Nice.
Go Battle League.
6,
But
7.
as you said, we do have some battlers that we can start kind of thinking about their
This doesn't quite KO, I don't think, in Ultra, but double super effective is obviously going to be
as well as Magic Mason.
good for
Playing
us,
out
I
here
think.
today. And a couple Pokemon,
Attack fell.
I think that, again, kind
Which
of,
means this
they're not
pup,
new, but they're
they have to
new
go for
this
pup.
season because so we're gonna see more
I don't think this
Altaria,
KOs us.
as well as some
And they also
Venusaur
undercharged
action.
it, but
One
now we
Pokemon
get to a
that I'm very
move. Okay,
interested
yeah,
in
GG.
seeing on Magic Mason's side of the field
I think it actually could have been
is,
pretty tough.
Diggersby.
All right, I believe that's another Pokemon that benefited from the moveset
Nice.
changes
That was a
with
4-1.
Quick Attack.
Yeah, Diggersby has access
We
to
might be
Quick
back in the
Attack and
2400s.
Attack
Actually, I don't know how much
better,
we've lost or gained
which
here
is
on
kinda
stream.
fun to
I've
see. Quick Attack and Tackle are kind of those Route 1 Pokemon moves.
This stream's been a
most
blur.
basic Pokemon have, and it's cool to get them those moves a little bit
2367,
that way, a
okay.
little bit of love.
Not too bad though.
Pokemon have
Sick
access
team.
to them.
Oh my
They
god,
do,
we have
and
another
it's
battle?
super
No
interesting
freaking
as
way.
well when you consider that Quick Attack is one of the first
Well, we'll just keep doing
priorities
this team. I mean, this team's kind of working for us.
And I feel like the fact that they increase the energy generation.
I forgot I was streaming. Even though I was literally talking about it, so I was gonna just I was just gonna start the recording.
In Pokemon Go, you just gather energy quicker. That being said, let's go ahead and jump to the stage and take a look at our players as they
Of course, we jump to the stage right away. So I guess we're going for Magic Mason. He's on the right, just because he's a streamer and we know him. Incineroar?
At Jiba Not Here's team, we have Altaria, Venusaur, Lickitung, a Purified
3,
Sableye,
4,
Galarian Stunfisk, and
5.
a Medicham. Taking a
Not gonna
look
lie, I
at
thought
the
this thing
other
was
side
fighting
of the
type.
field, we have
But the
Magic
swap's fine too.
Mason.
Swamper's obviously the big
Magic
counter.
Mason running Umbreon, Shadow Nidoqueen, Medicham, Azumarill.
Probably will shield the next one. I imagine it's like Flame. I actually don't know the moveset, but I imagine it's like Flame Charge and
actually another VGC player that has
oh, it's
made it
neutral.
over to this side of the field for the time being.
I
And,
imagine there's
I
gonna be a
really
foul
like
play.
this team as well with that Altaria, the Venusaur, the Medicham. Again, these Pokemon that we've seen
Dark Pulse,
do
okay.
well since the World Championships.
We go
really since
1,
Dancing Rob won the
2,
World
3,
Championships, making a very
4.
strong showing already here in Baltimore and most likely in the other regionals tournaments that have been happening so far as well. But yeah, let's take a moment to talk about Magic Mason's team because
I
there are
remember
some Pokemon
seeing.
there that
Oh,
we
this.
haven't
I remember
really
seeing this
seen
player
throughout
in
the day, such as
Milwaukee.
the
I believe he's
Umbreon,
pretty
such as
good.
the Diggersby, the
Is this
Azumarill.
person's name like Play Danny or
Really
something like
some
that?
Unique picks, and I gotta see if that Diggersby can get any good alignment against Jiva's Pokemon.
Okay,
Is
we'll
it-
see if
is
this
he
is
normal
enough, I
ground-type Pokemon?
guess.
And I don't see a Swampert, so I feel like that's really good news for Mason.
Right, and Diggersby can also hit back against things because it has access to Fire Punch. Your typical moveset, charge moveset.
Guess we'll just let this hit us. I don't. This Incineroar is doing so much freaking damage to us, and now I'm really regretting. I don't feel like our Swampert's gonna have very much play in the back.
That can catch opponents by surprise that I've
3,
seen a couple times
4,
in the Go Battle League.
5.
So that is definitely an option, but your standard moveset, your typical moveset on a Diggersby would definitely be that stab, Earthquake. Hyper Beam also benefits
6.
from stab because it is a normal
Okay.
and ground type Pokemon.
We'll see if they have cross chop.
Never introduced the term, so let me just go ahead and say stab is an abbreviation.
Oh
for
my god, it's
same
obstruct. It's
type
the worst,
attack
actually.
bonus, which means if your Pokemon shares a type with the type of the
7, 8,
attack, it
9
gets a boost in that attack power.
is obstruct
So
4.
Diggersby, normal ground
I think it is
type,
4.
Hyper Beam's a normal move, and then ground type moves as well would get that boost. So dual typing coming in play multiple different ways here at the Go Battle League Regional Championships.
Are you sure it's not shiny type attack bonus? Because I really thought that you want to use shinies in Pokemon Go.
I mean, you do, but I would say it's more as a...
I guess I'm going to come in Cresselia, and if they do an obstruct, well, or no matter what they do here, I guess we'll switch to try to get an energy advantage on Swampert. But if Swampert was good in the front, I imagine it's not good in the back, so this is probably like a Trev. I don't think this is anything big, right?
All the way back that I have kept, I have raised
Night Slash, okay.
And it is my Great League PvP Venusaur, so that is a PvP shiny that
Win
I'm
CMP right here.
proud of.
I will
Our opponent doesn't like switching. Wait, is it a triple dark team actually?
The day of the Obstagoon Community Day, and I was out there for the entirety of the Community Day trying to get a...
If this is an obstruct, I'm gonna be sad. Oh god, the game's starting.
But also, we're gonna get started.
I'm gonna throw in 4, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is facing off against the Umbreon. Alteria does have access to Moonblast, which means this Umbreon has to be very, very careful.
It does, but Umbreon is incredibly bulky. It gets
Damn, we could have gotten to the Earthquake and then gone for a CMP, but rip.
is able to get
I'm pretty sure this KOs this.
And revealing here that Magic Mason is using Foul
Yeah,
Play
GG.
and not the other option of Dark Pulse. This is also an Umbreon.
Rip. All right, let's get back to the
move of last resort.
recording here.
We see Jiba go directly for the Moonblast.
All right, Umbreon against Alteria. You have to shield the first one, otherwise you do lose this matchup. It's a question of whether or not he thinks that he needs this Alteria for the back, and kind of does. I guess in the zeros, nothing matters, and Umbreon wins no matter what. Oh no, it looks like it's actually really close. Interesting catch. What he tried to do was snipe it down before it got to its move, but this is actually pretty rough. But I will say Magic Mason does have a better team comp in the back to play against Jiba. So Nidoqueen with shields is going to be good against Venusaur, but Venusaur does have more shields right now, so that is something to think about. Power Whip obviously single resisted versus Body Slam being double resisted. And then Lickitung probably goes for like a full farm down here. So even though Magic Mason's team comp is like way good against Jiba, the advantage Jiba's gaining right now because of that switch in is just way too much. The Seed Bomb doesn't pressure anything. And just continue the farm down. Okay, the Nidoqueen's interesting here. Because if you switch, you're stuck forever in the Venusaur matchup. So Nidoqueen with energy here actually, this is actually gonna be super close, because the extra energy advantage plus getting to your moves faster anyways on Nidoqueen is gonna be pretty relevant. You do lose CMP, and it can't switch out, but you have to shield, and maybe Alteria can farm everything else down from here. Yeah, he's almost got 2 Frenzy Plants though. The Frenzy Plant KO. Oh no, he's not as close as I thought. Alteria double resists the Vine Whips, and if he brings in Umbreon, he might get charge moved. This is so close. This is actually way closer than you'd think. Even though Umbreon has a ton of health.
The Shadow Nidoqueen is the first Pokemon to get knocked out. Now it's the Umbreon on the field against the Shadow Venusaur. And the
Great catch. Doesn't matter, but great catch.
Venusaur will be enough to knock out, but Jiba still has the Alteria and the Lickitung to try and deal that little bit of damage left to that Umbreon. Even though it has a foul play, it's not
That's really good play though from Magic Mason. I think just not trying to catch there, or not trying to snipe there, would have been just fine. Umbreon I think is really good. Diggersby I also think is really good. There was a team I was gonna make for the next show 6. It kind of looks kind of close to this one, but it's got wall rain in it, guys.
I am also curious about that as well, because it seemed like Mason started doing that strategy first, and then Jiba changed to match it, which could be an indication that Jiba
All right, I'll be right back.
that's how Mason's approaching the game and wanted to make sure that he still had all of his board positions available. I think that if we're talking adjustments for game 2, I feel like the big adjustment for both these trainers is maybe just let the Pokemon go. You know, yes, you are going to take a knockout. You are going to give your opponent the opportunity to find alignment, to adjust, but you're also going to give yourself a bit of an easier swap, and you're not going to accidentally lock in your Trevenant against a Lickitung, for example, which I think really gave Jiba the momentum he needed to carry through the entirety of that game 1.
I agree. So maybe a change in strategy might be coming for these battlers. Again, this is Jiba versus Magic Mason. We are in, I believe, round 3 of the winners bracket. So we will continue on. These battlers are just locking in now. I am interested to see if there will be any Pokemon changes or just changes in strategy and alignment. And we see a change right off the bat. We see Medicham and Venusaur coming back.
That is so tough for both of these Pokemon, as they would both take some decent damage, but it's actually Magic Mason who makes the adjustment first, swapping in that Umbreon to face off against the Venusaur. We'll get to a foul play relatively quickly, but that Venusaur already has one Frenzy Plant ready to go, and Jiba has the opportunity to either switch and save it for later, or just throw 2 of them right now back to back.
Yeah, and Frenzy Plant, again, very good. One of the best charge moves of the game, but look, it doesn't do that much damage to Umbreon. You need at least another Frenzy Plant, plus a lot of Vine Whip damage, or potentially a 3rd Frenzy Plant to be able to do anything to get this Umbreon off of the field of battle.
All right, well, that is one shield from Magic Mason.
Oh, we're back.
Foul play now from this Umbreon will be
Umbreon into Venusaur is actually Venusaur advantaged. Yeah. He can decide whether or not he wants to shield here, maintain switch. Looks like Medicham looks pretty bad for Magic Mason here, so probably needs Umbreon to have a lot of energy. Just to pressure some of these other mon. Actually, Umbreon's insanely good against both these back mon, so that's good. But both of these mon are also, both the mon in the back for Magic Mason are actually really bad against Sableye.
Very challenging to overcome. We see here the Medicham out to meet Lickitung, a pretty neutral matchup. And then here comes the Sableye. Sableye loves to see Medicham because of that Shadow Claw damage. Medicham really has a hard time doing really any damage to Sableye.
Yeah, this Medicham does have Power Up Punch available to it, which could be important.
No, I think you just go straight Ice Punch, just try to do any damage. This does KO. Very good idea to go for this here. I guess you do bring Umbreon into this. Nidoqueen at least has chances against Lickitung. But Umbreon's really good against Lickitung as well, so that's kind of tough. Good timing here. Gonna get both these shields, I'm pretty sure. Could go for it right away with bad timing, but it's probably worth it because you definitely... Oh no, you're not gonna get there. But gets the shield here. Doesn't know what's in the back, but looks like maybe thinks it could be Nidoqueen. I think you just let Umbreon go down here to the return. This is weird. This does not KO.
Last Pokemon on Magic Mason's side of the field is going to be that Shadow Nidoqueen. It's fortunate that
ooh, but does get it pretty low. This return's actually going to do a lot. Okay, this doesn't KO. Would have lost the MP though, so good not to throw anything there. But it's just a lot. This does not KO. Maybe the defense drop will allow the poison jabs to KO before they get to a move. No, it's way too high HP. Yeah, that's GG. Yeah, Umbreon's like 1 HP. I think it'll die to the licks even.
So I don't think it's going to be able to stand up anymore.
And just like
Yeah, GG's. So this guy on the left, I didn't know his name, but he was in NAIC in the losers bracket for like 7 rounds and made it all the way to losers semifinals and lost to Sassafras in losers semis for like 7 rounds, and Sassafras won freaking like 8 rounds in losers bracket. Kind of crazy. Sassafras was putting on a freaking clinic after he lost the first one, I guess. Also, that guy was playing with his sound on, which is interesting because it gives away a lot. So it was a weird choice, but he was still winning. Because if you can hear the other person's sound, and he had it just blasting in the whole like place could hear it. People know what moves you're using based on like movement of the mini games. So it's a really interesting choice to play with sound on for sure. Okay, I think I'm gonna try to finish my sets out and then end it because we've been going for way too long. I feel like.
That would have been a good answer. That would have been a great answer. I was really hoping to see it today.
This team's been pretty good. Obstagoon has been kind of rough. Oh my god, I feel like Obstagoon is always behind Talonflame anyways. 1, 2, 3. So I'm actually just going to let this go.
I mean, it has very interesting typing. It's able to match up well against some of the big threats in the metagame right now.
Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily call it
1.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
If a single Incinerate ever sneaks, I'm probably giving it up.
In this next battle that we will be going into, the
2,
next and final battle of
3.
the day that we will be seeing is the
I'm gonna shield this one. It's kind of weird to go to 3. That's an interesting choice.
So these two battlers are going to be trying very hard to work their way to
1.
top cut tomorrow.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we can't feature every single round and every single battle that happens here at the regional championships, but the ones that we have been able to feature have been fantastic. So I can't wait to see what our last battle of the day is going to be, and you know, I can't wait to see.
Okay, probably gets a second shield here. I think
players are going to be here for a couple more hours, just playing out the tournament, figuring out who moves on, and then we're going to pick things up right with top 8 tomorrow morning. And
1,
again,
2,
I'm so excited to
3,
see who's going to face off
4,
against the people that we
5,
have already passed on
6,
through. And I'm also
7 maybe.
these next 2 trainers face off because I think it's going to be pretty exciting.
This is kind of tough because they're going to get a ton of farm here. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh my god, if we get that, we're like pretty good. But now we kind of don't get a lot of compensation for it. We have to come in this. And okay, we won't shield the first one, but we probably are going to shield one of these. What's up, Junk Belly? 13 minus 9, they're at 4. So they're going to be 1 away after this one. Oh, they went Earthquake. Well, we lost. Oh, that's also not helpful. That.
I feel like at that point they're just going to be already qualified for the World Championships, because what a strong way to start the season, especially again in this bracket where there aren't any age divisions anymore. And it's just incredible that, you know, we can go ahead and just, you know, take away that grouping and that there's still such strong.
We really need them to shield here. Actually, it's just over. It's just way over because we need like 3 Hydro Cannons, and they have like 2 Seed Bombs.
But 2, just the passion and the dedication that they're able.
So we'll let 1 go. Well, no, they might mess up. Okay, we'll shield the first one because they might just mess up.
I love Pokemon Go. Anybody with a smartphone can go ahead and pick up this game. Very, very good stuff.
Does 1 KO? I feel like it does. Seed Bomb's not very good, but also.
Today running around, giving hugs, high fives, fist bumps, lots of really excitement here.
Oh no! Okay. Rip.
Yeah. So as we're going into
what's happening? Is this stream ending?
Battles here. I'm curious. Any last minute predictions? Who do you want to see?
Oh my goodness.
Let's just throw it out there. Just give me something first thing off the top of your head.
Oh, it seems like this is going to be the last battle.
I want to see how Star
Oh my god, we made it.
forward.
I was going to say in terms of a Pokemon, but we can talk about players too. That's fine.
We were talking. I want to see how Star, because I want to see that Hisuian Growlithe on the stage tomorrow, that Hisuian Growlithe plush, doing very, very well.
Okay, Nidoqueen.
We've talked about a lot of these battlers.
Well, this is a
There's
weird
a lot
one.
of kind of fan favorite trainers, like we talked about earlier,
3,
battlers who are high up on the Go Battle League
5,
leaderboard,
6,
battlers who've been
7,
winning in a lot of grass
8,
move tournaments.
9,
but there's
10.
also a lot of new faces and new names, which is also really, really exciting.
Yeah, you know,
They probably shield this,
that
eh?
last season was the inaugural season for Pokemon Go, and that
11,
you know it was
12,
a shorter season just
13,
because of how
14.
things were then, and also because
this is
you know,
really
people were
awkward.
unsure about competing. It's really great to see so many people come out here today to compete. You know, I think
9.
that the interest in playing Pokemon Go at these Play Pokemon events has been really high, and it's quite frankly, again, inspiring to see so many people come out and play. And I just hope that the circuit continues to grow and grow as we have more of these tournaments,
2,
as y'all at home
3,
get inspired to pick up
4.
the game and play and compete as well.
Yeah, we only got a taste of Pokemon Go last season with just a few regional tournaments around
Okay,
the
Greedent
world, and it
is
so
tough.
great to see
Has
so
bullet
many
seeds, so
more
double super
regional tournaments
effective,
this year
but
with so many
doesn't do that
battlers,
much damage.
being able to
We'll let,
reach regional tournaments that are going to be so much closer to home for them.
Yeah.
We'll let
so
one of these
again,
roll
if
through. I
you
have a feeling it's
are
like
at
Scrafty
home
in the
and
back.
you want to get involved, Pokemon.com/play has all that information, has the regional locations, has the format information, everything that you would need in order to show up here, compete, have a great time, hang out
Okay,
with
this
friends,
doesn't
maybe
KO,
meet
but we're
new
going to get it
friends and
low.
start to build that
Question is, do we want to
competitive
keep
Pokemon community that I
Swampert?
think a lot of us are really thankful for in our lives. So definitely check that out if you haven't already.
And I think the answer is
let's
no.
go ahead and start talking about this next matchup because it looks like the trainers are still getting
Question,
situated.
what do I
so
want
it
to
will
farm
be a
down with? I
couple
think
of
I have to
minutes,
farm
but I
down
think we can
with
give some teasers as to what
Licky.
Pokemon we're going to be seeing.
Yes, and we can also shout out the battlers. So we are going to be Skeptical.
Okay, not gonna be able to farm it down. Double resist lick.
CO is a beast,
But,
757. So we
okay.
have on Skeptical Tracer's side of the field, I see
Maybe
a
brings back
Swampert,
Nido?
a Registeel, that Purified Sableye, Trevenant, Diggersby, and Wigglytuff.
I don't
So
want to swap
more
into. It
Wigglytuff,
must be weak.
more Charm.
And Diggersby isn't out yet
Why
either.
we-
We gotta know
okay,
the
so it's not
Diggersby.
Scrafty.
We love to see it. We love to see it. CO is a beast today, rocking the Umbreon, the
Poison Fang, we
Azumarill,
switch.
Skarmory,
No.
Nidoqueen,
Well.
Kofagrigus, and
Alright.
Reggie
Okay, we switch.
Steel.
All right, well, let's go ahead and jump to the stage as
We don't
the
care about
trainers
this.
are ready to go, and let's start talking about this matchup.
I literally
This
don't
is
know
the
what this could
first
be in the
Reggie
back.
Steel
I assume it's a.
versus
I
Reggie
assume it's a
Steel matchup
fighting
that I
type,
have
but
seen
it's
since the
not.
World Championships, and
Oh, it's a
I'm
water
feeling
type.
a little bit nostalgic right now. The metagame's definitely
Hopefully,
different
okay.
around
Blastoise is
these
thick as
two
fuck.
Pokemon,
So
and I think that
hopefully
the
two grass
Diggersby
knots KO.
on Skeptical's side of the field certainly does put him at an advantage in that matchup, but still, really, he has a double ground type core with that Swampert and that Diggersby. That is really an interesting
gonna get to a Hydro
combination
Cannon.
that
I
matches up
feel
well,
like
I think, against Beast.
the second one, I
mean,
mean.
I'm just like looking through and playing through this matchup in my head, and you know, the ground type Pokemon do well against the Nidoqueen, they do well against the Registeel. You have to be careful for the Azumarill.
Okay, I think he's
for
at
sure,
9.
But there's nothing that's really going to punish you bringing the Swampert and the Diggersby other than that Azumarill. And even then, the Swampert has a neutral matchup into it, possibly even
Oh,
a
and
great
we're
matchup
lowered,
featuring Sludge Wave like we saw from that
Attack
one
or
earlier.
defense, I mean.
Exactly. I'm also really excited to see Umbreon back in the field. We haven't been seeing that many Umbreon overall in the last season. It was very popular early on in the Go Battle League. It was very popular when PvP was first introduced to Pokemon Go.
This is gonna be
But
close.
seeing a
I think what we
resurgence
have to
of it
do.
now
Oh no, we
is
have to throw a
very
move, but I.
interesting.
Yeah,
I don't think we're
this
gonna
is
get there.
The 4th or 5th Umbreon we've seen on stream here today, making a great showing, making it all the
Dang,
way up
this is
to the
close.
winners semifinals in Group D here. And I have to wonder if this is like a predecessor to what we're going to see moving forwards in the metagame. If Umbreon is now here to stay, if Umbreon is going to be, you know, one of those new mainstay Pokemon, or if there are too many Medicham to stop it, because we've seen so many Medicham overall today. Not going to play out in this matchup, but you know they're out there, and it feels like it's only a matter of time before before Beast runs into one. clearly he's been able to manage it so far, possibly thanks to that
Okay, we're losing now. We got to go to Weather Cup.
But whether or not that's going to be enough, if he makes it onto top 8, is to be seen.
Right, and we said it a little bit earlier. Some Pokemon are just good, and Medicham is
just got Umbreon as a reward from the last set.
It
Nice.
really benefits from having a lot of XL candies. So really walking your buddy and training it up to be able to have it be the very best is definitely something you're going to want from your Medicham. And Medicham is nice because it offers such a wide range of different
coverage.
Different coverage.
Yeah, it does, and that is something I always love to pay attention to.
Well, Shield will go one more and then swap to Kingdra.
How these trainers build their teams and looking at what coverage moves they opt for. In this matchup, not going to make too much of a difference. I think the biggest question on my mind is that Swampert. You know, what move is he holding?
I'm gonna shield this too.
Whether or not Diggersby has Hyper
so this could be Earthquake.
Is also a question on my mind now, but it's more of a like, I wonder if that's good, or if I wonder if that's enough to catch Beast off guard kind of sense. But as these trainers are getting started in this matchup, so many questions, only one way to find out the answers, and that is to lead your Umbreon into a Registeel. This is the winner's semifinals of Group D.
Oh god, there's a battle happening.
Let's go ahead and get this started. Registeel,
Marcus Molzer, welcome.
Fast move pressure with those lock-ons, however, can definitely pressure with that focus blast. Looks like we tried to see a catch, did not happen, and Registeel was able to hold on to its energy to throw the Zap Cannon against the Azumarill. Will we see an attack debuff? We will.
That is one thing that I've noticed that a lot of trainers will do, especially in these tournaments, is you'll wait.
God, we hope we get the debuff here.
After you get to your charge.
We did. Oh, we did.
To try and catch your opponent off guard in a situation like this. That Azumarill isn't going to be doing a lot of damage to that Registeel anyways, and the attack debuff only makes it worse. As a result, I think Beast just has to let it go. You can take one Zap Cannon, but you're not going to be able to deal really any damage. And
hopefully this Stone Edge or Brave Bird or something.
Time out the switch timer at this point in time, but it's going to be really close here.
And
Brave Bird, okay, double reduced.
Really good luck today because these Zap Cannon attack debuff
5 perfect farm down 2
to keep happening, Gabby.
We have to go
2 for 3 in this battle alone, but now that Registeel is just going for the focus blast, throwing it quickly, trying to get that Azumarill down.
GG got that win. Okay,
really,
now we can just
it's
close
almost
this
like
out.
you undercharge the move at that point in time, because by the time your lock-on is able to pick up the knockout on that Azumarill, you're already back at a second charged move. And
all right,
really has to think
where are we at? There's an Azumarill. Oh, this is our team comp. This is the video we just put out on the right side. Azumarill, Umbreon, and Nidoqueen. It's a sick comp. Definitely try it out. We got the video on the channel and everything. Opponent has sort of like...
I was ready for the foul play.
Oh, they were going Dark Pulse though. I know Poison Beast is really good. I don't know Skeptical Tracer.
And that's the kind of surprise that you need to sometimes take an advantage over your Pokemon. In this Umbreon's case, it wasn't enough to knock out that Registeel, and Skeptical saving it for later as well to possibly come in and tank an attack or two once his shields are gone. For now though, this Dark Pulse connecting with that Swampert, it's not the Shadow variant, so it's fairly bulky and should be able to get to a Hydro Cannon or two before that.
Does Earthquake KO from here? It's gonna be close, actually.
Hydro Cannon goes straight for the Earthquake on
Maria Selma Santos. What's up? If anyone wants to friend her, her code's in the chat. Yeah, Earthquake does not KO from there. Yeah, Umbreon is so bulky. That's what's so good about this team. And our Dark Pulse is interesting for sure. This is pretty bad though.
Again, this Swampert is still in a great spot alignment-wise.
Once the shield's down, you can definitely go for the Earthquake. Although he still has like Sableye, so you just go Hydro Cannon.
Just after a couple more seconds. Even though the Nidoqueen is able
this was kind of risky. Yeah, but he does make it to the Earthquake. I mean, I say it's risky, but it doesn't actually matter even.
Just take a knockout or two immediately after this.
All right, and here comes Swampert with
There's so much lag happening on this stream. I don't know if it's just I mean, you can hear their voices just like
and Swampert able to mud shot down the Umbreon to take the win. Skeptical Trainer is up now 1-0, mostly off of
All right, can we get a game in the middle of their next game?
Swampert.
And I gotta call out the trainer coordination. We've had a couple of trainers here this weekend who have worn the same outfits as their trainers in game.
True. Is he wearing the same outfit as his trainer?
It just makes me
That's awesome.
Happy that is a thing you can do.
I agree. I also love seeing the personality of a lot of these battlers with their outfits, with the hats. We saw the Nihiligo hat a couple times, showing off which events that you
Man, this stream is like heating up. You can hear it because it's like
I know Mega
there,
Lopunny is my
there's like a
favorite
sputter
Pokemon,
every
so my avatar is always wearing the Mega Lopunny ears no matter what outfit I have on. So really being able to show
Charizard into Ludicolo. We'll see if it's Razor Leaf.
Quite good.
And now it's time to show off some pizzazz with some adjustments.
It is Razor Leaf. Hell
Given
yeah.
how that game went for Beast, I think he has to make a very tough decision.
I'm probably going to just shield this and like try to just farm a lot.
The right tools. I think that the Nidoqueen not having the Shadow ability certainly actually helped in this matchup.
We
as
threw a
it gave him
Blast Burn.
bit more bulk. And that
I use a shield if I can just get the KO here. And if they shield, we'll shield.
Find alignment against Scepticle's Pokemon. Going into this game too, I think he might have to tough out.
What was this?
A little bit
Quillfish?
longer and fight for that alignment. Just knowing how key it is.
Oh,
in
Tentacruel.
Pokemon Go. Swampert versus
4,
the
5,
Vegas
6.
does
Don't
put
care
a
about any
couple
of
of
this.
points
I
in
guess
that
we're
Pokemon's
miscounting because there's no way this is
favor,
scald.
If Scepticle is
This must be
able to
Acid
make
Spray.
a couple of strong
And we miscounted by
reads
1.
here and call some shields, this could still go in his favor.
And the Kofagrigas on Beast's side is running Psychic, interestingly enough.
Just trying to do
along
damage.
with
Just want to get rid of this
Shadow
Tentacruel, to be
Ball.
honest.
Kofagrigas has another
I feel like
one
it's
of
like
those
Blaziken in
movesets
the
where you
back.
can make some of those adjustments, and here showing the Psychic as a move kind of right away.
It's an Acid Spray
Right
again.
away, but I think that definitely works out.
But
in
I think we can farm
Skeptical's favor,
down.
as that surprise factor is
It is
no
Blaziken in the
longer a
back.
thing. Beast investing this first shield to keep the Kofagrigas
Oh, that's really
around
bad.
for a little bit longer, but Skeptical sending in the Sableye to try and catch a charged move. Beast doesn't throw it this time, and he's able to switch in that Umbreon now to handle the Sableye a lot better.
Right, Sableye has to rely on that big return damage.
1,
We are going to see it go
2,
through
3.
on Beast's,
I think I might try to
Umbreon,
catch
and
on
we're gonna
5.
see that return, albeit a powerful move that you get from purifying a Pokemon, doesn't do a ton of damage to
4,
Umbreon.
5. Oh, it was
It
4.
really
Oh no, this is
doesn't,
just a
and
Blaze
that's going
Kick.
to work out in
I guess we're
Beast's
so low
favor.
anyways.
Gives him some opportunity here to catch up. I think the key thing to keep an eye out on in Skeptical side of the field is just how much time is left on that switch timer, and when he can make a switch to something that could maybe handle this Umbreon a
Yeah,
bit better.
I have to just throw it right away.
Alternatively, he could just decide to let this Sableye get
Don't want them to
knocked
get to the
out
Brave
and rely
Bird or
on
Stone
the
Edge or whatever they have.
Registeel and the
Oh
Swampert
god, we have
to
way
carry
too many
him through
games
that
going.
matchup, but I think
I just
that's
wanted to
gonna
get
be
my
a bit
game
of a
in.
tall ask, given just that there is the Kofagrigas, and we know that there's
Walrein.
the Nidoqueen making an appearance in the back again as well.
So the Dark Pulse connects, knocking the Sableye
Alright,
out
2-0
of the
with this
field,
team.
and here
Nice,
comes
bringing it back.
Swampert already has a Hydro Cannon locked and loaded.
Jesus, where are we at?
And here we see the Swampert deploy a shield to survive against the Dark Pulse, to be able to throw probably not
oh,
one,
they
but
brought
2 Hydro
Kofa?
Cannons back to back.
Interesting.
And those 2 Hydro Cannons are going to be needed.
It's
as he still
really
has
interesting
one
because
shield
Diggersby and
available to
Wigglytuff
him.
double
Doesn't
resist.
Go for it against the Umbreon. Mudshot will be enough
Oh,
to pick the
doesn't get
knockout
the
here, but
Dark
he
Pulse
has
off.
that shield to
Foul
protect
play
the
would have been
Nidoqueen,
maybe a little
which I
better
think
there.
is exactly where he needs to
Has to come in
Kofagrigas
Kofa.
is
Has
at
a
such
shield
low
though.
health, but if opposite the Registeel, it's going to be able to win that matchup. You need to keep the Nidoqueen alive.
This
long
is
enough to
tough
knock
because
out
Nidoqueen's
the
so
Swampert
good
with
against
the poison
Registeel,
type fast moves.
but
And here we see that
I guess
shield.
both
The
Mon
Swampert
are.
is going to try
But
to
this
get
Swampert's
to
gonna
a
do so
Hydro
much.
Cannon. Maybe tries to make a catch, does not. And here we have the Kofagrigas throwing
man.
the Psychic. Psychic is an
That's tough.
interesting charge move because it does have a chance at a defense drop. We do
I
not
think he
see
forgot
it
he was out of
here, though.
moves, so then he
But
couldn't do
Skeptical
the
able to catch
combo
that
play.
Psychic on the Registeel, and this is probably the best position for this Registeel at this point in the game. You want to get to 1 charged move so you can knock out this Kofagrigas and ensure that it's going to be the Swampert and the Nidoqueen. But unfortunately, it looks like there was a bit of a error there. Everybody's back in game, and the Zap Cannon's good to go. We'll have to see if the judges are
Interesting
going to
loss
call
of
it or not, or if they're gonna
screen
keep
there.
playing.
But for now, we continue playing through the game. We see Nidoqueen coming up against the Registeel. Nidoqueen at 2 Poison Fangs already.
Not sure it would have mattered. I think Sceptile wins no matter what.
What a close matchup here. Nidoqueen is at almost full health. That Swampert is almost knocked out and goes immediately.
Wins CMP, yeah. Oh man, guy on the right is very animated. I guess so was the guy on the left for a while. This was a crazy match.
And that Swampert is able to take the win for Sceptile.
Yeah, and that is a 2-0 victory. We will let you know if that is going. I believe that is going to stand, but we will let you know if there's any changes.
Oh my God, what is happening with his eyes?
3 to each battle, Gabby, relying on that Swampert, that Registeel, and that Stabilize.
very,
this was quite a battle. What a way to end. What an ending to the stream. What that was a wild match and some wild reactions. Yeah. All right. I think that was yeah, he actually was outside of his app for like 5 turns, still won. So that's pretty good. I'm glad someone told him, hey, go back into the app. This game's still happening. You can still win. But that was a weird one. Upload the log trainer. Oh my gosh. All right. Oh gosh. Do I have another set? I hope I don't. Okay, we won both of our games in Weather Cup, and we lost all 3 of the games in Open Ultra. So hopefully this is it. Thank goodness that is it. And I think that was the last battle on this stream as well. So thanks for being thanks for being here today with me. And oh, that was not what I wanted to do. And yeah, well, hopefully we'll stream tomorrow the finals bracket. I think they said the rest. So let me just link the bracket again in chat so you guys could follow it outside of here.
It is. So, but again, it's a variety. Kind of like I was talking about Metacham earlier. Metacham has a variety of charge moves. So a lot of
just so you guys can have it, and I will
kind of pick and choose depending
hopefully I'll be able to stream tomorrow the finals bracket. But yeah, they said this is going to be the end of the stream, but the rest of these games are going to be going, so you can follow the people you want to follow still. Oh, it's Linden versus Kaiser. Actually, this is a hype matchup. I wish this was on stream. I was saying Kaiser's just going to make it no matter what, but Linden's insane, so we'll see. DJ's still alive. I'm just going to play ex-Captain Santos. Don't know who that is. And anything else happen out here? House Star. Onion Frank in the winners finals? Jesus. After barely making it in the one match we saw. So, all right. That's going to be it for today for me. And I'll see y'all in the next stream. Peace.
And like these kind of things are what you have to think about when team building for a tournament like this. You know, you can't